Get it while it's hot.
Welcome in, everybody, to the DSQ X Humanity First Rocket League Invitational. We are here today with me, your caster, Rocket Yota, together with Yo-Yo, who is somebody that is actually very important and integral to what we're doing here today. A little bit more on that later, but for now, first of all, welcome in, everybody. I'm excited for today. We got a crazy lineup coming in. We have some incredible teams. But before we do any of that, Yo-Yo, would you mind introducing yourself?
Yeah, thank you very much, Yota. It's a pleasure today. Thank you, everyone, for coming in. This is going to be a great event and for a great cause. If you don't know me, I am Yo-Yo. I'm one of the owners of DSQ. I'm also a volunteer for Humanity First, the charity we are working with. I've been working with them for about 10 plus years, maybe up to 13, 14 years even, since I was very little through my dad. And I've even actually been out to Ghana and the Gambia to help some of their projects. They do amazing things around the world, including disaster relief, transforming classrooms for schools. They do building hospitals, farming projects, and many more things, which I guess you'll find out later on. But yeah,
we will definitely talk more about that later. And it's amazing to hear that you've actually been to all these places, and now more than ever, it is a time in the world where you know, charities like this make a big difference on not just our lives, but also the lives of all the people around us. And it is more than ever that that I'd say these charities deserve some love, which is what we're here for today. Now, let's just move over quickly to see who is going to be playing today, because I'm sure you guys are interested in that as well. It's not just charity, but there's also some incredible matchups happening here today. Just quickly looking at the screen here, you can see the bracket in the corner. First off, we have Chippy Chip versus BS Competition. Brave Esports versus DSQ Esports. We have Endpoint Live versus Roehampton Esports, which is the match that you will be watching here on the main stream. And if you look at the screen here as well, you'll see the purple will indicate where we are going with the main stream. That being said, if you're interested in any of the other matches, there is also team streams. But obviously, all the main action is going to be happening right here on the DSQ channel. Now, we have Team Ascent and Goat Alliance as well. And we have an upper and a lower bracket. This is a format that if you've watched any Rocket League throughout your entire Rocket League career, you are familiar with this. And I'm just excited to get going and seeing how this is going to play out today. All right. Here we go. We have some roster information for you as well. First off, we have Endpoint. Endpoint Live, to be exact. Now, Endpoint Live is mainly known from TikTok. They are an incredible org. They have been through Rocket League's history throughout. And today, they've sent in Sellers, Hoppy Tai, and Lingyo, who are formidable players, mind you. They're incredible, and they're not just good on the streams, they're also great in the game. Now, Roehampton Esports did have a last-minute sub, if I'm not mistaken. So what I have in front of me is Risen, Stat, and 2M, but I believe one of those, I think it was Stat, got swapped out for someone else. Now, correct me if I'm wrong on that production, but that is the current roster that I have in front of me. Now, these teams both are going to be able to go toe-to-toe. I'd say they're quite evenly matched up here with some decently high-ranking players. So this is going to be a good first match. With that being said, we are going to start. It is DSQ versus the Roehampton team. Let's get it going. Here we go! Alright, we are on the field, and I'd like to introduce you real quick to my co-caster as well. Now, there's a little bit of a last-minute change there, but for the first game, I will be joined here by Sinix, all the way from Sweden. Sinix, welcome in as well.
Yeah, thanks for having me. I'm happy to jump in. For Humanity First event, it's going to be crazy games. We'll see who can top it off. I mean, the players that we're looking at are really good. Just the quality of players we have in the field. It's going to be crazy games going on. But starting off, Roehampton, a little bit of an attack here. Got some boost for the team. Endpoint has to collect themselves a bit with getting some boost and stuff to get back on the game here. That's a nice little angle, almost comes out.
That was a first opportunity there, I can't lie. That was almost great, but now the roles have reversed with Endpoint trying to go on the offensive here up against Roehampton, who so far have dominantly the most dominant on the field. Now, Lingyo in that corner, trying to reach somebody there. Sellers now onto his teammate. A little bit of an awkward kerfuffle there on the field, and that gives Roehampton some time here to regain their bearings. Now, Sellers tried to pop it up high, but Dimyo up there, ready to catch it, up into R7. And this wait, oh, the sidewall attempt there. That was almost beautiful there, Sinix.
Yeah, DMY trying to take it up over the bar for Roehampton. Endpoint struggling to get this ball out. Another pass comes into mid, but no one can answer it. DMY, important on the last line defense, gets the ball out, but only as far as Sellers. To him, trying to get the ball out as well. Struggling a bit to get those team plays going. A lot of players on low boost, but they're maybe just feeling each other out, trying to see where each other are on the field and how they're going to play this series. Opportunity here for Lino. Gets the shot, but saved by 2M.
That was a beautiful shot opportunity, and you are perfectly right there. Oh, two people with zero boost in the net trying to save that ball. Now, big clear finally to give some breathing space there. But boost management is definitely something that is a bit of a struggle here so far. Right now, though, both teams, feeling each other out a little bit. We've seen some opportunities, but nothing too scary just yet, as we are now once again back in that corner. Hoppy Tai with a beautiful little pre-jump there. Gets it past everyone. It is open right here. Hoppy Tai trying to reach someone. Can't really do anything with it with the amount of boost. And once again, we are seeing the boost management being the bottleneck here for both teams to score. Now, defense trying what they can. Hoppetine up there, trying to get a reach on it, but 2M there with the save. No, Sellers! Sellers slots the first one, giving the lead right here to Endpoint Live.
Yeah, to him not to touch, he wanted out there, trying to get it to the sidewall, I believe, but instead it just comes straight out to Sellers, who can slot it into the net, and yeah, he's gonna hit that every day of the week, I think. Let's see what Lena can do here off the kickoff. Trying to go high, met by two defenders, trying to get this ball out, and after double commit, but they still do get the ball out in the end and can start an offense instead.
Yeah, just like that, it could be anyone's game. Hoppetine there trying to let his teammates know that he is off on that ball, can't really do anything with it. Nobody really following up though. Now 2M on the ball, trying to open the offensive up against Endpoint Live with 1:50 on the clock. They can feel the time ticking down. They know something has to happen. And it almost happened right there, but it wasn't on target. But that was a beautiful little pinch. A lot of demos happening on the field. These players are starting to wake up now. DM going up there, trying to get a touch in. 2M tries to go up, but Lingo is there with the big clear. No boost though. Sellers now trying to get any opportunity in, but it just isn't working out. Endpoint though, they do have that 1-goal lead, so small mistakes and small opportunities that get thrown away like this are something they can do unless they get scored on by R7, just like that. Do we even call it Costa Curse at this point? Probably. I mean, I'm literally just talking about how they have a 1-goal lead, 1:10 left on the clock. They're fine as long as they don't get scored on, and just like that, they get scored on.
I mean, with a ghost like that, I don't mind getting Costa Curse. That is a beautiful goal and a beautiful flick reset from Rice, and I'm getting from the back room here. His name is spelled. Some hard names to pronounce in this game. And I was looking at the teams here. I'm trying to figure out what's going on in the field. I feel like they're trying to play for each other, and they're trying to get these passing plays going. There's almost another goal coming in. But I think that both teams are struggling a little bit with their rotations and how they're playing around the field and trying to move around, finding each other, but not really getting those touches to each other yet. And maybe as the game goes on, we can see them get into the field a bit, get into the passing plays a bit, and get some really nice plays get together here. But starting off, they're more of trying to keep the ball away than actually trying to get the ball out together here. So I'm still watching for those plays coming out.
Yeah, definitely. We are on the last 10 seconds of this game. Will we see an OT straight into game 1? Honestly, with the gameplay being as exciting as it is, I wouldn't even mind. Right now, though, almost a beautiful shot there from DM. And I am going to apologize to all these players. Their names are definitely not the easiest to pronounce here today. But we are trying as casters. It is rough. But just like that, OT is happening. And we are right here on the first kickoff with Hoppetine scoring just after kickoff. Look at that. Oh my goodness.
Oh my, Dreamy as well. Just beside him, couldn't get the read on the ball. And it's just going to happen from time to time with kickoffs. You're not really ready for the ball to go towards you at that speed right after kickoff. And yeah, it happens. It's a shame for them that it happens in the overtime, but hopefully they can bring it back and it doesn't bring down their mental too much. But because they have to get right back in the next game.
Yeah, 100%. That's the thing. Sometimes these things happen, but it's the most unfortunate when it happens right. When you are going into OT now more than ever, you have to make sure stuff like that doesn't happen. And you'll always see, just like that, it just rolls in. Look at that scoreboard, though. Both teams are looking pretty equal here, with Risen obviously being a bit of a hard carry in game 1 here for Roehampton. But honestly, if you look over at Team Endpoint Live, they are very much aligned with each other. And just to point it out, just casual, free blue titles in here as well. RLCS 2025 Challengers I mean, these are pretty good titles. You know, these players, they're out there. They've made events. They've played for years at this point, and they are ready to show it all here as we go in to the next game. And I'm black screening.
Yeah, I think the server is having a rough day for Rocket League, which has happened in the last days. I've had played the game a little bit, and let me say it's been rough. It's been rough the last couple of days. I think Rocket League is having some real issues. So we'll hopefully get back into the game soon. But for now,
fair enough.
We're gonna have to restart the server a bit.
Yeah, well, you know, with that being said, that's okay. Sometimes these things happen, but it does give me a perfect opportunity to talk about the 2 donations made so far. First of all, Momo, thank you very much for the £25 with the message, good luck with the Rocket League event, big bro. Now, I know Yo-Yo mentioned that was his sister, so that is very wholesome. Now, Anonymous also donated £10 9 minutes ago. Thank you so much for that. And we appreciate all the support so far. We are trying to raise over £500 here today, which will all go to humanity first. So make sure, if you are watching and enjoying it and you can't miss the amount of money and you want to help the charity, feel free to open a donation. And if not, feel free to just watch along, because there's a lot more Rocket League coming as we go into the next match. Right here.
Right now.
Right now. Did my mic cut out?
I think it did. Just at the end.
Oh, all right. Okay, well,
Dreamy just.
That's awkward. Well, you know, we're right here. I guess you know, the game had a little bit of a moment. My mic had a little bit of a moment, but we are here, and whilst we are laughing away, the action is not stopping, because Roehampton straight off in the first 8 seconds with the first goal, setting the pace for game 2.
Yeah, Dreamy again with the offense here, trying to take them out a bit, get past one, but Hopitai? Yeah, reads that more better than I can read his name. Gets the ball out, gets a pass here into the middle as well. Lino in the middle, ready for this, but Dreamy once again, pillar on the defense for Roehampton. Can move this ball in and gets the pass as well to Ryzen. What a play coming up for Roehampton.
Yeah, honestly, Roehampton right now dominating into game 2, and that's what they definitely wanted. Their mental is not gone just yet. They are showing that they are ready to give it their all here, and just like that, they're taking a very strong lead on this incredible map. By the way, might I say, this is one of my favorite maps in game. It's beautiful to be here. Now, we do have quite some action going on, and in the meantime, I will give the word to you real quick, because I'm working on something that we will see very soon here on the stream. Just have to need to kind of put it over to you real quick here.
Yeah, Jamie on the backboard, trying to get this ball out, but doesn't have any boost to do so. Hopitai can get the pass, but Ryzen on there as well too, and last man defending with almost 0 boost. Gets bumped for his troubles as well, but still gets the save somehow. Hopitai now with the passing towards mid, but Tuem can get this with low boost. Gets the shot off, and Lino can clear that ball out. Tries for the second touch as well, but gets mid by Ryzen. Sellers now get the pass in towards mid. All 3 players committing for this play, but still saved from the Roehampton team. Bring the ball out now instead. Passes over to Tuem. Wins the 50-50 on the sidewall. Gets the pass in towards mid as well. Dreamy always on towards that shot, but does get cleared out, and both teams just trying to get into this game. I do feel like they've both taken a step here in getting those passes towards each other, playing more of a game they do want to play for this series, as they both struggled a bit in game 1.
Yeah, definitely. And in the meantime, I am back here. I just had to put some of my own money towards this charity as well. I put 50 quid down towards humanity first. I do believe firmly in their mission here. So whilst the game is going on, the donations keep on coming in, putting us right now at a total of 85 quid, which is almost 1/5 of the goal already. And I'm excited to be donating myself here, because I feel like it's a great charity, and I support what they stand for. The world needs a little bit more of this right now, and anything that we can do for that will help. Right now, though, the action is still going on. Sorry for that little intermission there. I just had to do it. It's right with me to not donate anything at all. Right now, it is looking like Endpoint is struggling a little bit here with Hopitai being the only person to cross that 100-point barrier right now, with Lingo and Sellers being a little bit on the back line, but Sellers might be making a difference right here. No, doesn't quite get the double. Nobody there to follow up either. Now Lingo on that ball, trying what he can. Sellers gets outplayed by DM, and I'm going to continue to call him DM because I have no clue how to pronounce DMY10. Is it Dimmy? Is it Dreamy? Is this... How?
Yes, that is Dreamy, I've heard from...
oh my goodness. Why can't people just put their names down without weird spellings? Like, I honestly, it is funny sometimes. Being a caster and having to read these names, it's not an easy job, so I do apologize there. Right now, though, Endpoint, they are struggling here with 1:15 left on the clock, and it's not looking too bright for them right now.
Yeah, I will be honest with you, I have casted Dreamy before, and I've said the DMY for at least 5-6 times in other series, so don't worry about the name getting it wrong. I'm sure he doesn't mind too much, but hopefully they can get the win here, as he's been integral towards these 2 goals that they have for Roehampton, with the time ticking down as well. 50 seconds left on the clock. Endpoint needs to find something here and get the offense going. Lino with some boost, can't really get the touch he wants though. Gets the ball out, and a pass towards Sellers, gets a double tap, but it's not in towards the net, and 2M can clear the ball out.
Right now, 2M is on that ball like a hog, and just like that, the opportunities keep coming in here. But right now, wait, hold up! Just off the crossbar! Lingo whiffs! No shot, their opportunity to turn it around in the final seconds of the game, and they whiff just like that. And with that, I feel like, unfortunately, that is it for Endpoint in Game 2. There's still more to come, but in the meantime, whilst they whiffed their opportunity there, Iris didn't whiff her opportunity because she just donated £10 with the message DSQ win, and that is a big win right there. Iris, thank you so much for that. We do appreciate it. And in the meantime, Roehampton takes Game 2 up against Endpoint Live, which ties them up right now. And looking at the scoreboard, even though they picked up some of the pace towards that latter half of the match, Endpoint definitely seemed to struggle a little bit here up against Roehampton.
Yeah, definitely. But I feel so bad. The Sellers, that solo play, so close, almost the whole field as well. Must be feeling so bad not to get that ball in towards the net and actually getting that goal in. So hopefully they can still keep in it. It's that mental I talked about in the first game. Right now, back to buy Endpoint here. Hopefully they can keep going, even though they're missing some shots, missing some open nets maybe as well. But you have to just keep in the game. It's 1-1. Still a lot to play for. It's best of 3 now, you can call it if you want. So a lot of games still to play for both teams.
Yeah, definitely. And with that being said, we are about to go right back into the action. And up next, we have DFH Stadium on the rotation as we go into Game 3. And I'm excited to see how Endpoint is going to counter this, because they do have a little bit of lost time to make up on the field here. They haven't really been on the offensive. And aside from Seller's solo play there, which would have been phenomenal if he put it in, hasn't really been any action during that game coming from Endpoint Live. They were very timid, whereas Roehampton was just on the offensive like a hawk. Let's see how they counter that in Game 3. Here we go, straight on the kickoff.
It could also be a little bit of that boost management that we were talking about in the first game. It comes back to bite them a little bit. They can't really follow up those shots, follow up those passes when they don't have boost in the tank. That's what Lina can do now. 0 boost, as I just said. Dreamy instead, with boost, can control his ball. Gets the pass in, but it's a little bit too hard on the pass. Hoppity can control this instead. Gets a nice little shot as well. No one saves it. Suram can clear the ball away before anyone can get to the shot.
Right now, Linyo on that ball, trying to keep the dream alive right here. But once again, doesn't quite get a follow-up from his teammate. He's a one-man army right now in a 1v3. Now, we have Dreamy trying to get the opportunity going here. Gets past one, but doesn't quite get a shot on goal. And just like that, Endpoint Live avoided a catastrophic first goal in game. Never mind. Oh no, what a save! My goodness, Hopti with a save of a lifetime right there. I thought I caught like another cast occurs on them. And luckily for me, that was not the case, because what a save that was.
Dreamy with a flip reset. Can move the ball forward. Hopti can play this ball away again. For Endpoint, gets the ball forward all the way to the other side. Solaris is there for the pass, gets a bump as well. But cleared away by Dreamy again, and to another point we go. As 2M tries for the pass or shot in towards the net, but Solaris is there. And I'm saying Solaris, I think it's Sellers. That's names again is a problem for me.
It's all good, it happens. But yeah, it is definitely Sellers. And right now it is Dreamy who's actually trying to get that corner read. Doesn't quite get it, but nobody's there! Everybody is whiffing in net! And just like that, this must be the slowest goal I have ever seen whilst casting any of my games. Dreamy just gets a touch there, and it rolls in with 42 kph. Just like that. Everybody in net trying what they can, but they just whiffed about. And just like that, you know, sometimes stuff happens. But that is definitely a devastating blow here for Endpoint Live, who are desperately trying to take the lead here after game 2. Right now, it is M up on that ball, but Sellers there, trying to get any touch in just to keep it out of their side of the field. Linho now gets a touch in as well. Does get shut down instantly again by 2M. 2M now pretty wide there. Gets the demo though. Beautiful opportunity here for Dreamy. Doesn't get the corner. Unfortunately, 2M now on that, trying to put it back board for his team. But nobody there to follow up. Hopitai with a whiff though. And now it's... Oh my, these names. It is Risen, who is trying to get a touch in on that ball.
Linear pass mid to TM to clear this ball out. Endpoint without offense now, but still no boost for them to really work with. Dreamy can get the ball out, met by Linho in the mid. Hopitai easy with the read here, but does miss the ball. Gets the pass from Sellers instead. Tries for the double tap, but can't get the touch again. Dreamy to clear this ball out. Only as far as Hopitai to move the ball back in again. Just get the bump as well on the defender. But 2M can clear the ball out, and they do stay alive here with 1 minute and 46 left. Get a shot as well, but Hopitai with a nice read to keep the ball out. And for now, they still stay alive for Endpoint, but they do need another goal here.
Yeah, they definitely need to up something right here, and this could be an opportunity. Sellers trying to put it in. No, he's not needed. Linho with the pop up. Just like that. That's all they really needed there. Beautiful touch there after 2M. Got a little bit of an unfortunate touch there on the sidewall. And Sellers was there to follow it up, but he didn't end up being needed. 1 minute 32 on the clock, and it is now tied. Which is obviously for Endpoint something that they've been wanting for a while here. But they need to take that lead in order to survive in this series. So it's not over just yet for either teams. Now, right now, we have Risen on the ball. Gets past 1. Tries to get it in the corner. Gets past 2. Now gets bumped up by the defense of Endpoint Live. We got Dreamy on that ball. Another side wall read. Hopitai does get a touch on that. Sellers going up. We've seen him with the solo play before. Doesn't quite get an opportunity out of it now. Linho gets a good touch there. We're going to roll one. Roll one on the field. Both players are keeping it. This is now a 2v2. Just like that, the dynamic has changed on the field with 50 seconds left. It is crucial. 1-1. Both teams know that they need it. Oh, whoa, something is happening there during that roll one. Which we will not show on the camera. This is a family-friendly stream. Do I mind to say that? Right now, Hopitai though. Sellers has to put it in. Sellers almost sold it by giving the teammate the goal there. But luckily, he changed his mind last second there. Because 2M would have definitely saved that if he wasn't there. I see the bump attempt. I see how noble it is. But in times like this, nobility isn't going to get you anywhere. You want to get that goal in. Luckily for Endpoint, they did. As we are now on the kick. Oh, no way. Oh, no way. It was off the crossbar. I thought that was it. Tied up straight off the kickoff. But no, Endpoint lives to see another day with their lead right here as we count down the final 15 seconds.
Yeah, a couple of seconds left. We need to get the ball out here. Royington does so with Dreamy. Gets the carry as well. The shot by 2M gets called away by Hoppity. Really keeping the ball up now. 0 seconds. Need to keep it up. Hoppity with the ball though. Dreamy reads it. Out towards the side, but Sellers is there to try and put it down. Ryzen now controlling it in front of his own net. Really risky, but has to do it. Keep this game going. Hoppity reads the ball on the sidewall. Still up. 0 seconds. They can still do it. Ryzen reading this ball. Going for the last shot.
Justin!
Trying to clear away the defenders, but they don't manage it. Dreamy still keeping the ball up, but gets no boost. Can't really forward it. The Sellers clearing it away again. But 2M with the touch. It's not good enough. It's down towards the floor. And Endpoint gets this really important game, putting them onto the game point basically for this series.
Yeah, they are on match point right now. And keep in mind, this is a best of 5, but my goodness, what a game that was. With probably one of the longest 0 seconds I have ever had the pleasure of casting. And that was phenomenal right there. But Endpoint did come back strong this time with everyone showing off that they are capable of staying on this field. They are capable of putting the work and effort in. Hoppity now, even with 0 goals, being the MVP for his team there with 4 saves, 1 assist and 3 shots on net. And honestly, that is beautiful to see. But it is not over yet for Roehampton. Roehampton, they have been phenomenal so far. And, you know, they were caught lacking during this game, but there's still plenty more to come. And with that, I'm just excited to see where we're going to go up next. Roehampton, they have to take the next game if they want to make it to Game 5. So let's see how this is going to go.
Yeah, both teams loading up to Utopia Coliseum. Getting ready, trying to keep that mental in check. Has to be ready to throw it back here for maybe the last game here for Roehampton. They looked really good in that second game. Getting everything they needed, getting the plays they wanted with the passing plays and the shots. But on the back foot again after that 2v2 goal from Seller. See what the Dreamy can do. Tries to keep the ball close to his teammate. Gets the pass and it's a shot out of nowhere. All 3 of the Endpoint players really far out here. Not really expecting a shot from that angle.
That was a beautiful little goal there from 2Ms. And just like that, they are off to a very strong start, which is what we've seen so far. Roehampton, if they get that strong lead, they are able to keep it, which is honestly what you want to see here. If we want to make it to Game 5, they have to keep up playing strong like they do in those first crucial seconds here of Game 4. Now, Dreamy on that ball, trying to get it to Risen. Risen gets it to 2M, and just like that, a beautiful pass in play. And that is 2-0, only in the first 30 seconds down. Look at that. That was phenomenal plays. And if they keep that up throughout the rest of this game, we are going to see a Game 5. And if they keep it up in Game 5, I can tell you now, they are up for a strong contender for winning Game 1.
A really nice speed from Ryzen, reading that pass towards mid as well, beating that last defender from Endpoint, but they do get a goal back. Pass from Hoppity to Linja. Can score that. He's 50 with his own teammate there from Seller to get that ball out, which gives Hoppity the assist, which is really nice. But you get one more goal back.
Yeah, sometimes that happens. It's unfortunate when it does. But just like that, Dreamy on that kickoff. Oh, fakes it actually. Let's Hoppity pass it to 2M, which is a great opportunity here. Doesn't really profit off it though. Dreamy now trying to reach that ball up in the air. Does get it. 2M's on the backboard with the defense. Linjo for Endpoint Live. Trying to get an opportunity in. Sellars, they are still on the backboard right now. Dreamy whiffs it. This is an open opportunity, but Hoppity and Sellars are both not there to follow it up. And Linjo is lingering in the back, seeing what he can do. And honestly, there was just nothing there. Risen now on that ball, getting it to Dreamy, who gets it off the side wall. Risen doesn't have the opportunity. He's low on boost. And once again, we see the boost management here failing these players. Now, with all the action going on, there is also some action going on over on the DSQ page for Humanity First Ground Zero. Glad to be here and helping people. Thank you for the €10 donation. And just like that, we are not just keeping these games alive, but we're also keeping the goal that we are trying to achieve live here today as well. Now, Risen tries to get a touch in, fakes it for Hopitai, but gets shut down by Endpoint regardless. It's just back and forth right now.
And the shot comes out. Sellers can get this ball out, goes for the ceiling. Has a flick as well, but doesn't use it. Uses Hopitai then. But doesn't get the shot forward. Dreamy instead with Risen. And really nice pass and a shot to extend the lead. The 3-1 for Roehampton.
Yeah, Risen onto Dreamy, and both of them are still there up. But it is Risen who takes that third goal here. And just like that, they are 2-0 up in a crucial game. This is what they want. This is what they're aiming for. The fake on the kickoff. 2M puts it through. Linho on the backboard trying to see what he can do with it. Gets shut down by Risen. It's now Dreamy who's up. Can he get a double? He does get the touch. It isn't really favorable for him though right now. Risen gets the read. Risen once again. And it's just off target. Dreamy, a little bit awkward there with that backflip, but does end up trying to maintain possession, which works out for him. 2M with almost an incredible goal. But Endpoint is trying to stay alive right here. Dreamy with the double fake! The double fake! It is unbelievable what we're witnessing right now. 2M with the reset. A little bit awkward there, but Risen is there to follow up. And it's now Hopitai who is on the backboard. Puts it on down! But it couldn't be profited off.
Risen now gets the ball down towards the other side of the net. Missed by Linho, and almost everyone from Endpoint expecting that to be actually be a touch. But they do still stay in this game. Need to find something now. Hopitai with an almost open net. Risen spawns back and saves that shot. Very importantly for Roehampton. Keep it at 2-goal lead. Trying to keep the speed up. I do feel like Roehampton just increased their pace a lot in this this fourth game. Trying to bring back the series in their favor. Let's see if we can find out. Triple commit from Endpoint instead. Let's Roehampton keep control of this ball, but do have a little bit of a struggle on the boost side. Risen with a really important touch. Gets the ball all the way through all the defenders on Endpoint and gets the goal.
Yeah, Endpoint struggling a little bit there, and just like that, it is once again Risen who is showing that he is the man to be scared of on this field. Currently, the MVP for his team by a large margin. 2 goals, 1 assist, and 2 shots on net. This guy is out here for I was gonna say something, but he is out here for the goals. He's out here for the goals.
Yeah, and I do not mind Endpoint moving up there a little bit too far, maybe, because they did need to find 2 goals. They had to do something, and they just tried to do everything, but ends up biting them in the end. Can't get the goal they needed, and instead they go 4-1 down in this game. Maybe Lewis and maybe can take some talks about the next one out. How do you want to answer back to this offensive pressure that Roehampton have put up in this game?
Yeah, for sure, Roehampton, they have definitely shown that they are capable. And each time Roehampton takes the lead at the beginning of a game, you know they are going to maintain that throughout the game. They've just proven it time and time again. Right now, they are going for the final nail in the coffin here in this game. No! The ball gets shut down. And just like that, we are moving to Game 5. First cast of the day. And we're already seeing a Game 5. Risen has just left the match. I reckon a card change, maybe something going on. Yep, there we go. He is back. And look at the scoreboard here. Roehampton, they've just been on that ball with their lowest player on the screen, 274 points. Almost being equal to the top player for Endpoint there, who has 276 points. So it's definitely showing how dominant Roehampton was here in this 4th game. As we move on to the 5th game in just a second. But in the meantime, I'd like to give out another shout out for Humanity First, which is the organization that we're supporting here today. And obviously their mission, we've spoken about it a little bit before, but right now more than ever, as I've mentioned, this is the time where organizations like this make a difference in the world. We have already had quite some donations, so I'd like to give a shout out to everybody who has donated. And if you're thinking about donating, feel free. Now's the time. We are in the intermission between 2 games. And if not, if you're just here for the Rocket League, keep on watching, because there's plenty more to come right now, as we have another little black screen, which is fine. It happens. It's Rocket League after all at the end of the day. So we will be trying to get everyone back into a game. And yeah, this is going to be the most important one here for both of these teams so far, because this is the game that will decide if they make it through on the bracket, yes or no. And so far, Sinix, we've seen them play. What is your prediction for Game 5 here?
My prediction is Roehampton is going to come out swinging. They have upped their pace a lot in this last game, so I think it's going to be up to Endpoint to show if they can keep up with this pace that Roehampton's thrown out, or if they can control it in some way that's going to get them to get the goals they need. They need to get out of the defense that they've ended up in with that pressure that Roehampton puts on, and yeah, it's going to come down to who can outlive the pressure from Roehampton or not. So it's going to be interesting. I think Roehampton might have found what they needed to win this last game, but I'm interested to see if Endpoint can bring it back and actually match the pace from Roehampton.
Definitely, that is interesting to see. I'm curious if Endpoint will keep up with the pace. Definitely, the tone of the games have changed a little bit with Roehampton setting their own pace and leaving Endpoint in the dust a little bit. But we are going here to Champions Field. Here we go on the kickoff with Game 5. Dreamy now on that ball, straight off the kickoff, getting a good touch in, but Hopetai takes the control here. 2M in that corner, tried to get it clear, doesn't quite get it. And Linho, that was the first shot opportunity, but shut down by Risen. Hopetai now on that ball once more. These players are going toe-to-toe, and just like that, we are back in the action.
Yeah, lone boost here for Roehampton, trying to get that ball out. Does so with 2M from the miss of Hopetai. Now what can Endpoint start here on the offense? All 3 members with boost. Get that past the first defender, but 2M is up to clear that ball away. Only as far as the corner, where Linho is waiting. Gets the ball out to Hopetai, but only as far as 2M again. Some ping pong going back and forth, but shot comes out from Stellars. It's not a hard shot, but it's well placed around the defenders to really low on boost once again.
Yeah, sometimes you don't need a lot of speed, you don't need a whole lot of shebang. All you need is just the right play shot at the right time. And that is what Sellers did right here. He saw the opportunity and he took it. And just like that, Endpoint is 1-0 up, almost 2-0 up there off the kickoff with a beautiful touch. Hopetai now trying to get a good clear there, does get it into the corner with Linho now wall dashing, trying to catch up to that ball, but Sellers is there with full boost, so Linho backs off. Right there, we're gonna pass and play, but gets shut down by Dreamy, who is there to save the day for Roehampton. Dreamy now on that ball once more, gets a beautiful little pre-flip into it, into a reset. Doesn't quite get a goal out of it though. Right now, Hopetai gets shut down by Risen. The offensive keeps going here for Roehampton. Sellers now off the backboard, gets a good clear. Hopetai, no boost, doesn't matter. He's still going. Linho on that ball. Opportunity here for Endpoint live, but Endpoint isn't profiting just yet off of it.
Yeah, I gotta say, Endpoint shown already the weakness that Roehampton has in their increased speed here, using that boost usage in their advantage, trying to get those challenges out. Let's see what the Dreamy can do instead, and Hopetai gets a touch and the read, but Risen is only first on it, gets the pass towards the backboard. Hopetai with a really nice read on that ball to keep it out and keep that lead going for Endpoint.
Yeah, right now Hopetai is on that ball once more, low on boost, but does get a reset into that corner, gets shut down there by 2Ms, but 2Ms just passes it straight back to Linho, and just like that, awkward clear there from Dreamy. Opportunity once more for Endpoint live. Hopetai now trying what he can. Dreamy with 0 boost shuts it down. Risen trying to push up on the field, but it is currently anyone's game. It's more looking like ping pong than Rocket League here, with big clears on both sides, on both teams. and nobody really being able to profit off of any of these clears. Now, Hopitai in that corner, tries to get it past one, doesn't quite get it. Dreamy on net. Sellers now, 30 boost. Once again, the offensive is low on boost, and that's not when you want 30 boost. That's not when you want 10 boost. Or even worse, like Linyo, 0 boost right there. Sellers now in that corner, trying to get it to Hopitai, and just like that, the second goal for Endpoint Live. No matter how little boost they had, they kept the offensive up, and at some point, no matter how good your defense is, it is gonna crack, and it just cracked.
Yeah, Endpoint slowing the game down in just the right moments, taking that little bit extra second when the Roehampton players are not around to challenge it immediately. Really playing it well. Nino now with the shot, almost an open net. Roehampton players going a little bit too offensive, but does make it back in time. But now you see it again. No boost on any of the Roehampton players. Really important touch for Dreamy. Gets that 50. Keep the control. An offensive play now for Roehampton, but the pass goes to nobody, and Sellers can clear it out.
Oh. Right now, Sellers on that ball gets demoed by 2M. Lots of demos happening left and side. Left and right. Sorry, not left and side. Left and right demos are happening. And on the side, I'm also eyeing the donation page. Once again, thank you for everybody who's donated. And Sellers is donating another goal to his team right here by slotting in another one. 3-0 lead now. Roehampton, they are looking like they are slacking. And it honestly is a very crushing thing when you're 3-0 down, 1 minute left on the clock, and you made it all the way to game 5. That is when you more than ever want to tie it up as closely as possible. They haven't given up yet, but Endpoint is just looking like the stronger team right here. Now, we have Dreamy on that ball. 0 boost, tries to get it to 2M. There's a lot of space in between though, so these opportunities aren't really able to be utilized to their full potential. Hopitai now 0 boost again. Hopitai is somebody that on defense is just very confident, goal with 0 boost, and I don't know why, because it is such a scary thing to do. But he just does it so effortlessly that you'd almost think, yeah, it's fine. But it isn't fine, because it's the most vulnerable you're gonna be. Right now, no opportunity from Seller. And just like that, Roehampton is just being put in a corner. They are trying what they can, but it just isn't enough. Linyo with the ball, slots it in. All he needed was a little flick, and it was over. Risen, no boost. Couldn't really do anything there other than try and jump. But Linyo came in for the shot and took it.
Yeah, Endpoint playing perfectly against Roehampton side's tactics right now, just baiting the challenges out from the Roehampton players and just putting it around them or flicking it around them every time, getting past 1 or 2 players from the Roehampton side, and you just can't get back in time when these passing plays comes out from the Endpoint side. Really playing this game perfectly from their side. Getting that final win as well in this best of 5, taking that 3-2, almost another goal to end it. But Endpoint, what a series and what a showing in the last game.
Yeah, 100% incredible performance from Endpoint Live. It wasn't looking like they were gonna have a great game here, judging off that game 4 with how strong Roehampton came out. But Endpoint Live, they completely swapped the pace around, making them survive. And just like that, they progress in the bracket. Speaking of the bracket, we will be taking a look at that in just a second. But for now, I'd like to thank my co-caster here. Thank you so much, Sinix, for being here today with me. For those of you who don't know, Sinix came in very last minute, so I'd like to give some love to him for being able to fill in as we were waiting on Ground Zero, who has now arrived after a small emergency. So I do want to thank you once again, Sinix. Shout yourself out as well before we say goodbye and swap over to Ground, who, if any of you have seen me casting before, Ground and I are kind of like a recurring duo, I'd say. We do a lot of casting together, but not before we let Sinix give himself a proper outro.
Yeah, I just want to thank everyone for having me. It was nice to jump in for our game and cast a series with you, Yota. Also, really happy to support the Humanity First and everything that DSQ is doing. So I really don't mind jumping in for this. But I'm hoping that you can keep these best of fives up and get some more game fives, because that was a really nice series to start it off. I don't want to have the grand final game 5, you know, in the first series. So hopefully they can keep it up and keep the donations coming. So it was almost 1/5 in the first series. So if we can keep it going, that would be really nice. So yes, yeah, thank you for having me.
All right, I appreciate it. Sinix, a GOAT, coming in just with zero prep, being as awesome as he is. Once again, shout out to you. Now, before we go into the bracket and into the next games, you will have a small break. So don't go anywhere. Grab yourself some popcorn as we prepare everything on our end to give you the best viewing experience that you can. With that, my name is Yota, and I'll catch you after the break.
us strong enough. You and I, you and I. Everything we've been through makes us strong enough. You and I, you and I. You wanna know my feelings every time I look in your eyes. Baby, I can feel your energy, it's making me realize everything we've been through makes us strong enough. You and I, you and I. Everything we've been through makes us strong enough. You and I, you and I.
Welcome back. We are here with the second match of the main stream, but not before that. We have a little bit of a face change. Obviously, we did mention it before. Ground had a bit of a medical emergency before he could join in, but the dynamic duo is back. Just like that. Ground, welcome into the stream.
I am glad to be here. Apologies for my late return onto the stream itself, but that was, it's better late than never. That is my motto, and I am here. Thankfully now on time to cast in. What a great series we had for the first game. A lot of action-packed gameplay from Endpoint Live and Roehampton University. You honestly couldn't get a better start for the first series overall for this charity event, and I know you had a swell time because I was watching the whole time there, but I'm glad to be here back at home in the casting booth itself. So we got an interesting game coming up as well for now. We're going to be casting ourselves there, Yota.
Well, yeah, definitely. And before we go into the bracket that we do have on screen right now, Yusuf Ahmad, thank you for the £75 donation. That is huge with the message, let's smash the goal, lads. And that puts us on to 35% reached over our initial target of £500. Now, if that isn't a great way to start off the second game, then I don't know what is. But before we get to see the action, let's just talk about these teams. We have Chippy Chips up against DSQ Esports crowd.
Yep, Chippy Chips versus DSQ Esports. I've casted the original Chippy Chips roster itself, and this is an amazing roster that I originally casted. This is a main event team in RLCS. They made it all the way, I believe, to day 4 last time I was there, but it is an amazing roster overall. We have Chippy, Lassa, and Naish, 2 English players mixed in with a Spaniard, and I don't think you could get a better mix than this. Lassa is one of the fastest players ever that I frankly recall because I casted show matches for this man, and he is speedy, so he's a massive asset. Chippy, one of the more experienced players in this roster, and Naish is a very good individual talent. He's actually made his name generally from 1s and 2s high level. You'd see him around bubble kind of level there in this case, and you honestly couldn't get a very strengthening roster than this. But DSQ Esports, we're hoping for the game advantage today because it's on DSQ Esports channel itself. We got Verify, Freddy, and Haven. So a little bit of lore. Verify is actually the mod of my very own stream. So, I'm a little bit biased. These are all players I've casted before, so it's very hard for me to choose a side here. But when it comes down to it, Freddy and Haven recently played versus Verify in a 1v1 show match, absolutely smashed the man. I have to keep reminding him because as a good friend, you have to keep knocking your friends down, don't you? But yeah, when it comes down to the Verify, Freddy, and Haven, this is a very good roster. Actually, they won their previous game against a very good solid name as well, and that name would be Brave Esports, followed by NC Khan as well. So these are all previous teammates that Verify has played with. So, winning that, going 3-0, that sends a ricketing statement to the end of the other rosters that this is a main event team that they're playing against. It will not be easy for either side.
Definitely not. And with that, we are ready to go straight into the main action. It is Chippy Chips up against DSQ. Here we go. Make some noise for both teams as we kick the game off.
Yeah. Game is about to begin. The players are in the lobby. The kickoff timer is ready whenever, and I think they're waiting for a possible statement. This game started. The players are finally joining the lobby. We got Verify, Freddy, Haven from DSQ versus Naish, Lassa, and Chippy.
Oh,
And there's a bit of a slowness there coming in, apologies, but I think the first starting point, which is always the kickoff of a game, is going to be the most instrumental moment to see who starts dominating the series prior. Good win from Verify and Freddy there. Verify immediately prioritizing the opponent's boost, wants to limit any kind of assets they can utilize against them here. And Verify already on the aggression. This man is a changed man. Pass to Haven. Shot is open.
Oh, just like that.
What a goal.
Beautiful ground. This is what we were here for today. This is what we want to see. Verify with a beautiful little touch there, making it gently roll off that backboard. And then Haven, the man himself, ready to just put it in onto the kickoff. First 12 seconds down. And this is what we're here for. Quality Rocket League gameplay. Now, we have both teams fired up. They are ready to go. Right now, though, it is Naish who is trying to get a good touch in there. It's a little bit of a defensive here for Chippy Chips. They are definitely, caught off guard a little bit here by DSQ, who were so ferocious in the first few seconds.
That kind of energy is exactly what's required. You come in with a bit of aggression. Keep up the stamina, though. That is going to be a required part of this game if you want to keep themselves long. Otherwise, the other side might just take this an opportunity to find some cracks in your defense. But I would have to say, from the side of DSQ, they've been playing very, very solid. You wouldn't see that because otherwise this team is also one with potential for main event capability. But they're already playing against some very, very experienced players. One would think that, you know, nerves would be a problem. But what a shot from Verify! Bar down, straight in! This man is the main player. Forget main event. This man is the main player right now, slotting the passes, setting up his teammates, and then getting the goals, making himself forced into the moment of the spotlight itself. What a great first start for DSQ.
Yeah, normally, I don't know if you know boxing, but when you hear that ding, you know, it is round over. And just like that, they are ready to end this round early as well. Hear the ring, ding, 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 crossbar down, and that's what you love to see. Verify now on that ball, gets it to Haven, and Haven just slotting it in. This is turning into quite the match here. Verify, honestly, he's just the man here to get all these passes in. Like, this is amazing to see. And just like that, they are the dynamic duo, just like we are the dynamic casting duo. They're the dynamic duo on the field. And what chemistry they're portraying here.
Yeah, right off the kickoff, you saw Haven was not giving up on any space that the other side could utilize. Freddy already capitalizing on some opportunities here, trying to find a pass. Verify once again in that deadly corner for Chippy Chips. They have not been able to make too far up, but this is the first opening after a very long time. Awkward 50 from Freddy. And a pass there to Naish, getting the first goal for Chippy Chips. They've gone unanswered for the past minute and 30 or so. Getting this is finally showing some light at the end of the tunnel for them, but game's only begun. Game has only begun between these two sides. This is still a best of 5 series as well there, Yota. So a long, long evening ahead of us. 53rd from Lassa. Freddy up there in the air. Was trying to get a challenge further, but gave up on it halfway after seeing he was going to be beat. Haven getting blocked out by Naish there. Good fake, Freddy stealing the ball right back. Possession is in hands for DSQ. Slot there for Verify, aiming for the corner read, missing it there. Chippy Chips is having a bit of a struggle in defense once again. Cracks still forming, but deepening at the same time. Freddy off the backboard, clearing it down and off to the side. Well, they're Verify with an open net.
Oh no, no! This is honestly, it's Freddy just gets a huge clear. Verify just there. He is just himothy right now. He was just waiting for Freddy. He had full freaking faith in his team, and it paid off. But that is what we love to see here. DSQ, they are looking stronger as ever, and that's what I love to see right now. Haven on that ball, trying to get a little opportunity in there. Chippy Chip aggressive on the defense now. They know they have to cut in quick if they want to get this shut down. Wait, right now, Naish. Oh, opportunity there. Just narrowly missing it, but that was an incredibly hard ball to read. So honestly, props to him for even trying. Now Lessa on that ball. Lessa, formidable player. You don't want to see him go up on the backboard, and Freddy knows this because he was there to shut him down instantly. Now it's a little bit more on the offensive from Chippy Chip, which is what they need with only 2 minutes left on the clock. But every opportunity that DSQ gets, they are taking shots right now.
Well, they're piping out shots, and boy, are they spicy. I think it's getting a bit too spicy for this opposite roster to handle. Oh, Naish taking the guts for a Psycho attempt there. Well, to mention Psycho, Haven, the reason why they won against Brave Esports was because he actually psychoed against the roster, forcing an early forfeit. They did not want to handle the energy DSQ is outputting today. Verified on Zywall, he tried to get that angle himself as well. Will be lost, but Freddy ready from the midfield. This control here, I think, has been an absolute dominating factor for DSQ, because normally you see a main event roster play much, much better than this, but DSQ, knowing the fact that it's an homage to their stream, knowing it's an homage for a charity event, bringing their A game here straight away, 4-1 for this side, and Chippy kind of just lashing that away to the opposite wall. Freddy himself responding in kind and clearing it down perfectly, and Naish with the first touch clean plays here from between these two sides. But the, warning signals for Chippy Chips is here coming from DSQ. They're ringing the alarm saying, do not take us easy here. Freddy aiming for a shot as well after Verify's misplay down, try to get that slot in. 57 seconds left there, Yota, and not 2 seconds left for the first game. Domination from DSQ and Lassa. Dear God, what is that?
Yeah, my goodness. Lassa was off that wall, ready to go, showing off some of the mechanics, and that's exactly what we need here, because right now, Lassa and Naish, they are currently the people carrying Team Chippy Chip. Chippy himself out here just struggling a little bit to get these touches in, to get these meaningful moments. And it's shown right here as well with Chippy just lingering in the back as his team gets demolished. And Haven just in a 1v2 gets a beautiful, beautiful flick there. Verified there just to nip it in. But honestly, that could have been all Haven if you ask me, because he did all the work there, and just like that, Haven and Verify, they're just on demon time right now. They are doing what they can. Chippy now with the flip reset, finally some action in from the man himself, but it wasn't enough to get any meaning into this game. 13 seconds left.
No.
Wait,
no.
hold up. We might be taking an early vacation here. I'm looking at the time. There's 12 seconds left, and we're only 1 goal away from taking a sunny trip to Brazil.
You're telling me Brazil is, I've heard, not too bad this time of the year, but it's still not as hot as you would find it in the summer. Would have been, we could have asked for an earlier one. What a save from Lassa. Reading the next shot for coming from Freddy. Chippy Chips just delaying the seconds until the timer hits 0 to get their last second goal. Too little, too late. But they do deny the Brazil and the Barcelona at the same time. Not too bad, but not enough. That kind of play, though, the second, I have to say, Yota, that kind of play just showed the potential from this roster, but DSQ have absolutely smashed Chippy Chips here today.
Yeah, they have definitely been the most dominant here by a mile. 6-2. They did get denied the Brazil, and for a second there in the last few seconds, I was certain that we were gonna go to the sunny Brazil. I could feel the sun glazing my skin. I was almost ready to put sunscreen up, but it just wasn't meant to be. But that is no matter, because they still took the game here. And obviously, just looking at the scoreboard with Haven 697 points. Might as well call him Heaven, because those are heavenly numbers right there. My goodness. Verify as well with 529. And Freddy, the defensive GOAT, he's just there. He's ready for anything that's being thrown his way, and that's what makes DSQ such a lethal team here on the field. And I'm just impressed. I don't know about you. I'm very impressed here.
Oh, and I'm very, very impressed as well. I think that's the best game I've seen yet. Again, like I said, I need to remind you once again, this is a main event roster that DSQ is playing against here. So it's not to say that this game has been in any way easy for DSQ, but coming and smashing, they're trying to send a statement away to the opposite side. And maybe it's just their chemistry. Maybe it's just the way their attitude come in for the first game here for this series. But I would say it definitely should make this team of Chippy Chips a little bit fearful that if this goes the same way that Game 1 has, that they're in for a very, very rough time overall. As the games will continue, well, this is the fight for match point in Forbidden Temple as well there, Yota, and lovely map near. Mind you, Rocket League has done an amazing job on this one. Absolutely well-designed for a well-designed Game 2 coming in overall. So Freddy, Haven, and Verify, will they be able to keep up the very same attitude, this very same mentality, and the very, very same playstyle here, or will Chippy Chips have something hidden up their sleeves? I think that's the big resounding question just waiting to be answered as the kickoff timer begins again, my friend, and we will begin Game 2 right off the kickoff. Nation Lassa will start us off.
Yeah, what a beautiful start that was, Naish. Honestly, you know me, I'm a grounded player. I love ground freestyling, I love seeing all the ground stuff. And Lassa has obviously shown that he's very capable on the ground, just in that kickoff as well, and in all his movement altogether. He's looked very confident there, and that's what we love to see. Right now, that's what they need as well. Chippy Chips, they are in need of some of that offensive power. Now, it is currently a little bit of a control in the corner here for DSQ. They were caught off guard a little bit by that early statement, but not off guard enough for Verify to almost put that in. Naish, luckily there, to keep it out for Chippy Chips. Right now we have Lassa on that ball though. And on the ground, you don't want to see him fighting. Wait, a little bit of a team bump there, but it does work out for DSQ Esports. Now, ground, I don't know about you, but Chippy Chips is looking a lot stronger here than they were in last game. I feel like we are in for a treat here.
Oh, I pray we are, because last time it did leave a bit of a bitter taste in my mouth here. Verify aiming for the shot, so close block there at the last second by Chippy. But when it comes down to it, it does favor DSQ Esports, and I did mention that home ground advantage there earlier. And it's not too surprising that they're trying to, you know, really pull up to the name of the homage, especially for this roster today. Verify clearing down midfield here, passing up to Freddy. Freddy beats up from the ceiling against Lassa. It's a rough time. Open left for Freddy.
Oh, just like that. It is beautiful. Look at that, Freddy just putting it up and high, and just like that, it is a little bit of an own goal there. Dare I say, it wasn't even an open net. Well, it turned into an open net right after Chippy put it in themselves. But that is definitely not the energy you want right here on the field after such a strong start for Chippy, which they so desperately needed to then throw it all away with that own goal. It was unfortunate, but it was unavoidable. I feel like no matter how hard you try for that save, it would have been difficult.
It was a tight angle from the corner trying to clear it down. You wouldn't expect to beat like that. You're confident that a player like Lassa in the air would be undominable. You'd think he wouldn't be beaten that easily. But like I said, DSQ Esports, a whole new roster with a different type of energy. Verify going for the dribble. A bit too slow. Caught out guard there by Naish. Slot there again from Freddy. Clears up two players. Trying to find Lassa as the third. And unfortunately will not connect. Haven to the ceiling. Verify no boost. There's no player from the side of DSQ who's going to be able to come in time. But Freddy is the hero for that story in the midfield. They're trying to keep this roster away. No ground really has been broken from the side of Chippy Chips. And the DSQ have done very, very well in delaying any kind of offense. Slot to Verify. Verify too slow. Not enough boost to do anything threatening to Chippy Chips right now. Off the side wall. Pass to Naish. Trying to find Chips there, but unfortunately not going to be too slow again. And Naish finally found it clearing. Rebound of Lassa. Shot off the top right and saved it from Verify. They will still keep their 1-goal lead.
I can't believe that didn't go in. That was almost an insane redirect, but it just wasn't meant to be. Right now, both teams fighting on the middle line for dominance over that ball, but it is just back and forth right now. They are both looking incredibly strong. Lassa now with a clear into the offensive, but it might not have any meaning if Chippy doesn't get that touch in, which he didn't, but Naish there to follow up. Haven and Verify, a little bit of a double commit there. Gets a beautiful touch there. No, wait. Oh my goodness. Just like that. Freddy there to clean up. We get the double commit there, which was unfortunate. Freddy tries to get it on target. Verify backs off of it last second, knowing that his teammate is there to follow up. And just like that, we get a goal like that.
What a game. This is for match point, need I remind you, and this is the way this roster is playing. Saved it from Naish at the last second, clearing it out. Chippy trying to do something here, gets the ball. Pass there from Naish, likely was called off. And midway through the attack, we do see Verify just not able to save it, but Lassa does not keep him under pressure. This man is a threat even on 0 boost. Warning point for DSQ. Score an own goal, that would have been tragic.
Yep.
After only having grabbed their second goal here. Good prop up from Naish. Trying to get that clearance up in the air here. He's trying to find Lassa. Has enough boost, but Freddy too fast for that. Chippy from the side wall, watching out for Verify, and Haven demoed. Verify still clears it down. This is a moment to be fearful, but Naish at the last second from the respawn does get that boost and pop that ball away.
Yeah, right now.
Well, 2 goals for 40 seconds there. I have to say, Yota, again, clear-cut game there in favor for DSQ again.
Yeah, it is. Even though the score is a lot lower, DSQ is just way more aggressive on the field. They're getting way more time in with the ball. And Chippy Chips is just, they're struggling a little bit. Once again, Chippy himself under the 100-point threshold. And I don't know what's going on there. I don't know if it's technical difficulties, just an off day, but he's looking like a little bit like a lost lamb on the field right here, in between all these wolves who are hungry to catch that ball. Now Chippy with a big touch into that corner. Naish there, but it just isn't profitable. Lassa puts it up, keeping the ball alive here. 0 seconds. Verify gets a ceiling touch. Doesn't quite get the ball. Naish keeping it up once more. 2-0. Lassa with the shot. Gets shut down by Freddy. And just like that, Freddy tries to kill it. And that is it. The end of the second game on Forbidden Temple. Beautiful map, beautiful game, and honestly, just looking at the scoreboard with Naish and Lassa just trying to carry a little bit here in the second game. They've definitely held off with Naish getting in 4 saves, Lassa 1 save. They got 4 shots on goal, but it just wasn't enough to shut DSQ down. And with that ground, formidable second game again. I'm honestly, I was gonna hope that we were going for a game 5, but I don't know what your prediction is right now. But looking at the scoreboard here, I think we have a quick final game up ahead of us.
Oh yeah, very true, very true. I was, like you said, expecting a much longer game. I was expecting a fearful battle for DSQ, but here they are, just absolutely dominating the series from the get-go. Chippy Chips in comparison, they've had a snoozer. They're sleeping on the job. I don't know where they're gone, but they need to be aware here that match point is here right now. So unless they're going for remontada or reverse comeback, I don't think it's going to be a possibility here, because DSQ, with the momentum that they've gathered, have made themselves a very threatening force on the field here for tonight. And we move into DFA Stadium for the final game to decide who will win the series overall. And as we said, we decided, and likely probability will be in favor, it will be DSQ, the representative for this stream, and without the official roster of this org as well. For today's stream, to donate for humanity first, the Invitational will have the movement, the continuation of the series, and now it's a third game to decide who wins versus the main event roster of Chippy Chips. Will it be DSQ ending it off today or tonight? Right off the kickoff, we do see Lassa come in with some aggression.
Yeah, definitely. And hey, don't count them out just yet, Ground. I mean, you're calling this the final game. DFH Stadium might not be the final game at all, but I am right there with you that there's a very high possibility here. But I don't know, man. I don't want to give up on my boys Chippy Chips just yet. They're a formidable roster. They just need to pull it together in order to get a game off of DSQ here. Right now, though, it is looking like Chippy Chip is in a bit of a precarious situation. Chippy with no boost whatsoever. Lassa trying to do what he can, but they are currently just, you know, catching up for the mistakes being made by Chippy, which is putting them in a very unfortunate spot right now. Chippy gets a little bit of a weak touch there, but it does work in their favor. Naish now on that ball, but gets shut down by Haven. Chippy on that ball still, though. Gets a good touch there. That is what you want to see. Chippy picking up the pace. Lassa in that corner tries to get a read. Doesn't quite get the power that he needs, and Haven is now a one-man army, shutting down not 1, not 2, but 3 defenders. And just like that, the goal was open, but I don't think anyone expected Haven to go in a 1v3 and beat all 3.
Nope, not at all. This seems very unlikely. Statistics and probability there. Good save coming in from Freddy. Chippy ricochet that shot fast at the DSQ net right now, and Chippy tried to delay that one in the midfield. Haven with a flick. Powerful one as well. Lassa just about able to get a grasp on it, but not for too long. And Naish finds Chippy, but Verify's ready and available in the midfield as well. Freddy slots that up, and there is no one to follow up there. I don't know if they expected them to get beat, but the confidence kind of fell through halfway of executing that movement. Lassa, flip reset here. Verify! Fantastic clearance, but not enough for a goal. And once again, we'll try and fast. Actually, just going straight for the bump. This aggression is great. I haven't seen that same thing from Chippy Chips. You think a roster like Lassa, he did go for some minimum amount of demos, but there is none of that physical aggression trying to open up the playing field, make goals a little bit more possible for Chippy Chips in any way here. Or maybe just DSQ is that much more slippery than we expected. Lassa from the midfield, clean it up straight away against his own teammate. Verify tries to save it for a shot, and Chippy, no boost. Not gonna be the most threatening, but he calls on Naish to aid him. Gets a shot there, but once again, another clears Haven. Gets it down. Freddy demoed. Pass to Naish. Naish with a shot. Verify just able to second touch. Fingertips on that ball, and we'll delay another shot. Halfway through this game, we've seen goals come much faster than this here, Yota. So it's surprising that it's taking this long right now.
Yeah, definitely. And I feel like DSQ knows they don't have to threat as much as they initially thought they did. And they're playing a lot, you know, more relaxed here. They know that they have a good chance of winning this game if they just keep their composure. And that's what they're doing right now. Chippy Chips, though, they are looking a little bit more frantic, but they are keeping the dream alive here for a reverse sweep, maybe, if they do win this game. But in order for that... They have to keep goals out. What a beautiful little touch there. Look at that. Verify with the 50 there. Haven coming in hot, and Verify after that 50 straight with the redirect touch into the net. And just like that, Chippy Chips is 1 goal down, 1 minute 40 left on the clock. And I know, Chippy, I know I've been hammering on you being the weak link for your team throughout these past few games, but I would like to point out you have picked up the pace. You are currently in the lead here. Make sure you guys keep the energy. Chippy with the save right there. Now Chippy with demo as well. I've angered the beast inside of him. Will it be enough though? Gets a demo here. It's all of a sudden looking like the final spurt of life, an onslaught happening from Chippy Chips. They are fighting desperately like a deer trying to wriggle out of the claws from a predator right now.
Oh yeah, but they're stuck in the fangs and they've been bitten a bit too much, and blood loss is here. It's leaking slow. Freddy from the corner. Too slow for Verify to catch up to it. Lasso says that much speedier. They're aiming for the double tap. Oh! Can't connect for the angle. Verify slots in midfield. Pass to Haven. Haven just about able to get a bare bones of a touch into the corner. It's going to be Chippy. Lowering on 1 shot, but too slow. There's not enough boost. He wanted to collect that midfield, saw it spawn in time. Good touch from Nage. Verify clears it all. Lasso just was able to come in time for that save as well. And remember, we do see Freddy, but Chippy is up there alongside Lassa. Population of that right side wall, a bit too much for my comfort. And Nage finally able to clear down. Haven again. This man is a threat on the field. Anywhere you place him, he will be there wherever you least expect him to be. Freddy and Verify kind of being a bit too close. I think they messed up the rotation, so Verify is going to be careful in the clearance objective that they do have to face. Because 11 seconds are left, and it's Lassa with the goal!
He came in from the sky, soaring like a bird, seeking for his prey, and just like that, puts it in. Verify and Haven both there, but just not prepared for the absolute banger coming out from Lesa in the final 10 seconds, keeping the dream alive right here for Chippy Chips. Freddy now on that ball, gets demoed by Chippy. Chippy on the ball, tries to get a read to Lassa. Lassa doesn't quite profit. It's still up though. Nash on that ball. Everybody's a low boost. Chippy gets shut down by his own teammate. Unfortunate right there. And we see our first overtime in this series.
Yeah, first overtime, and none too late. Verify with a flip reset. Clear down pinch in the midfield against Lassa, and Chippy gets a demo on Freddy on the back there. Lassa clear down. Favor's gotta be very careful about these touches now, because any given moment it could all go horribly wrong. Come in with this Freddy there into the corner. We do see Nage clean touch and the propulsion forward with the ball for a Mustard flag. Oh no! It hit off the post. The woodwork denies. Nage his clip here, but from the ceiling it's Freddy. A pass to Haven. Haven double tap. Verify tries to end it. It's not gonna happen. And so will continue. Verify cleans the boost from the opposite corner. Verify and Haven. Awkward plays from the ceiling here. Touch from Lassa. Chippy trying to get that redirect. From the left side wall here, we do see Lassa. Shot, they're coming in.
Let's go. What a shot ground. What a read. Look at that. Gets a touch up, gets the ceiling. And just like that, puts it past Freddy and Haven. And Chippy Chips stays alive for another match. DMH will not be the final destination for Chippy Chips right there. And my goodness, what a change of pace in that ending of the game. My goodness, I can't lie. Nash with the musty getting denied by the placement was probably one of the most tragic things to happen in this series. But so unlike the tragedy of his musty, they've turned everything else into a bit of a victory here, Grout.
Oh, they have, and by God, are we blessed to see it. Another continuation of the series. This is what I wanted, and I knew the potential hidden within this team. But to be fair to DSQ, they have done a very, very good credit to themselves for bringing such great competition from the get-go here. We've seen some great goals, especially this one in the corner. Great passes, and this shot especially was one of the moments, but my God, Lassa's goal, back-to-back. This man has been the momentum shifter for Chippy Chips, and exactly the kind of player they wanted to put at the spotlight here. This sidewall touch to the corner, and then that read, the shot. beauty manifested from Lassa here tonight. And like we said, we mentioned earlier that the Spaniard will be the one, the main new pickup for Chippy Chips is going to be that kind of player who will bring this team into fruition. So, all the way through, the torch of Team Chippy Chips has not died out just yet. I think it's just been inflamed here, Yota, and we're gonna see it now in Utopia Coliseum. Couldn't ask for a better, further map to watch the series, because this genuinely is like a gladiator battle to see who stands up on top.
Yeah, couldn't agree more with you there, Ground. And as we head into the kickoff of this first game, I'd also like to point out we are streaming this for charity today, with Humanity First being the charity of pick here to support. And now more than ever, just like these players are fighting on the field, there's people out there fighting through humanitarian crises, or crisi, however you want to put that. And honestly, with, these sort of organizations that support people in need, places in need, it is now more than ever that support for these is what we'd love to see. So, if you are watching, if you're enjoying the games, you are more than welcome to keep watching on. But if you can and if you want, a donation is much appreciated. Right now, though, lots happening on the field. So let's get straight back into that with Lassa on that ball right now. Gets a beautiful touch there. Freddy just gets eliminated there off the play after trying to 50 that. And Chippy Chips looking incredibly strong right now.
Yeah, but let's not speak a moment too soon. Freddy was about to get a goal. Verify aiming for the demos. Loving the physicality coming in from DSQ. Good shot coming in from Lassa as well, but saved by Freddy. From the side wall, I thought he was going to aim for a musty flick himself as well, like Naish did, just to respond in kind to the opposite roster. But Chippy Chips overturned by one simple flick coming in from Haven. Chippy denies him his life for 2 seconds and deletes him from the lobby. And Verify, slow touch from the corner. He's alone. And 3 players against him. A very, very fearful, endpoint there. What a shot coming in from Naish. Finding a play from the 50. Unfortunate for Freddy. He was backwards on that play. Not the kind of position you want to be in as the last man back. That's the only biggest mistake we've seen from DSQ tonight. But game away turned straight away for Chippy Chips right off the bat. It took him nearly 2 minutes to do so, but not a moment too soon.
Yeah, and not a moment too soon indeed. Mind the chuckle there for the... I love how you mentioned that he just got deleted from the lobby. All I could imagine was somebody do Ctrl A and then delete. Just on his car right there. Just a little plop sound effect. But that is not to take away from that goal that was just being scored, being incredible. I know the impact of that might have been diminished by that a little bit, but it is not diminishing the impact it has on the game right here, because Chippy Chips are fired up. DSQ on the offensive though. They try and Freddy! Freddy just gets denied, but...
Oh!
No, Verify! It's Verify! My goodness. I couldn't even see. I had to verify it myself for a second there. But Chippy trying what he can there, but Verify just sniping it in the bottom right corner if I've ever seen it.
Well, you couldn't have asked for a better placement that shot. It was a tight fit as well. 2 defenders, and Lassa was only going for a squishy return, going inside out of his own net to try and get a better position for a possible, turnabout of a reverse execution. What a flick coming in. Verify tries to finish it off. It's going to be Haven next with the ball. One pop there to Chippy. Lassa in the midfield, but Verify's faster. Gotta watch out for Naish though. Naish just slots it, clears it down. Bit too heavy of a touch. Verify and Haven trying to find Freddy here for the clearance, and a bump there coming in against Lassa. Makes it difficult, but he tries to find a clearance down to Chippy. Slow overturn. One more touch. Haven is perfectly placed on the backboard, but he messes up his positioning overall. Naish hits a touch on the ball. Verify. He's got a foot from the side wall there, enough to get one more touch of Haven. Great utilization of this chemistry. DSQ. Oh my god, a cycle from Chippy. Verify, can you do the same? No, he can't, unfortunately. Couldn't connect, but it's going to be Haven responding in kind. We're just seeing back-to-back ping-pong movement. This game has been changed. We're changing genre of this game roster overall here. It's not Rocket League, it's just a ping-pong league now.
Oh yeah, definitely. Couldn't agree more with you right there. The action is undeniably there. They are picking up the pace. It is a little back and forth, but it is not meaningless back and forth. Every touch has meaning to it right now. Naish on that ball. Gets some reset. Gets it popped, but Verifies there to shut it down. Now onto Haven, who puts it to Freddy. No, Freddy gets denied. Now Chippy in that corner. Naish on that ball. Chippy trying to follow through. And Lassa in the back corner, being the man there to follow up if all goes to waste, as it did. Verify now into that corner. Haven trying to connect. Verify puts it up.
Whoa,
Freddy.
whoa.
Freddy is there. No, got shut down. Lisa doesn't quite get it. It is back and forth.
Oh,
Freddy gets a
come
high
on.
touch. Come on, what is going on here? I can smell the goal. It is bound to happen, but it's just not coming through. Chippy now with the double. No, denied Nage. Nage! My goodness, what a play there. And before I give it over to you, Ground, an amazing thank you to Frisky RL, who donated £10 right at the good time there of the goal.
Yeah.
Thank you so much. And Ground, what a game.
What a game. You were right in saying you smelled the goal there, Yota. It's just not who we expected was going to be the one to really score it. Verify, a bit too much aggression. Demo there coming in from Freddy. Oh, what a slot coming in nearly there from Naish. He's been a threatening force now. Lassa and him are really turning this game around here, Haven. A clearance once, good heavy touch first. Going for the second one as well. Naish threatening the defense. Verify has no boost. He's going to fake it, try to have...
Fake.
Freddy push up there for a shot. Naish again, flip reset down. He's trying to get a fake. He's trying to get a play. He's getting the touch, and it's not going to be saved there by Freddy in the meantime. Lassa, I feel that's a bit too heavy there, but he still gets the second read against Verify. He was a bit too slow. 8 seconds left there, Yota. Not much time here, and I think the hope is overturned. We're coming in for a reverse comeback. It's a remontada right before our very eyes. If we're going to go to Champions Field here.
There is no shot. Hold up, it is still up though. This is Naish and Verify now going for the ball here. Freddy keeping it alive. Haven puts it on the top right, but Chippy's there to follow up. Gets it to Naish. No! Freddy! Naish! Naish with the psycho attempt, number 2! Oh my goodness! And the psycho clears it out. Imagine. That would have been insane. I'm mind blown. I don't know about you. I said like, oh, we might see a reverse sweep. But I didn't have the faith. I was just saying it. They were meaningless words. But Chippy Chips is putting meaning behind them right now. With Naish coming in hot with the MVP. 661 points. Chippy coming in second. And Lassa coming in next. And Chippy, if you're watching or if you're watching back, I apologize. I will eat my own words. You are putting in the work. You're no longer looking like a lost lamb. And more so the hunter on the field right now. And that's exactly what your team needed. As we go onto Champions Field, and it's honestly a map that I wasn't expecting to see again tonight.
No, back to back. I genuinely don't know if you're a blessing or a curse here, Yota, because this game has been every single time we've been on stream today. Both of these rosters have gone to, Game 5 Champions Field to crown the king of either teams, really. And I think this overturn is really a matter of trying to lose the battle but win the war. And that's the way that Chippy Chips has kind of just assimilatized or acclimatized here at their roster right now. They're trying to come in with the favor of, let's keep our stamina for as long as possible, because we're not just playing a game, we're playing a tournament, right? And DSQ, they kind of let themselves off the pressure. They, maybe let the egos come in a little bit there in game number 2, and they had a moment to finish it off, but it seems that we're not as lethal as we thought. Hopefully now in game 5 might just reawaken the very passion that has won them the previous first 2 games here in this best of 5. Lassa, double flip reset shot, too slow, easily saved there by Freddy.
Yeah, right now it is looking like DSQ needs to put in the effort there a little bit. Freddy with a beautiful demo, and they're taking it slow a little bit. Haven now on that touch. Freddy is looking to get a touch in right there. He does connect, but it's a little bit awkward. Chippy now off the ball, puts it up high. Verify, keeping it mid. He is on no boost, but no matter, he is there still in the defense. Freddy taking the ball slowly. I can see a little flick coming, and just as I was gonna say, he flicked it out there. Lassa now though. Lassa is a menace on the ball. Not what we want to see pushing through into the first minute of this 5th and final game. And Ground, honestly, what a formidable bit of Rocket League we've seen. And just like this is a charity cup, we still love a little bit of competition, and competition we're getting.
Oh, it's a sight to see, and it's a beautiful sight, might I remind you as well. Nation on the sidewall, he's got a possible play. He's just gonna slap it straight away there to Verify to Lassa. This is not a moment to be passing it to your opponents here, my friends. Oh, not a moment to shoot. Oh, what a strike from Haven! Can't let that ball go away. It's gonna be Verified from the sidewall. Freddy is a bit awkward. He gets a touch, and it's an awkward one as well. Haven Slots are clear into the corner. Haven has got nothing. Verify trying to clear it down. He had some boost to use, but again, they're just getting blocked every which way here. This roster of DSQ cannot catch a break. And well, Chippy Chips are not here to give it to them either. Haven finally finding a moment to breathe up in the air here. Oxygen tanks and alongside their own boost tanks are filled. Shot for Verify.
Oh, Verify! Wow, my goodness. 2 minutes ground. And just like that, Haven putting it past 1, past 2. Verify there to follow and clean up at the end. And that's what we want to see. DSQ taking the lead for the first time in 2 games. And it is looking like the closest series we've had all night. And honestly, although I'd love to see the reverse sweep happening for Chippy Chips, it is good to see DSQ up by 1. Right now, though, Nash denying the lead. What a beautiful passing play. Nash putting it up. Then onto Chippy. Chippy passing it back, and Nash just slotting it top right corner. My goodness.
God, the execution on that was a beaut. And speedy as well. This roster of DSQ wasn't able to react to that in time at all. Haven from the side whilst faking off Chippy. Flip reset. Faked and gotten. Going down low. Verify and Freddy will be there to follow up here. Shot coming in. Lasso was available. And a clearance comes in from Nash again here. He's got to be careful. Because there's one defender. The angle is ridiculous! What a pass from the backboard to Chippy!
What? Just like that, we are 1 goal up for Chippy. And my goodness, I honestly, Ground, this is a series to behold. It is back and forth. I thought I was certain DSQ was taking it away at the beginning of the second match. But now, all the way in game 5, I honestly don't know. It could be anyone's game. And both teams are fighting hard here. Nash putting another one in. His second goal. Just like that, Nash is turning into the MVP for Chippy Chips here. And it is looking bleaker and bleaker for DSQ. But we are only in the first half of the game. 7 seconds left until the latter half kicks in. And Ground, it is still anyone's game. No matter if there's a 2-0 lead. We've seen those vanish like snow before the sun before. And it's now Freddy for DSQ who's trying to take on the offensive salvo.
Yep, we do see one man staying in defense, but whenever the man pushes through, well, that's the consequence of that very kind of movement there. See, the second chippy as the last man pulled up, Lasso was overturned by Verify, and a pass there to Freddy, and straight away they capitalize on opportunity, handed to them on a silver platter. And this roster immediately capitalized on the opportunity, getting themselves a goal, one more, closer to the lead against Team Chippy. Chips Freddy winning the boost battle. Lasso's up in the air here, verifies to be careful. This man aiming for the double tap angle, finds it away nearly, so close. Freddy finds a touch. Oh, he guesses a demo. Verify though, he's fast on the overturn, comes in time to help and aid his teammates. And once again, Haven, the roster of Chippy Chips don't have much boost here. The demo comes in, ridiculous one as well. Chippy bumped midway through his aerial there, and maybe Freddy or Haven as the last man. It's Haven as the last man back. Gotta be careful now. Play careful. You got a moment to catch up to this roster of Chippy Chips. You can't lose their opportunities by making these small mistakes. Again, they're leaving it away. That's a double tap for Chippy.
That was not, it wasn't even a double, that was a dunk and a half. Look at this. Chippy, Verify trying to get it, and Chippy just dunks it in. Freddy, no clue what's going on there up above him. And just like that, Chippy is making a reverse sweep possible. They are 2-0 up right now, 1 minute 40 on the clock, and they are ready for it. They are here, they want it, they smell it, and they're going for it. DSQ definitely needs to pick up the pace right here and stop making these small mistakes that they have been so far. Nate, not the person you want to see on the offensive there against you. Chippy on that ball, gets a reset. Doesn't quite get anything there other than the reset. Verify now on the ball, no boost either. And just like that, everybody's turning into no boost merchants. Chippy still no boost. Lassa there though to catch up finally.
Yeah, Haven finally off the back with something to utilize here, but he couldn't control the ball for too long. It's Nation on the offense again. He's got a threatening force around him of Lassa, ready for the double tap again. This man wants his clips, but he already had it in game 3 in DFH. Oh, Freddy faked. Haven taking it slow off the backboard, bumped there on Verify. Close one there. That could have spelled more doom and make this a far more bleaker than it already has been for DSQ here. Off from the ramp, from the sidewall. Nation is there. Freddy with a, Verify with a 50. Haven. Gotta be careful now of this mistake coming in from Freddy. He tried to just delay them as long as possible. Verify going for the, being the shield. Oh, the sword moment for him. Trying to open up the field here was not as favorable as they had thought. In theory, it was a good moment, but unfortunately, just couldn't control for too long. Haven clearance again. Freddy, verify. He's aiming for the demo. Shot there, so close. If they only demo the last man of Nation there, that could have been an opportunity. A shot again. Can he sneak it in? Lassa saves it. Verify pinch. Bounce again. 12 seconds left.
This is
it. Be how it all ends.
Grounds, it is ticking down. 5 seconds left. And just like that, the reverse sweep happened. The sweep nobody saw coming, but it did happen regardless. On Champions Field, your champions are Chippy Chips for this best of 5. My goodness. I can't believe this happened, Ground. I can't believe we actually made it to Champions Field, and to top it off, the reverse sweep actually happened. That is insane, and I'm just mind blown. I don't know what to say. DSQ with the home team advantage out on their match, but not out of the series just yet, because there is still a lower bracket to go through. But my goodness, Ground, what a surprising matchup that was. That was crazy.
Wow, amazing. What a game. What a game. Like you said, from start to finish, it has been action-packed here. And I honestly couldn't ask for a better game to see and observe here today. It's been a long time since I've casted Verify. But dear God, not a consequence you want to see at the end of it with the way they did lose. It's going to hit the confidence for sure. They're going to take a little bit of a fall here, especially down to the lower half of the bracket. Meaning, mind you, this is actually a, they still have an opportunity. They still have some hope here. But with the way this game has been, one of the toughest teams in this whole bracket that we have seen tonight, it will not be an easy one, or maybe it could be easier because they've already played one of the best teams overall. So we'll see how your future fares in the lower half. But in the meantime, we got some more games to cast there ourselves as well there, Yota. The rest of this tournament still will continue on. That was only the semifinals. The winners final will be coming up soon, and I do believe we should be going off for a bit of a break as well, just to make sure we get the preparations in time.
Yep, 100%. Thank you everybody for watching so far. Get yourself some popcorn as we will be back.
Welcome to Humanity First, where compassion meets action, driven by a vision that started in 1992. A charity that transcends all boundaries, serving based on need, devoid of vested interests. From this vision, Humanity First was born. In 1995, during the Balkan crisis, we took our first steps, delivering vital supplies to those affected. Today, we've grown into a global force, responding to crises and engaging in projects across 60 countries. Our journey has been guided by trust and honesty. From supporting livelihoods and disaster relief to ensuring food security and promoting education, we're leaving an impact. Our teams of dedicated professionals work tirelessly, ensuring that every donation reaches its fullest potential. Empowered by the vision of serving humanity, we're reaching far and wide, touching lives and making a difference. Humanity First, a journey from humble beginnings to a global impact. Join us in this ongoing mission to transform lives and serve humanity.
Come over, dying to know where you came from. We're breaking open. Feel like our future's just begun. And all I know is that we lost time. If we stay right here, we could free ourselves inside. We'll stay awake forever. We'll hide away where no one knows. Let's run away together. Just lead me into your world. We'll stay awake forever. We'll hide if we stay right here, we could free ourselves inside. We'll stay awake forever. We'll hide away where no one knows. Let's run away together. Just lead me into your world. We'll stay awake forever. We'll hide away where no one knows. Let's run away together on our own. Just lead me into your world. Oh, I dream just to be where you are, in a world I can see where you are, though you are meant to be. Wish you're here next to me, where you are.
On my mind. On my mind. Wanna forget what you feel like, what you feel like. Don't wanna forget what you feel like, what you feel like. Tell me somebody how long he will be on my mind. On my mind. On my mind. On my mind.
Welcome back, everybody. Just like that, we are here with more action, both in and off the field. Joined once again, I am by Ground Zero, my good friend. And what a game we got lined up. We've just seen them beat all the odds. And they went up against our own home field, you know. They went up against DSQ. And they just happened to make the reverse sweep possible. We mentioned it early on with no faith in it actually happening. And it happened. And they are here yet once again to play somebody we've seen before on the field today, Endpoint Live Ground.
Yep. Good team as well. What a roster it is filled with today. Who actually won against a very good first start as well. You know, they were the first Game 5 team that we saw tonight. Hoppy Tai, Lino, and then we got Sellers as well. Then it's Chippy, Lassa, and Naish making a return after just coming off their break here after dominating DSQ Esports. So we already know how great these teams are. I think the greatness can only really spelled out in the winners final, because this is the game be all end all in the upper QF to decide overall in this series who will move on for the continuation in this series. So not an easy game. Endpoint versus Team Ascend. That is also a very, very good roster. So making it all the way through here today, it is also a statement in favor for Team Endpoint. But we've already seen how Chippy Chips play. They're here for not just the battle, but they're here for the long time win overall here tonight. Will we see them win all today? Who knows? But they're definitely one of the more contending teams, one of the more favorable teams to win overall today.
And with that, we are ready to go into the first match. Chippy Chips up against Endpoint, a field dominated by the UK English players, with the one out there coming in. They are ready. We are ready. Both teams are fired up. Here we go.
Oof. Getting ready and getting started for, again, another great series. And I've been wanting to see this one as well. The second I heard Happy Tie and these lads from Endpoint will be the one to play against Team, Chippy Chips, Naish, and Lassa. I want to see overall who's going to be the better player. Who will be the main star of today's story between these two sides? We've seen Lassa be an instrumental player, bring this team up from the pits of hell, genuinely, and it's not been easy to dig themselves out of the hole that they dug earlier against DSQ. But right off the bat, from the kickoff, we see Chippy Chips, Naish, a great duo. He's trying to start off strong with the offense. Pass down to Naish again, and Happy Tie will clear it off the left side wall.
Yeah, right now, Naish must still be fired up. The adrenaline's still going through him from that last series, where they narrowly managed to stay up in the upper bracket, up against DSQ. Now they are up against Endpoint Live, who've already tasted defeat, but crawled their way back up into the upper bracket. Here they are. It's looking very strong on the field right now for both teams. Chippy looking fired up though, my goodness. Onto Lasa. Lasa now with almost a beautiful goal there. What a tight angle that was. Naish now on that ball, letting it drop, get shut down there by Linho. Linho getting it past one, but Chippy's there to catch up. Linho with the demo, but not in time. Oh my god! Lassa getting a demo in as well. It is up to a very explosive start here.
Oh, that is very true. I was not expecting this game to be this raucous, this riveting, really, to be honest. In the first minute or so, we've seen both sides really just go at each other and fulfilling one single objective, and that is deleting each other from the lobby for 2 seconds. But will it be enough to really create a gap in the offense that they so require and they so desire? I don't think so, not just yet, but I think it's a bit too much. They need to focus on the chemistry. They need to focus on the team passing plays. That's exactly what won these two their wins all the way up till now here. Lasa really off the back forward. A bit slow of a start here, but nonetheless flicks up the ball. Linho in the midfield denies the continuation of that play and stops execution of that overall movement for a counter-attack every single time. Lasa, 50. Naish there once again. On the sidewall pass to Lasa. Chippy shot too slow. Easily saved there by Sellers.
Yeah, right there. That was a perfect opportunity, which we've been seeing more and more from here, which is what we'd love to see. Right now, Linho on that ball in the midfield, trying to get another touch of the corner. Doesn't quite get it. Naish on that ball, and he is deadly when he gets on there. Seller now shuts it down, though. It is open. Lasa with the bare touch there, keeping it alive. Naish now putting it further back into the corner of Endpoint Live again, but Endpoint says no way. Jose puts it back immediately on the offenses. Hopitai fakes it. Linho. Oh, goodness. Now Sellers on that side, trying to get the corner in. Hopitai low on boost, but he is there, ready to follow through. Hopitai, no, gets denied. Chippy and Lassa there on the defensive masterclass.
Yeah, it's been a great denial in favor for Shim, but Team Chippy Chips doing quite well to deal with all of this pressure. Sellers blocked. And it's Hopitai, couldn't get to that ball in time. Linho himself will be alone. Pass up to Sellers, who fakes out, or maybe was just confident in continuing that aerial. If he gets Sellers here, slots it all the way down to their own half here. Linho is stuck with no boost. It's going to be a rough start. But Sellers, great first touch. Watching out for Naish. He's aiming for the bump of the demo here. Connects to Naish, and the shot from Hopitai will go wide, unfortunately. And then in the corner, slot there from the Sellers. Not going to happen. Lasa blocking them back to back. Linho stuck between a rock and a hard place, and that is the opposition's corner. Naish again, slotting it from the ceiling. Oh, Linho with a save. Flicking up once, hoping to find Sellers here. off the play. It's not going to work again. They're just getting blocked every which way. This whole game has just gone between these two sides exchanging simple words here, and I don't know what more to say about it because neither of them have really come out with some fruition in the form of a goal.
Yeah, it is just 50-50 galore right now. If the ball doesn't get smacked away, it is just another 50 happening. And so far, even though there's been some threatening moments, nobody's really managed to profit just yet, as we were almost eyewitnesses to them profiting right there. Quanzek at its finest. Nage now puts it on the backboard, a little bit wide, doesn't quite get it. Sellers now up after that rebound, tries to get it, gets a 50. Lasaderdo on the backboard. Linho with another 50. And it is once again 50-50 galore. Hoptai with a fake there though, but it isn't going to bring them any closer to scoring the first goal. Linho there, no! Hoptai, a little bit awkward. Doesn't quite get the read there, and that could have been the goal that they needed so desperately. Now, we are witnessing the final seconds of this game. 15 on the clock. Hoptai with the double denied by Chippy with a beautiful save, but it's not over yet. One more! Lesa denies it once again. Hoptai, the offensive is here, but there's only so much you can do when you're on the offensive, and that is third time is a charm.
Whew, that took a bit and a half to do so. What a long game. Only to find one goal. Dear God, all that for just one goal here. Let's hope that, the end of it doesn't happen. We've seen some very, very awkward moments. Mustify coming in from nail. That's unfortunately, that play will not continue. That is it. Endpoint Live winning the first game right before our very eyes here after a great effortful teamwork from Endpoint Live to start us off strong on the first shot. Hoptai and Sellers Linho. What a deadly trio here against Chippy Chips, but this is a very, very similar outcome we've seen happen last time, where Chippy Chips will lose the first game, or may even lose the first two games, and then come back even stronger here. But definitely this passing play from the corner was one of the better things we've seen. Great pass from Hoptai, trying to find Linho, and I would have to say that's not the end of Chippy Chips here, but Endpoint Live already putting themselves a little bit of an extra, heightened platform against Chippy Chips.
Yeah, 100%. You've mentioned it just now. There's been some great teamwork on the field, but I'd like to point out there's also been some incredible teamwork over on the donation side. So far, we've had 7 donations, and we're almost halfway through to our goal, and we still got a lot of Rocket League coming. This is, yet again, though, a little shout out to Humanity First, the charity we are supporting here. All these players are fighting to their hardest in order to give you guys a good show. And it is all in honor of Humanity First. They've been helping the world get better for over 30 years in places where nobody dares to go when humanitarian aid is most needed. And just for that, I commend them. It is now more than ever in the world that we need organizations like this being able to help. And that's what we're doing all of this for. So if you can miss it yourself, only then, I implore you, feel free to use that donation link, which one of the mods will probably so graciously put down there. And with that, we are moving on to Forbidden Temple as we continue the Rocket League streak here, Grounds.
Yes, sir. The Rocket League streak of a great series. Endpoint Live took it all the way to the last 10 seconds of this game to score a goal here. But Chippy Chips, I think they've really upped their level. They've improved a lot more since we've seen them play against DSQ Esports. And I think the biggest thing really upped is definitely their defense. I think they really cut down on a lot of mistakes when it comes to, specifically, I would say, their offense and their defense, and trying to keep that last man in turn and waiting with a full tank of boost. It makes it much easier to save shots whenever you're under threat here. But Endpoint Live already starting off strong with a pass down to Linho, cut in from Nage, and Nage! Who needs defense when you got a risky player like him gambling his moment in the midfield and taking a shot straight off the first kickoff? In 8 seconds, they get their first goal.
Yeah, that's what you love to see. That's what Nage is known for throughout all of the games he's played. He is that swift and deadly person on the field here. That's what you love to see now. Both teams are still fired up. Second game of this best of 5, and so far it could look like another best of 5. I'm not going to lie, the potential is here with both Chippy Chips and Endpoint giving it their best. Right now, Hopitai gets a beautiful touch there, but Nash is there to clean up. Chippy in a little bit of a kerfuffle there. Nash going for the solo, but denied by Sellers, who puts it on high. Hopitai trying to go for it, but doesn't quite get it. But Lingo there to follow up. Lingo now getting it up on the backboard. Lassa there, though, to clean up for Chippy Chips. Chippy now with a big clear there, Ground. And I don't know about you, but yeah, that is looking incredible so far.
Oh, okay, Lassa. We see you. We're observing you. We're here to watch your amazing mechanics. But a clear down to Sellers. Sellers with a shot from Hopitai. Unfortunately, Nash with the save and clears it up. One more touch down midfield. Sellers will connect. Lino in the corner. It's a bit awkward for him. Can't do much with nothing in the tank there. Finally finding something in the corner to work with all the way back. Hopitai just getting him deleted immediately very, very fast. I wasn't expecting that one to come in that strong. But a shot there again. Last has an open turn here to shoot that one down wide. Sellers saw it happening, so he jumped up from his own corner. Risky moment, but he does manage to boost it away. And right we go. Hopitai again. Lino from the midfield. Awkward for everybody, it seems here. And Lassa and Lino are stuck in the same midfield. Just engaging in some very, very intimate action, I would say. But not one that is safe for work here in this moment. So keep this one outside the lobby, boys. Lassa. Yeah. Once again, it's a very, very slow game now that the advantage is home field for Chippy Chips, and I think that's the advantage they like to play with. They like to control the narrative from their Yota, and I think that's the best way to really control a game here. And well, you know, this roster really showing us how to do it.
Yeah, I couldn't agree more with you there. And even though it's a little bit slow paced here, that doesn't mean that no meaningful moments are happening. I mean, both teams are just really good right now at, you know, denying each other opportunities. But speaking of opportunities, Chippy here, up, dropped it for Lassa, but gets denied by Sellers. And that right there was a prime example of, you know, these opportunities just being denied time and time again. A little bit awkward there. Lassa there, though, luckily to clean it up. Gets 50 though, but Nash is there. And the danger seems to have, you know, waned away. Right now, Nash putting it over all the way in the corner for Endpoint Live. We're struggling a little bit to fall back, but once again, nothing too scary happening. Lingo and Sellers with a little bit of double commit. Chippy giving an opportunity there to Lassa. Nash now on that ball, but everybody's low on boost. Just looking at the boost management. It is just all over the place right now.
Oh my god, yeah, they really do feel like all over the place. In comparison to the game one we did observe, I would say that was the more refined gameplay between both sides. And now that there was an opportunity of really taking over ahead of one another, they took it wholeheartedly, sure, but I think they kind of leveled on the major factors that let them dominate the series. Especially for Endpoint Live, they were doing very, very well in defense, and that was the one thing that let them down. Maybe a shot there from Sellers, but he's too afraid of moving forward against Lassa. Hopitai instead taking the gamble, misses it, but leads the way to Sellers, bumped away by Nash, and Hopitai gets one connection on the back. Shot there for Lino. One more follow-up, a double commit again. Sellers, can he finish it off? It's going to be a weird one for Chippy, but he gets a musty fix from that very, very awkward angle. Lino, again, continuing on the rest of the play. We'll move it away for a flick. Shot to Hopitai, slave there from Lassa in the corner. But a clearance might not just be really, really favorable for them because they're moving a bit too slow here. 1 minute left. Do we see another last-second clutch coming in from Endpoint Live? Or will this be their doom in the second game as a shot comes in from Lassa?
Beautiful shot there. Coming in, Hopitai trying to get a big clear there, but Chippy slots it down. Sellers trying to 50 on Chippy. Doesn't get it. Trying to reach up to get that ball. Anything desperately, but it just wasn't enough. And just like that, they are pulling away Chippy with a 2-0 lead onto that kickoff, and they are confident right now. It's only 49 seconds left on the clock, and they know they've got that lead. They just need to maintain it and keep shutting down Endpoint Live. You know, in true casting fashion, they got massively denied there. Lino passing it on to Sellers, and right on the goal we also got a beautiful £30 donation from Anonymous. Anonymous, we appreciate you, whoever you are.
Thank you.
It goes to a good cause, so we are forever grateful. And you know, just a little bit of action on the field, a little bit of action on the dono section there. That's what we love to see. And let's hope we keep both of that up, both on the field and on the page there. As it's all for charity, you know. Charity is what drives us here today.
100%. But let's not give a charity game here to Team Chippy Chips. Endpoint Live, you've done favorable to get his 1 goal, but you need to do a bit more. There's only 10 seconds left. You come in clutch last time. It's time to do it again once more. Down from the corner. Oh, Happy getting a pitch off his own post. Sellers deleting 1. Lino, and then Happy stuck in their own corner. Happy his moment to shine. One turn over the head of 1, and Lassa will block it. Lino can't connect it. The ball will fall down, unfortunately for everyone here.
Yeah, just like that, it is GG's for Chippy Chips. And what a game that was. Just like that, we are tied currently in the best of 5. And I said it before, and I'll say it again. I can smell another Game 5 coming. It is just in the works. Both of these teams are doing a masterclass. And I don't know, man. I don't know, Ground. I don't know how you feel about it, but 3 I don't knows later, I'm pretty sure that we will see a best of 5 happening here.
Yeah, exactly. Both best of 5s are definitely ones we've seen here tonight. They're not really that rare anymore for us. Usually they would be.
Yeah.
But today, not a rare at all. I don't know if it's a caster blessing or a caster curse, the fact that the second we came on, it continued on here today. But yeah, Chippy Chips and Endpoint Live could be the moment to break it all here. But, you know, coming into a tie in Forbidden Temple, much improved game from Chippy Chips. And I think the bigger thing I've seen here, and the bigger thing that was an advantage for the Endpoint Live, was their midfield control. They were really controlling the boost pacing, the boost amount, sending out a lot of, taking that and stealing it from the opposite side. That kind of led up in this game, and I would say that's really what spelled their doom in this, in that very game that they have lost here. But maybe DFA Stadium might have something different to say about it. But overall, Chippy Chips in comparison have only needed to require like 2 goals, and I think that was straight away from the kickoff. Whenever a roster scores an early goal, I just generally feel that roster is one to statistically win those kind of games here. But that's what happened for Team Endpoint. Same thing has happened for Team Chippy Chips as well. But now we're moving in to DFA Stadium. Kickoff is going to begin here, Yota, and I am glad and excited to see who will take match point here for today. Will it be Endpoint, or will it be Team Chippy Chips? Like I said, this is a main event roster. Haputai and these lads, they've tried their best before, but it hasn't been enough here. Slot from the ceiling, Naish 1 down. Lassa's just waiting like a shark for some blood, and that being the ball here in this case. But it looks like he's not too hungry for taking this moment here. Sellers, 1 touch up. I'm gonna find Lino. Close one there, and a touchdown again to Haputai. Lassa and Lino waiting. This is the offense I wanted to see from last game, but it seems it's back once again. Maybe the kickoff kind of just shut them down. They couldn't really, beat Chippy Chips at any really favorable moment here, but now they're dominating the air, dominating the ground already in the first minute or so, and I think it seems to speak to a bit too soon there, unfortunately. That was close there from Lino.
Yeah, I couldn't agree more. That was a little bit of a precarious one. Right now, Chippy and Lassa on the offensive, though. Naish start to follow through, but Lino, the man to shut it down. Hopatai now in a little bit of an awkward position there. Lassa does get the 50. Another 50. That's going to go crossbar, top down. Naish now gets it center. Chippy. Everybody is jumping on that ball like it is made of sugar. And everybody is craving a little bit of sugar. I don't know where I went with that one, but sometimes, sometimes when you're casting, you say, "Oh, what?" Yeah, I was gonna say sometimes you say the most random stuff. But speaking of random stuff happening, almost an incredible own goal there.
Oh my God, that would have been ridiculous. Well, straight in from the ceiling again. It's Haputai shot. So close. Sellers couldn't continue it on. Lets it away for his teammates to take a moment of the spotlight. Flick there from Naish. The opposition bearing down pressure against Team Endpoint. They're not having a fun time here right now, trying to get a play, and even the ball out, trying to get some breathing room here. In the corner again, Chippy Chips fakes the musty flick and everything. Controls the rest of the play here, going for an aerial play that will find a demo. Open up there, and I think Lassa got a bit too much of a heavy touch there. Save easy. That was close though. Naish trying to capitalize on the final shot. Sellers has to flick this up, gets over the head of 1. Maybe again a shot open net here. Might be for Haputai. So close, Lassa with nothing in the tank, still makes that save. Daring attempt, but one that was required for Team Chippy Chips to keep themselves in the fight here. Halfway through this game, and we're already continuing on, but it's a close battle. Naish, slot, Haputai, shot, and Lino just waiting in preparation for a touch there. Does get one, but Naish is getting a pre-flip. Pass to Lassa! The double tap, he misses!
Oh, no! My goodness!
Oh, what?
That is insane. And just like that, this game stays at 0-0. 2 minutes left on the clock. And both teams are fighting ferociously on the field to try and get it. Lassa now puts it past Hopitai. Chippy tries to put it in, but Seller is there. Naish gets denied. Put out on the corner. Lisa denied again by Hopitai, who was just there in time, dropping down. All players are now scrambling for boost, trying to see who will maintain possession here. And it is looking like a goal. No, denied. My God, I don't even know what I'm watching anymore at this point. These teams are going head-to-head ground, and it is just jam-packed. Just like that. Putting it in after Chippy puts it high, gets denied, and there it is, the first. Oh, my goodness.
My God, that took forever just to get the first one. What a play from Sellers, though. He's not selling the game. He is buying this up in favor. The stocks are rising for Endpoint Live. But a touch there from Sellers again. He's trying to find Lino. A passing play. A shot. He gets deleted again. Lino, this man has been a target on his back. A shot. An open look. What a pitch with Lino and Naish just to save that shot. Again, the confidence of Endpoint Live for going for these kind of moments here tonight. But Sellers, oh no. The very man to get their first goal is the very man to deny them their own win. This man is a secret agent, a spy for the opposite side, or in some case,
I don't know what is going on with him, but yeah,
I have no idea.
I don't know what side of the field he's playing for. At this point, it might be a 2v2v1. This man is just playing his own game, and it's working out for him. Let's be real, it's just working out. Lesson now onto Naish, another opportunity. Hopitai is there though, Sellers ready to follow through. And just like that, we are on the offensive for Endpoint Live again. Lino tries to get the 50, but Naish fakes it low. Chippy there, but doesn't quite get the touch. Naish saw the passing opportunity, but Chippy just went too far up ahead. Right now, he has a moment to catch up and to make up for what he just whiffed. Naish there gets the touch. Back up on the post. That was incredibly tight. Lacing out the sidewall read. Chippy with the reset. Denied. That would have been a beautiful goal.
That would have been, what a play as well. Incredible creativity to go for a moment like that. Risky too, but that is the kind of moments, really the kind of momentum that they do need if they want to turn it away. Hopitai, last 2 seconds, the ball is there. Unfortunately, will not bounce up for an opportunity for a goal here at the 0-second marker. We're going to go into overtime again, and not a moment too soon as Hopitai... Well, he doesn't really go for the ball. He just goes for his own boost there. Pass from Chippy Chips to Naish. Naish slot! Oh, that was so close. Unfortunately, lost opportunity. Hopitai with the clearance and away for Lassa. Lassa, double tap off the backboard here. Will not connect, but he will still have a clearance there. Slow, but nonetheless, it is there. Lino.
Right now, it is...
the ball. Sellers. This is a moment for a midfield here. Yota. A long, long game. This is the longest overtime we've seen just yet, my friend.
Yep, this is the longest overtime we've seen so far, but it could be over any second right now. Lino on the offensive. Hopitai there. A free man. Unsolved. onto the blue side. And Chippy Chips, they desperately need to make sure that they don't get caught up by Endpoint Live, who are now smelling the blood. They are here. Chippy Chip now on that ball in the corner. No boost, not really that threatening, unless Naish is there to say otherwise. But he gets denied as well. All players now scrambling on the side of Endpoint Live, who are just in such a good position for maybe taking this OT. 1 minute in OT. There's a beautiful 50 on the midfield. Sellers taking it, getting the touch. But Naish there to deny. Chippy now full boost. Going past Hopitai. Lisa not there. I don't know what happened there. Lisa got a little bit of a detour. He got the scenic route, but that's not what you want to do when you're going for the win. Right now, Lisa maybe making up for that. Gets the reset. Doesn't quite get to use it though. Chippy on that ball. Naish, everybody up. 3 people jumping for the ball. The ball still not going anywhere. Chippy, Lisa, and it gets denied again.
Oh my god, Hopitai got his boost stolen from Naish. Chippy, then Lino. Slow there, but he flicks it up. Ready set up there for Naish. Naish is aiming for a flip reset or a pass here. It seems he's Change it to a pass. Linio open. That shot's too slow. Chippy would be there for a save. Sellers again. Chippy saw him in time. Naish with a shot. Appetite has to make a save, and he daring attempt, but he makes it in time for a save there. Once again to Sellers. Sellers flicks it up. Linio and Naish will be ready. Naish there faster. Hoping to find Lassa. Lassa too slow. Appetite once more. He's playing ultra hard in defense right now. He wants to make sure there is no space to grab, and Linio once again blocking it in the midfield. Appetite available. Ready moment. Taking it down to the corner. Not a lot of heaps of space here, but he's trying to make it work. First touch is ridiculously clean from Naish there. And he's getting it again. Oh, save there from Sellers. Maybe the wrong push here, but Hoppetide gets to the ball. Slot down to Sellers again in the 50. And so Hoppetide wants to sending down from the ceiling. Able to grab a touch somehow. Alassa, Linio clear. And up again from the midfield. Sellers with a shot. Demo nearly from Hoppetide. Trying to get that redirect here. 3 minutes of overtime, the longest we've seen, and it's playing out like an RLCS final itself. These boys are fighting with their lives on the line. Lenio down to the last side of the corner again, Yota. Oh my god.
I can't believe what we're witnessing right now. Sellers trying to get it up. Hoppetide gets it out by Chippy. Now, Sellers still in that corner trying to go up. Nobody there to follow through. Everybody low on boost. Linio now gets outplayed by Naish. Chippy putting it up high. Does get it past two, but Sellers there. And the offensive and defensive is going toe-to-toe in the 3rd minute of OT. Naish gets it past Sellers. Low on boost now, though. Doesn't really know what to do with it. Tries to get it to a teammate, Chippy, there to follow through, but Hoppetide is in here now. Wait, opportunity. This could be a no on the goalpost. It bounces out. And we are going into a 4-minute OT. Linio now on that ball to Lassa. But everybody is just scrambling. It is so safe, but also so dangerous at the same time. Hoppetide, no boost, no problem. Gets a touch in. Chippy, also no boost, no problem. Everybody's just running out of boost consistently. Sellers with the big clear. Chippy does get the read there. Linio on the ball. Officially 4-minute OT. Naish that goes into favor of Chippy Chip. Chip on that ball. Doesn't quite connect with Lassa, and just like that, we are moving further and further into the OT of not just the series, but the entire tournament. Now Hoppetide gets a beautiful touch in there in the corner, and Ground, I don't know about you, but it is anyone's game. But I couldn't put a finger on this. Wait, hold up. Just like that, almost in.
Not again. It would have been a moment too soon from them, just as we officially decree this to be one of the longest OTs in this tournament. We see Linio with it clear. Slots it up to Chippy. Chippy's there. Last with a shot. Can he finally end it here? But it's going to be Sellers denying it right at the last second. But Naish again. Powerful shot. Hoppetide's available. Has more than enough boost to then continue on the rest of the play. Misses his touch. He's trying to clear it down. It's not going to work. Bump there. Lassa. Oh, Sellers signs and flying into the opposite side. Naish. Once again, up to the ceiling, 2 touches, hoping to find it, but Sellers might be available. Lassa there faster, into the corner, bounce down, Chippy, and then Sellers, the 50 midway collision, the double tap from Chippy, Lassa misses it on the open, Naish!
What are we witnessing? Chippy with the reset, almost gets the triple, gets denied by his teammate with Naish, and it's there, 5 minutes, 20-second OT, and just like that, Chippy Chips takes it away. My goodness, Crowd, I don't even know what I was watching there at the end, but my god, am I glad I witnessed it, because that was absolute cinema.
God, I would think that's a level above cinema with what we've seen here tonight. That has got to be one of the craziest overtimes we've seen, and the longest one as well, setting a standard for the type of team here for why the quarterfinals is so action-packed. It's Endpoint Live and Chippy Chips coming at you with a 5-minute overtime there. That felt like another game within of itself, and it officially was, because that's 10 minutes total playing time here. We've seen some great moments, some very, very rough moments as well. Lassa, if he scored that double tap, would have been a much easier game, but then Sellers sending it in, and then himself as well sending it into the back of his own net there past the Lassa. That was one of the funniest moments, one of the more entertaining moments here for tonight, but definitely this overtime was well played, well fought. Endpoint Live trying their best to make up for their little kerfuffle earlier, but looks like match point nonetheless will be going in favor for Chippy Chips.
Yeah, 100%, and just like that, we are moving on to, I believe, DFH Stadium. But before we move on to that, we have a little bit of an intermission. aka Rocket League being Rocket League, which is a black screen, which gives me the perfect opportunity to talk about humanity first again for a little bit here. They've been doing this for 30 years and they're going where nobody dares to go. It is disaster relief. They are here to help, and now more than ever does the world need charities like this, where they bring a little bit of light in, you know, some of the darkest situations that happen around the world. Genuinely, I support this myself. That's why we're here today. Ground, I know you support this as well. We've personally donated to this as well. If you can miss it, and only then, feel free to do !donate in the chat, and anything that you can send goes towards a great cause, and it will be much appreciated. Doesn't matter if you donate, doesn't matter if you donate £1, it doesn't matter if you donate £1,000. Everything is very much appreciated, and it will help somebody in need. Now, with that being said, we are ready, and it's not the FH Stadium. I apologize. We are here in Utopia Coliseum as we fight on like gladiators into the next match. And it's match points for Chippy Chip, mind you. Sellers now on that ball, gets a beautiful touch. Hopetai doesn't quite get it, but Sellers is there! And just like that, the first 10 seconds, Hopetai slots the first goal for Team Endpoint.
Wow. Well, looks like Endpoint, after that big mistake here from the first one, are hoping to make up for it right away in the first 10 seconds. Bringing up on Naish energy, as we've seen in Forbidden Temple. What a great goal to start us off strong. But match point, like we said, I need to remind you, for everybody, viewers here who might be coming in late, it is Team Endpoint who've just suffered a loss after the 5-minute OT, and what a long fight that was. But Hopetai, they're already trying to end it off. They're trying to send a statement that this game is not over just yet. It might even just be pushed to another Game 5. Dear God, that would be an amazing thing to see. Back-to-back Game 5 in Champions Field. But I saved it from Sellers in the meantime in the corner. Slots it down to Chippy. Chippy at the air here. It's slow, but Lassa is coming in fast. Hoppy. There's not much boost to use there. Lino, and then midfield touch. The 50 coming from Sellers again. Good clear. Chippy up for the pre-jump, hoping to find Naish there. Naish is ready, available for shots. Blocked from Hopetai, and a demo from Sellers. That could have been hoping they needed, but the follow was a bit too slow. Bump from the sidewall. Hopetai has to be careful here now. This pass can be coming about, but gets in the way of it perfectly. Denies them that moment to shine. No goal will happen just here in the meantime. First minute gone, and it's been a bit of a slow start. Other than that, Endpoint sending the first goal into the opposite net. Chippy Chips are waiting for their moment to find a crack in the defense of Endpoint Live, it seems.
Yeah, and what hasn't been going slow is the donations. As we just got a new donation coming in from Tyler Ham with "Keep up the good work. Let's go Endpoint Live." We do very much appreciate it, Tyler. And just like that, you know, maybe Endpoint will catch on and keep this going. And just like that, maybe they are not. I don't know. It's going either side. Both of these teams are so strong, and I'd love to see how this is going. But once again, Tyler, thank you for the £10 donation. It goes a long way. Now, Naish on that ball, trying to get it, but Lino there to 50. Does still go in favor of Chippy Chips. Chip now on that ball, but gets denied by Hopetai. And with that, Endpoint is maintaining their lead. Hopetai with the double attempt. Denied by Naish, who has been looking a lot stronger on defense here. Whereas they so desperately need him on the offensive. Naish is definitely, you know, one that shines when it comes to getting through the defense instead of being on the defense.
100%. I think the bigger thing we've seen that really improved from the side of Team Endpoint right off the bat was their aggression. I think the second they let up the aggression, they don't bring that mentality sometimes, and that's their undoing here. They brought it off strong. They want to end off too early here in the upper bracket. They want to continue their journey as well and slot down open. That's so close. Hopetai with a save. He has been one of the more amazing players. I want to say I want to favor someone from the side of Endpoint, but this man has been everywhere. The most instrumental player for Team Endpoint. But unfortunately, when you needed him in this one, Chippy will get the goal. Sellers trying to make his way back, but Hopetai on 0 boost, pre-jumped that slot, but unfortunately for them, Chippy will find an opening.
When Endpoint needed him most, he disappeared. And just like that, it is now 1-1. But unlike Avatar, we are here and we are now watching Rocket League. Sellers now with a beautiful little touch there on the sidewall. What a 50! Ball goes boomer. Lino now tries to profit off that, puts it down, hoping one of his teammates is there. Hopetai now no boost, but does jump in order to hopefully just, you know, confuse the opponent there. Naish, what a beautiful read. Lassa puts it up high. and Linyo there to follow through and clear that away for Endpoint. Now, these guys are going toe-to-toe. Nage in that corner. Hoppetide with the 50. Chippy letting it go over. Just, you know, trying to see if somebody's there to catch it up. But unfortunately, he was the man that needed to take that ball. Linyo now gets a good touch. Chippy pops it up. Denies the shot attempt. Nage now on that ball. Chippy up. Double! And that is in. That was a goal in the making right there.
What a play, what a play, what a shot. This is not the kind of plays that the main man Chippy, the main captain of Chippy Chips, would miss ever in his lifetime. Beautiful goal for this roster, and they will take that lead here. An amazing shot, and we do have a donation apparently from Tyler. Thank you so much there, my friend, for donating to Humanity First. The shot was coming in the meantime. It's too slow. Hoppy tie from the ceiling. Good block. Sellers a 50 again. Follow up immediately by Linyo. Smooth overturn. A bump might come in on the backboard. Sellers trying to get the shot. Hoppy tie too slow again. Not enough boost to really be a threatening force here. The shot might come in. Good save from Linyo. Hoppy tie, gotta be careful now. The double tap again from Chippy Chips.
Wow, my goodness ground. I don't know about you, but Endpoint is struggling a little bit here. And this could be GG's. They need to step it up. We have 1 minute left on the clock. And they're 2-0 down. Chippy Chips, they are here to win. And they're sure to show that they're the dominant force on the field here. They took out DSQ up against all odds with the reverse sweep. And right here, they are ready to take Endpoint out as well to advance on in this tournament. Right now, 43 seconds left on the clock. Linyo is on the ball. Gets denied by Nage. Nage says, no way, Jose. But it's a little bit awkward there. No! What did we just witness? What did we witness, crowds?
Oh, that is the weirdest 50 I've ever seen and going in favor for anyone. And the slowest one as well. 40 kph barely for Team Chippy Chips. 4-1. End it off here tonight. And will be likely the final game to really set the tone for this whole tournament, really. I told you before and I'll say it again. Team Chippy Chips is that team. Chippy! This is the man's fourth goal. Forget a hat trick. He's aiming for the double. What a bump of the last man back. Nage connects on Linyo and an open net. Given on a silver platter for Chippy himself as the captain. And in the meantime, what a way to join the stream as well. Team NC, one of the other rosters who was playing on the down low in the lower brackets. Actually, one of the teams that lost to DSQ Esports is the one who Jeff just rated. Oh, what a shot from Sellers. Thank you so much there, and welcome in to the stream. And welcome in joining us on the main broadcast overall.
Yeah, thank you for joining in, and it's looking like we're about to move on here from this series, unless in the next 18 seconds a miracle happens. And I happen to be a firm believer that miracles do still happen, but I'm also a realist, so it'd be tricky. Sellers now tried to go for the ground play there, doesn't quite get it. Linyo on that ball, gets it past. 8 seconds left on the clock. Hoppetide trying to put it up. They are putting up their final stand. This is it. And just like that, Chippy in the final second tonight. And that's it. GG's Chippy Chips taking away the series up against Endpoint Live, who fought their way all the way from the lower bracket after being denied in their first game. But sadly, it is now the end point for them for real.
Well, GG's. What a win. What a game. What a journey for Team Endpoint. Like you said, there's always an end no matter what. And that will be it for them today on the upper bracket. I do believe there's enough time in the lower brackets to fight it off. But we'll see in the meantime here. Godline's also joining us for a little quick raid as well. Thank you guys. Welcome in. We really appreciate it. 3-2 Ascend. That is a close game. That is really unfortunate. But yeah, what a tournament this has turned out to be. I am glad we got an opportunity to be here, Yota. And I am glad we get to cast so many great games. It has been a riveting journey, my friend. But like we said, all journeys have to come to an end. And that will be it from both you and me in the broadcasting booth. Isn't that right?
That is 100% true. But before we go one last time, first of all, thank you, Ground, for being here with me today. And we wouldn't be here if it wasn't for supporting the beautiful charity that is Humanity First. Make sure, if you can and if you want, drop a little donation. Anything goes a long way, even if it's £1. It is much appreciated. They put themselves on the line for disaster relief, and they go to places where nobody dares to go. And now more than ever in the world, do we need this. So once again, thank you everybody for watching. We are going to move on and make space for 2 other incredible casters. There's still more action coming your way. We're not going anywhere yet with the stream. But for me and Ground, that is GG's. And thank you everybody so much for your time and your donations.
Your lips are stained with fiction. You always have your reasons, and I spell you rotten. Your hands are sealed in pockets. You fill them with your secrets. To you, I am nothing. I am. Your kiss, sweet like poison. You know you make me reckless. I'll run, but you are friction. Your touch feels like heaven. You make me hate all my sins. You are my religion. My religion. I have a million reasons to leave you, but I have a billion reasons to keep you. I have a million reasons. I'm searching for the break of a day to follow away to you. 'Cause at the end of the day, I'm looking for no reason to change. 'Cause everything is good for you. Baby, I can see we're gonna shout it out to the sky. Tell our secrets to the night, so we can see the end inside. We're gonna shout it out to the sky. When I look into your eyes, I can see no better light, better light than love. We're gonna shout it out to the Baby, I can see we're gonna shout it out to the sky. Tell our secrets to the night, so we can see the end inside. We're gonna shout it out to the sky. When I look into your eyes, I can see no better light, better light than love. We're gonna shout it out to the
$17 million total people assisted worldwide, 284 disaster relief events responded to across 111 countries, 100 schools and 56 training centers built, 8,800 orphans provided meals, 6,200 water pumps installed, 5 million people provided with clean water. These are some of the stats that have been achieved by the wonderful charity Humanities First, which of course you can donate to through the command here in chat, but also this is the DSQ Humanity First tourney. I am Sir Pigasus, and joining me as per usual, ladies and gentlemen, is my brother from another continent. It is Quanzek to get us through this loser's bracket.
Yeah, not quite another mother, instead another continent. And here we are. I'm happy to be joining the broadcast, and we have our bracket laid out in front of us, dropping down to the lower portion of everything. About half of it played in terms of rounds. We still have all of the big finals left to do, and eventually crown a winner for the DSQ Humanity First Invitational. I'm excited, Pig. I mean, we've had some brilliant teams participate here, some star-studded rosters that have made runs that I don't think would have been predicted if we started at the top, and Team 7 DSQ should be very exciting to watch.
Yeah, absolutely. DSQ Esports is a little bit of a newer roster. They've been working really hard with their coach. We can see that that has stretched into their lifestyles as well. But now, here playing in their own tournament for charity, they've got something here to prove, especially against this roster of Ascend, a name which has such history behind it and a player that we both very much recognize.
Yeah, Darkrai, you brought it up in our pre-game prep before we officially went live for this. We covered him over on the Azurus team stream, him, Daiki, and Sicarino. They had a couple really good runs, looked like a promising roster. There's that one series specifically against Vitality that it was played so tightly by them through and through, but unfortunately couldn't make a Swiss stage. Darkrai, still a promising player, and he will lead his squad in that titled Ascend name up against DSQ, which have looked very good today, Pig.
They really have. Verify's been very impressive. Freddy and Haven as well, rounding off that roster nicely, even able to push themselves to a Game 5 versus Chippy Chips, that team that, when we saw them on the docket, let's be real here, Quanzek, we thought they were going to be sweeping their way through the bracket to the grand final, but that was their real main hump in the journey. But for this matchup, it is all rather international. I must say, it's quite satisfying to see 6 different flags pop up on either side.
Yeah, there's lots of history here, and it's, you know, you and I have talked ad nauseum about not just NA versus EU styles of Rocket League, but how some of EU separates into its own schemas regarding how each region likes to play. I'm excited for a very clean mesh heading into today, and how these different cultures and small little tweaks and nuances of the game come together to create this really unique blend of Rocket League that we'll be seeing between these 6 players.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, I feel like the wait is well and truly over. Team Ascend versus DSQ. The organisers look to be taken down against their opponents being star-studded grassroots talents for a spot in the lower finals. Top 3 bound kickoff is almost ready here, Quanzek. I'm so excited for the first matchup we can cover today.
Yeah, it should be very exciting. The players are taking the pitch. We can officially start talking about some Rocket League, all for a fantastic cause. And once you look at that, Pig, Darkrai sporting his 2025 Challenger tag. I'm sure we'll see it at some point during the goal. He's very proud about that team stream moves. What matters right now in front of him is the DSQ X Humanity First Invitation.
But when you see those on the other side, DSQ, this is a team that are looking to get themselves more involved in that RLCS pedigree. They've gotten themselves that new coach that has seen this team go leaps and bounds above what they have done in previous seasons. Verify not going to be able to land that double tap. Chronomia already pops this ball up, looks for the backboard, and we can see both teams already starting to feel each other out. These are 2 rather fast sides in their own right. We know how much Darkrai loves to be on that front foot, and so far with what we've seen from DSQ, that feels like a pattern which is mutual.
Yeah, I think they're just going to meet fire with fire, which, when you're thinking about doing that, remember that professionals use water, ladies and gentlemen. With that being said, though, I think we're going to see some fireworks in this matchup. Both these teams just roar and get ready, and Haven gonna get a goal stolen by Freddy. He's going to pad the stats a little bit, but DSQ just get a free one to start.
And DSQ, this is a team that knows how to tussle. Already had 2 Game 5s today, of course. The aforementioned Chippy Chips match in the upper semi-finals. But the losers bracket, they actually went to Game 5 versus Godalians against our good friend Mertzy. Of course, we have our affinities to the organisation as well. I'm not sure that was quite the result DSQ were looking for out of that matchup. But if they can beat out Team Ascend, this looks like a team that can go for that full road to the grand finals and maybe extra.
Yeah, I think they can definitely make the waves, create the motion, recognize or show to everybody that they are a roster that belongs here. They're looking to set the tone early out of this game. Haven climbing the ladder, challenging Darkrai. That one's going to drop down. Haven will get a piece of it and make this touch really difficult for Team Ascend. As Freddy's looking to sink in, and DSQ just establishing their offensive, cycling in this corner, starting to manage the boost. This could turn into something dangerous, Pig, especially with that demo. Verified double! Darkrai, fantastic save, and Haven will get stuffed too.
Resourcefulness of Team Ascend. Stretch test to the absolute maximum. Shot on as well on the counter. That is not the team I expected to be adding to the score sheets.
Yeah, I mean, with how things looked, I thought it was surely going to be DSQ going up 2-0. But Darkrai That in and out save was 0 boost coming out of his own top shelf of the net to deny Verify on that double, turning that into a quick transition play. A two-way player trying to be the catalyst, put Team Ascend on his back. Haven straight towards the net, might have threaded the needle. Chronomia, that's going to be so hard to bounce pick. That's my first stab at it, but he took a stab at this ball and couldn't connect.
A little bit of a tongue twister, of course, and a little bit twisted in the net as well. That was, I felt like a save that was certainly doable, but he was very much out of position there. You don't want to be in those positions where you are forced to somewhat make a recovery to get that save out. This time, though, might recover the scoreline. Drop down past Chronomia. That is a beautiful play coming through. And they're not going to get the reward of it. Slams back here towards Verify. No bumps landing. He does escape. That sea of blue in front. Slight double commit on that left wall, but Freddy is positioned well just to hold this one down with a 50. Chronomia, though, does well to get that initial B. Double commit yet again coming from Team Ascend. This is completely open. The first shot's not on. The two plays don't get a touch. Freddy's positioned way too high. And that was a potential double lead wasted away there from DSQ, though still, Team Ascend on out the wins of the demo.
Haven has to retreat. Okay, he does really well positioning-wise. Gets a touch, slows down that offensive. AC&D found a touch, and Verify is just going to boom it towards the net. Darkrai, nearly a fantastic own goal. It turns into an even better assist as Haven can slot that one in for free.
And this felt like it was a long time coming here. There's a little bit of a lack of organization here defensively from Team Ascend, and we see as a result of it, very commonly on lower boost than their opponents, and eventually they do just get overrun. DSQ gave them a few chances as well of escape with those missed opportunities, but as this game warms on and DSQ start to get a bit more clinical, Ascend could fall in that trap and watch this game run away from them. They need a goal.
Shovel it along, Verify gonna make sure to clear that one. Chronomia back towards the back wall where Verify will get another piece. Darkrai drop in a little bit too close, so AC&D had to cut his route. Chronomia just trying to make sure that DSQ can't exit. They need to maintain this pressure in order to rally back. They need not one but two goals. That's a great infield pass, top left. AC&D picks his spot, and Darkrai makes sure he has the chance to.
And this is where you've got to take your opportunities. A beautiful pass inside, but a shot is not simple. He makes it look so easy. And I said they needed a goal. Ask and you shall receive. Chronomia, though, will need another. Looks to get it immediately. Crossbar denies first. Darkrai wants to send it right off that backboard. Haven does well to defend, but MD still here on that side wall. Wants to go alone. Double tap doesn't come through. The slightest of car connections there, knocking him out of favor, but Chronomia steals it once more, and with 1 minute left, not only even looking to steal the ball, it's the entire game. Darkrai on target, saved by Haven.
How has Ascend not scored? How many times does this ball need to cross DSQ's goal line without actually going in? Team Ascend are prowling. They're looking for this equalizer. They have all the momentum, AC&D, with Chronomia, both of them fake, trying to pick that bottom left of the net. Doesn't find its way in, so no goal will transpire. AC&D collecting this on the back end. Has enough boost to turn into a solo play. Just going to loft into the midair. Has Darkrai the full take a boost. Drop down to AC&D, but he wanted to go for a demo. Darkrai just shy. Chronomia can't hit the net, and Team Ascend once more denied by the fourth man.
Back on here for Freddy. Will pop it up. 5 seconds left. Ascend have been knocking on the door for quite some time, but DSQ had their chance to shut them out. First game goes in the favor of the tournament hosts, but I must say it wasn't too easy for them. Was really impressed with how Team Ascend were able to recover themselves in those later minutes, and that could be alarm bells ringing heading into game 2 if that is to continue.
Yeah, I think you're 100% right about that. I'm just going to chalk up this game number 1 to be who took advantage of their opportunities. Every goal that went in early from DSQ just felt like it was an open net. This one here from Haven just soars in. I mean, it should have been his goal. Freddy decided to take it, have a little bit of banter between the two teammates. And Ascend while they had looks coming back the other way, I'm thinking about that remaining minute and a half left on the clock where it was shot after shot after shot that they just could not actually put on frame. They got it in the area, but couldn't do the final lifting to get it to officially cross the goal line. And while there was some really good, fantastic looks, I just think DSQ took more advantage of their opportunities. With that being said, it's definitely arguable that Ascent looked like the better team here, Pig. So I'm really excited to see how this plays out into the rest of the series. DSQ might have stolen one here, but they definitely did their job when they were required to.
Yeah, it's somewhat feeling like a coin flip at times as well, because DSQ at the beginning, they also had a little bit of a lack of efficiency. It felt like there was a bit of game one jitters there. Of course, this is a lower bracket matchup as well. Both teams coming off the back of a game 5 victory there. So a little bit of fatigue starting to settle in, though both teams were very eager to get this match started. So seemingly there's no rest for the wicked for either of these rosters.
No, I mean, they are thrilled and excited to get going. I mean, I know if Azura's experience is any indication, Darkrai's entire family is probably watching right now. So hello, ladies and gentlemen. I wish I knew your guys' surname to give you a shout out, but I don't. Maybe that wouldn't be a good idea to do online anyway. So I don't think I wish I knew your guys' surname, because that, now that I think
made a
about
mistake.
I'm
telling you my
very
name.
unwise
You're telling me you could
decision.
just dox me at any time, my friend. That is dangerous. That is dangerous. However, people go through a lot worse. Hence, of course, our sponsor for today is Humanity First. This is what we're looking to try and raise money for. ! Donate in chat if you would like to do so. Here's a fun fact for you. Just £15 a month will feed a displaced family for a week each month. £10 a month provides food for one person every month. £10 a month supplies school materials to one student. And I mean, that is such an impact to people's lives that require that humanitarian aid. So if you're feeling generous and you want to, of course, help us reach our goal for this charity tournament, it has already been posted in chat. You can go over and donate. There is also a jersey that you're able to purchase. And Quanzek, I'm not sure if you've had the opportunity to see it, but I will send it over your way and I will expect a review after game 2. How does that sound?
Sure. I mean, we're still working on game number 2 to pop up and load. So if this is the case, then we can get a live reaction potentially on how quality this jersey is. I will say, Pig, I've been casting esports for about 4 years now. I own 0 jerseys from any organization. I own my own jerseys from teams I've played on, but I don't own like a big org's jersey. It's something that is on my list to add to my wardrobe, but it's not something that's currently there. I know I'm like a fake esports fan if that's the case, but
I mean, this could be the time. I've sent it to you now in your DMs. A little bit of a look here of jersey. You might want to go to the website yourself, ladies and gentlemen, if you want to see what we are firsting over right now. It is on Spartanware. And with Spartanware, Quanzek, I mean, you can guarantee quality. Myself, I actually have 2 jerseys from there, including one from my very own store. It's gorgeous. Highly recommend. And of course, if you buy it for this specific circumstance, it's going to a great place. That ball's also going to a great place, Quanzek. It's called the back of the net.
yeah, it's exactly where you want to put it. I can't think of a better place for that ball to go. Chronomia, I can't either. And so he says, you know what? I'm just going to put it here. And oh, what? Ascend has a 1-goal lead now? That's how Rocket League works?
Oh,
I understand it now.
That little graphic there, showing off that jersey. And divert your eyes, ladies and gentlemen. Chronomia has just done something disgusting here. It's a beautiful read. Coming off his high ball, MD faked that first play off, and that's what led Haven and Verify to playing a little bit shallower towards the goal. And that left it completely open for that follow-up. Team Ascend coming out swinging. As I said, DSQ should fear they were going to with how they ended that first game.
Yeah, I mean, this is, I feel like we just haven't missed a beat from how game 1 ended. It was very flustered, and Ascend were bearing down, I mean, peppering the net with shot after shot, and they have just come out roaring here. Kenobi 2 goals already for themselves. DSQ, that's their first real look on net. It's a save by Team Ascend, as MD going to carry this forward, take a good 50 on to verify, and recover to still be in charge of this ball, working on it. No boost on the corner, going to go for a 0 boost dish, and actually almost got there had verify not slammed the door.
And I must say, they faked me completely out of play. I expected the inside pass. One has ended up in the blue card there. Ends up going out wide. Chronomia is 50'd off. Has to face towards his own net there. That's bouncing dangerously after that initial whiff. Great recovery here. Coming from MD, the German substitute. Coming in to replace his nationman Kex as well. I must say, has been promising so far. Send such a well-rounded roster. And part of that love has to, of course, be granted to the coach and the community that they are able to build. Chronomia back up high yet again, wants to cut it inside. Not going to be a dish opportunity. The bottom corner looked available, but DSQ did well to pile up.
Verify. Collection. Pass down to Freddy. Freddy full boost. Actually can't get the initial touch. This could be dangerous. He just has to jump, and now Haven has to burn so much boost in order to catch up to that ball, and yet it's going to work out. I was just going to start talking about how that's such a negative play. They just burned 70 boost purely to keep possession of the ball, but Verify sees the opportunity, goes for the net, and cuts the lead in half.
And that's just how 150 can really change the course of game. That's why you can't go towards them brainlessly. You've got to keep those comms, try and get it to that specific direction. Because when you have a player like Verify available as that second man, positioned perfectly to receive the ball, that's what makes the difference. And immediately we can see DSQ with a bit of oomph after that last goal. Is a bit too much, however, overzealous as Chronomia makes it free, and DSQ, just as it looks like they were getting a bit too confident, as they were getting a bit of confidence, was a bit too confident.
And that's a hat-trick for Chronomia. He's been responsible for all 3 goals for Ascend. And he is the one that has created this lead. Verify. Collection. Was not going to go anywhere besides to Darkrai. He goes off the post, and somehow that comes straight back out. I thought that was going to be headed to the corner, but he got the better bounce. Team Ascend couldn't capitalize there, but they're sitting in a very comfortable position right now, Pig, where they are dictating the pace of this game. 3-1 Verify, trying to do something, but he just has no help, and it's a swarming defense every time Ascend gets into that half, and that's a rough one to have go in if you're DSQ.
It really is, but Darkrai did so well there. Didn't go for targets. Knew that Haven couldn't reach here, but with the angle he was towards the ball, was almost forced there to use this flip just in the off chance that it was on target. And off that back wall, left it completely open for himself. He timed his run perfectly. And now 3 goals up. There is a big task here for DSQ. Try and get on the end of it. Might just extend to 4. Haven doesn't allow it to happen that easily. MD here in the corner, beaten there by his own teammate Darkrai. Chronomia couldn't collect it, but didn't force that touch. I like to see him taking control instead. However, not the grandest of opportunities.
Yep. It didn't appear that way. And DSQ just trying to do whatever they can to rally back and work into this game. MD towards the net, trying to add insult to injury, make it 5 as Freddy Collection, pass down, pinch verified, trying to run interference, but they don't connect there.
Back on here. Freddy takes it down off that ceiling. That's going to fall straight down to MD. Ascend are going to keep that high press going. And I feel like with some rosters, Quan, that we've had the opportunity to commentate over, they like to slow the game down once they get a lead. Not Team Ascend, not any that include Darkrai. When they smell blood in the water, they're going to extend that lead as much as possible and try and cause that extra bit of mental damage as well. They back themselves not to let too much slip.
This team, we saw glimpses of it at the end of game 1, right? The pure aggression, them tightening up the rotations, and they're running away with it now. Everything is put together. DSQ have found chances, but they've been so stuck in their own half, and the efficiency is not there. You see the opportunity from Freddy going off the post, and there's not much they can do to rally back from this 5-1 deficit. Soon to be 6, had MD decided to steer that one towards the net, but I don't think he had the angle one to take the safer play of the back pass over his Dark Ride.
Haven taps it close. Let's take it over 1. Freddy's not going to reach. Fan. That's 2 players pressed high, but Ascend. It looks like they have much firepower to work with, especially with Verify in possession. Haven's up yet again. That one doesn't land, but they're not fooled fair on the goal line. Our team Ascend not looking to concede again. I must say, very impressed with how they've taken control. However, DSQ, I'm left begging for a little bit extra. We've seen how this team can play when they're in form. I feel like this break between Game 2 and Game 3, admittedly, that goal will give them a little bit of extra support. Phantom, their coach, is really going to have to earn his marbles.
Yeah, this is what you're here for, I guess. This is the worth of a coach. You win Game 1, you look good doing it. Game 2 is a little bit lackluster, and there is things you can work on. Can the coach rally you back to make something work for the rest of the series?
Such a huge turnaround. Bless you. This was such a huge turnaround after that first game, where I believe I actually said halfway through it, Quan, that Ascend need to score, otherwise DSQ have a chance to just run away with this entire series. This second game came and Team Ascend actually enacted that exact same fashion against their opponents. It was a little bit of foundation building in that first game, but now here in the second, they found that efficiency. They've got a feel for how DSQ would like to play, and they've completely disrupted it. They want to play fast, they want to play tight, but Ascend feel like that extra bit faster, but with a little bit of extra control as well, especially from Chronomia, who I must say, are very impressed every time he's on the ball.
Completely agreed there, and well, look at me, pig. Look at me smiling at you. Oh. My camera has died. I will work on setting that up. Instead, it's my lovely Liquipedia picture here, as I will be a voice in your ear talking to you. I completely agree. With the sense that Game 1, we talked about how both teams came out swinging, right? They were aggressive. They were both on top of the ball. And as that Game 1 progressed, pace picked up from Ascend, and it continued cooking. And in Game 2, I felt like it reached a pinnacle where Ascend was just flying around the pitch, and DSQ, rather than meeting them there, were reacting. And as a result, they had way more possession in their corner, which led to 5 goals on the board.
It's great analysis there, but you can get from Quanzek. Instead, I'm going to sum that all up with a lovely caster cliche. The momentum, guys, it's just completely swung. Team Ascend have it all in their favor. Freddy pops it up, looking to try and turn that momentum back into his favor. Darkrai, with a lovely clearance back, it's going to make this somewhat awkward for DSQ to build up out of at 50. Looked like it was going to help them progress. Darkrai's miss certainly will give DSQ a little bit of extra real estate for demo as well. Opens up that extra bit of space, flip reset forward, off that backboard, verifies well positioned, first goal DSQ.
It's okay. I mean, we wanted something for them to show some life, to get on the board. This is exactly it. Freddy, a very good drop down pass. You asked for the coach to earn his marbles. It's looking good 47 seconds in.
Absolutely, and love to know what you're saying here. A little bit of a miracle work after how that last game went. There were some early whiffs here coming from Team Ascend as well, and if one team's going to raise the bar, you're going to make sure you don't drop yours right underneath it. Haven doesn't get that touch. Chronomia again does so well to take control, but Verify is able to boom it out. MD off that wall will drop to Chronomia, can't slam that one down. Darkrai will take it off the ceiling, and inside there's another Ascend play, but his counter attack is looking dangerous. 0 boost for Verify though will make it a tougher task when it first appears. 1v1, Verify right behind. MD hops over one, still manages to keep the 100 boost as well from that corner. Just when I thought he was going to be demoed off the face of the pitch, instead lands a revenge. It's his turn to strike. Verify gets it right back. Save out of that top corner as well. It will happen again from Freddy and Haven's combined effort. Verify is coming through here. Ascend just look to try and find space in the central third of this pitch, but it's just not going to go through. DSQ are doing so well to read every single pass attempt here coming from Ascend. And it feels like another trick is required. MD might be able to provide it there with that 50, but a perfect touch out. We'll see the turnover in possession. Now DSQ's turn. Shot on here by Freddy. Not enough power. Darkrai will block, and now we breathe. We breathe. A little moment here at that sidewall. 100 boost picked up. Chronomia will take it over. Darkrai down. Doesn't get that second touch. Freddy will pop it off that back wall. Haven doesn't get 100. Chronomia gets it, but has to burn quite a few here to try and intercept. Lands the bump instead. No double taps come out in its first play, and Ascend still fight on.
Yeah, they look... both sides look very poised right now as Freddy straight towards the net. DSQ like this play a lot, Pig, I'm noticing. Their break-in is not dribbling it down, it's not pass plays, it's send this ball to the net and grab the rebound, and it's going to work out here as Freddy, a fantastic solo effort, plays that off the bar, uncontested over the top of MD, gets the flip reset, and the mechanics to drop that in exactly where it needs to be are perfect.
Placement, overpower, a little bit of both there though from the DSQ player. And this is a bit more of what I was asking for in between games. I said that DSQ had another level which they simply were not reaching in the second, and I still feel like they were somewhat shy of in the first. This is a step in the correct direction. Their defense as well has been really locked down. And for me, that has been the most impressive part of their gameplay. That being said, though, that's going to be the clean sheet stained.
That 50, it just ends up right on the hood of MD. That's, I mean, that's... Darkrai does well to just position his car so that any way he wins the ball, it plays it across and ends up right where it needs to be. As Freddy, has he found the net? No, Verify hasn't either. The first one off the bar, that could have been such a clutch insurance goal. They're trying for it once more. Chronomia can only play it off his own back wall, and all of a sudden are very flustered. There's no boost on the side of DSQ to complete this offensive, so they got to regroup and see if they can break out from their own half for an opportunity better.
Verify, I'm hoping he doesn't fall into that trap of feeling like he's got a little bit too much to prove. He's still got to keep his head screwed on, because realistically, that should be a goal 99 out of 100 times for these caliber of players. That chance slips away. 50 seconds left. Time slipping away as well. Potential here to push this one into an overtime, but DSQ have been rather solid. The only goal they conceded was a rather unfortunate 50. They might add another goal to their tally. Damn it. Darkrai can't get this ball in. That clearance out is going to be wide of a target too. Chronomia still manages to get a touch. Haven won't be able to get a second off that first boom. And MD will look to dribble alone. Down to Darkrai.
Verify. Drop down to Haven. Have they found the insurance? MD gonna get there and keep life in this team for Ascend. Darkrai finds a challenge, but doesn't have any boost. Needs help from his team. MD's chasing this ball. Haven's gonna actually keep it alive. Try to play for the other corner. He played as far away into open space as he could find. In DSQ, they rebound in a massive way, Pig, and get back on the board, winning this game and setting themselves up on 2 consecutive match points.
That was a fire lit between them, between game 2 and game 3. This truly feels like now it's game on. DSQ have stepped up. Team Ascend were forced to do so in that second half, and I was a lot more impressed with how they played in the latter stages than the former. So now heading into this 4th game where DSQ in that match point situation, Team Ascend are going to have to add another Game 5 to our already Game 5 riddled brackets.
Yeah, I mean, this is... I feel like this is the norm that we expect for this series at this point, Pig. is everybody going the distance, fighting tooth and nail down to the wire. And yeah, the onus is now on Ascend to see how they can answer. They answered in game 2 after losing game 1 in very similar fashion to how this game wrapped up. This one did have some star-studded mechanics, though. We saw Freddy with that fantastic goal from the left sidewall, dropping in that shot off the bar and in. And now, what do Ascend have? How can they rebound? They did it in a big way in game 2, 5-1. They got to do it again in game 4 to see game 5.
It's those mechanics, but also as a third man, you got to love those solid 50s as well. That's actually how Ascend were able to score their one and only goal. It's one of those where if you're a player, I'm sure you've been there before as well, Quanzek, in your playing days. If that gets scored against you, you get that whiplash in your net, because as soon as it's in the back of your net, you're just whipping your head back. You can't believe that that has just gone against you. It feels so unfortunate. You don't want to use the word ever unlucky in a physics-based game, but it just shows that you cannot spend a single moment sleeping. You have to calculate every single ball you go for, whether that's neutral, whether that's in the air, whether it's in your complete control as well, especially when you've got two top teams like this matching up. Game 4 is ready to go underway here. DSQ looking for their spot in the top 3.
Yep, they want to find it. Darkrai. Drop pass over. I know DSQ want it out of Ascend. Want it just as much. This is going to be... This game 4 is going to be played like a game 5, and if we do hit a game 5, it's going to be played like a game 7. This is down to the wire from both these teams. As Freddy wrapping around, going to leave that ball for Verify. Haven, controlling touch against Darkrai. Darkrai actually still is on this ball despite losing the boost. He gets it in front, and MD can't connect. I don't know if he thought that Haven would have had a touch, but that's an opportunity that Ascend can't capitalize on.
Darkrai beaten there by Freddy, and that was on target, though MD was able to get that clearance out. Darkrai's going to be beaten there from Haven. You could hear the jump behind him, and I felt like at that point he'd already accepted. But that one was not going to be his. Great save there coming in from Haven. But that perfect read flipped rather early, but not early enough that he was going to be susceptible to a fake pass inside. Darkrai's blocked off there by a recovering Freddy. Wasn't an easy play to go for there. 50s over 1. Just buy some time for teammates to pick up a little bit of boost still, though. Tank's looking rather empty. Haven will take the chance for a pit stop. Beaten here by MD. And DSQ are going to be, again, back on that back foot. Boom ball forward, but ultimately that finds Chronomia. Plenty of control. A flip reset as well. Freddy's able to hang in the air, and it is saved towards the corner.
Verify. Pop-up touch, he beats 2. He needs help. He's just going to ignore the ball, go for the 3rd, but can't find the demo, and so Ascend just flip the Uno reverse card and go straight at them instead.
Nice little bump there. Darkrai has a completely open net, and DSQ have been wanting that escape for quite some time, and I felt like they thought they had that opportunity there. They were lured in by Team Ascend, and as soon as they bit the base, that's when they immediately launched that counter. Ascend are so consistent at getting these quick counter attacks through before DSQ can respond, and Darkrai seems to often be that player on the end of it.
Yeah, he is more often than not the executioner on the side of Ascend. This one's just going to be a drop-in goal. So DSQ, while they get bit off a little bit more than they can chew on Ascend's first goal, neither one of the backboard players for Ascend can connect there. I don't know if Darkrai incidentally bumped Chronomia above their own net. That's definitely a possible situation that could have transpired, which meant neither one of them was going to hit it. But regardless, we're all tied up and almost halfway through this game number 4.
It's been a fantastic game so far. Spots in the lower final available. DSQ, like I said before, could earn it. It's not just for glory they're playing for, it's also to raise some money for charity as well. Exclamation mark donate in chat if you want to contribute to our goal for humanity's first. DSQ vote focusing on grabbing themselves that second goal. Verify will look to take it off that left wall. Chronomia Gets that block, however. MD wants it off the corner. Darkrai's available yet again. That poacher vote won't reach the ball in that chance. Darkrai takes it off that wide wall yet again. MD looks to try and pick off that ball. But it's going to be back here for the overlap for Chronomia. Team bump comes through, but somehow that ball is still progressed.
Pop-up touch. Darkrai MD. MD back towards the net. Haven's twirling for it. Bumped by MD. Such a good look that they had, but I don't think they even registered a shot on target there, Pig. And that's the most important step to getting a goal. It looked pretty, but the efficiency was not there as Verify collects a Savior medal, playing that off his own back wall. Freddy trying to find open space, but Chronomia snatches it up. Haven, fantastic touch, timing-wise there, to play that. The second it hits his backboard for a little bit of extra momentum, and Ascend once again are swarming late. It's a must-win game from them with 1 minute and 5 seconds on the clock.
But it's relatively composed. You have these really wide rotations coming through that essentially guarantees that third man is consistently covering the net. But at the same time, if you're a first man, if you're a second, you can lurk around, you can cut rotation. But again, a 50 changes the course of the game. DSQ, as it stands, are going to the losers final.
That's such a good touch from Haven. He just gets up quicker, knows he doesn't have to do much, he just has to win. Any play on that ball towards the Ascend net is probably going to work into a goal with his teammates lying in the weights. DSQ now up by 1. Ascend. This job just got significantly harder. They don't need a go-ahead goal. They need an equalizer, and then they need to win in regulation or overtime. Chronomia sends it the length of the pitch, trying to find a redirect. Was Darkrai, but couldn't fully connect there. Is MD working in the corner. Darkrai gonna chase this back. Freddy has a full take a boost. Almost gonna cash in a third. Ascend keep it out, but they don't have any boost for the transition play. Chronomia has to do it themselves. He's gonna go for a pinch. It's gonna be a fake. And DSQ hold on for now. Darkrai, Freddy, back to Darkrai. What?
Where did this come from? I thought DSQ had it locked down. They were getting those saves across, and Freddy pulled off a miracle at that top corner. But Darkrai had the extra +2 to stack there to completely trump him. Return to sender. Ascend still have a chance. Darkrai's going to make sure he gets that read. There's a player available far post, but it's overtime, Quanzek.
Ascend win. We have a game 5. DSQ win. And they're on to the top 3. Ascend's tournament will end here. MD flick towards the net. Demoed for his efforts, but he does get the ball into the attacking third. Darkrai controlling the corner, ran out of boost, can't get the ball. Haven gonna step up in exchange for Freddy, as on the other side of the pitch, Verify demo Darkrai. Freddy has a lot of open space to work with now, but that touch isn't where he wants to put it. Oh my gosh, Verify barely plays it wide, and DSQ are scrambling defensively right now.
That's a gorgeous bump. Chronomia's
No way!
Game 5 bound once more. DSQ must fight again, but the stakes have further increased.
Oh man.
What a
Haven drops down for that ball. I think he thought it was on target. It would have been north of the crossbar. And he ends up really just with a fantastic redirect to his own net. You can't fault him. The defense had been just clawing at any contact they can get since that overtime started. That one touch from, I believe it was Freddy in the corner, sent the ball way too high, way too vertically, when it should have gone more horizontally, and that clear attempt turned into an opportunity for Darkrai. But the fight from Ascend is what really should be complimented here, Pig. They hung in there, found that late second equalizer, and then just were hungrier off the initial kickoff, and it's a fantastic play by them to secure a game 5.
That was 2 tilt-worthy final goals there against the favour of DSQ. That save in the top corner, can you imagine that feeling, Quanzek. In the final 5 seconds, you get a miracle save off the corner. And at that point, you're celebrating. You think you've done it. You've taken that deep breath. And Darkrai is already up to land the dunk on you, to find it in the back of your net. You go to OT. And that's... And I don't want to call it own goal from Haven because they had no choice. They were bumped.
Yeah. I gotta... Darkrai never landed, Pig. He took the shot. It went off of Haven and went directly back into Darkrai for a redirect. It was one motion from him. I don't know if you want to call that skill or luck or whatever. But Darkrai got the ball played directly back into him. Maybe it's all just calculated with a period on the end of that sentence. Who knows? Quick chat's disabled. It has been for a while now since the most recent Rocket League update. But all I know, Pig, is that it's time for Champions Field. We have a Game 5.
It is indeed, ladies and gentlemen. Can we get some donations for Champions Field? I mean, come on. It's been such a good series so far.
Yeah.
I promise you, this has not been scripted with the games we have had on stream, just consistently going to these Game 5s. Because if you look at the team streams as well, they're going to 5 as well. It's just the entire tournament. It's just how people are doing it, ladies and gentlemen. And as much as Rocket League would like to delay us in between games, it just gives us more time to put out that link, click on it, drop a donate. If you have gift aid in your country, tick that box as well for a little bit extra for free, not even out of your pocket, going towards for charity, and you don't even have to miss a second of action.
Yeah, I mean, there's so much being displayed on the field here, all for a fantastic cause, and here we go for game number 5. These players have left it all out there for us, Pig. The least we can do is leave a little bit.
Oh yeah.
For HF. Let's give back for what we've seen today. I know that's exactly what I will be doing because this is some quality Rocket League. I'm enjoying watching it, and honestly, the product is so good, I'd be content to pay for it. So that's exactly what I'm going to do.
Haven will take it towards that backhaul. Darkrai towards the core, and in his first goal, it's going to be crucial for both sides. It was a bit of a mistake there that led to the first. Haven almost pulled off a miracle yet again. Freddy got back shy of the crossbar, but it was saved there by the Ascend defender. Counter-attack is formed. Chronomia wants to take it in off the corner, but Verify does well to leave it through. This is both teams that are peaking their powers.
D. Showing touch. Haven. Pop up. Driving it towards the back wall. He's been very dangerous in this opening minute, and you can tell, I mean, this is the slowest game we've had all series. I say that as MD finds an uncontested double. He made sure to execute on this one, just turns with it. Chronomia goes to try to find a bump, can't connect, but there's nobody back. Freddy just was rotating into net with a full tank of boost, but shot comes out too quick. Ascend on the board first in our slowest game of the series thus far.
Slow game, but that timer moves fast, already breaking past that first minute of gameplay. And every single second is so valuable. We saw that put to its maximum extent in that last game. That's a hard infield pass to make, but Haven doesn't need it. Plays the bluff of the defender here, and instead of going for that pass, goes with a straight 50 inside instead. That's genius.
That's so good. And the way he postures his car, he jumps to the back wall and then jumps off so that the angle he's taking the 50 from is on the outside the ball when looking at the blue net.
Wow.
And he's just gonna get nifty with it. This man is having himself a game. Twirls with the ball, recovers fantastically, and just flips into it quickly, catching the defense off guard. 2 in a quick sweep for Haven, and DSQ riding his coattails.
Well, he's had 2 goals, but outside of that, he's had some extra threatening opportunities. This is the player now for Team Ascend to look out for. Darkrai, strike fair, stop fair by Verify. MD wants to hunt for that bottom corner, but DSQ, combined effort, keeps it out. Haven's going to be back on, fakes it underneath. It's just consistently a step ahead against the opponents. Freddy pops it high. Verify's available. Not the greatest of touches, but still Able to pick the pocket is Freddy. Inside shot, saved there by Chronomia. Haven wants to cut in from the corner. Darkrai, make sure he doesn't have any time on this one.
Chronomia gets that boost snagged from him, and actually MD bites forward too, which means this is an open net. That's a massive overstep from Ascend here. And Darkrai went. He believed in the play, but he's too far forward. The pass is high. When Chronomia is already awkward in the corner and MD takes his spot to find the pass, nobody has any boost. If Darkrai misses the touch, it's a wide open net. That's exactly what happened. That's such a low percentage play to try to take in a game 5 as dire as this one, and I think that's a play that the center are going to want to have back, but we've seen them fight back in the past. Pig, and this one could have been it had verified not won the goalkeeper of the year. I mean, what is that save?
You said it could have been it. It should have been it, and that is to no fault of Team Ascend. And a fantastic save from Verify. He's required once more. This time, though, a bump attempt forces him to bail away. If you can't beat him, delete him, or at least make sure they get out of there. MD with a completely open net. 3-2. 2 minutes remaining. This could be a high scorer to eliminate one of these sides.
Yep, I mean, it's a very essential goal. Ascend get it back when they should have had it, and I don't think it was a misspeaking from you when you said Guy. I think it's just a Freudian slip. He is that guy. Verify has received a new nickname. He is him. That dude got the save. Unfortunately, couldn't find the second. Good heads up bump attempt from Darkrai, and now, okay, his nerves are steeled. Watching that one go off the post, it again will all be for naught though, as MD gets his hat trick, all 3 goals for Team Ascend. Fantastic double. Once again, it's the physicality working in droves.
From singing their praises, I must say that was a rather catastrophic defense. One little slip of the game plan there. Team Ascend switched it up and started going for a few more bumps, and it felt like the entire house of cards has come crashing down here for DSQ. And they don't have much time to build themselves back up. 90 seconds on the clock, even both ways. The next goal has the potential to be golden, has the potential to eliminate. Freddy won't be able to cut in. Verify will take to the corner. Darkrai pops it out, and again, it's back to safety.
Darkrai, controlling touch, drops down, MD into the corner. Just trying to steal it into a place that is less threatening. That's a good bump on Darkrai. Chronomia can only play it one way. Haven has an opportunity. And Darkrai, I think he could have saved it, but he took his angle way too aggressively when he doesn't have any boost in the tank.
Haven, though, did so well to cut himself around the ball there. That's not easy to do. Has a little bit of momentum behind it as well. It's just enough power, like you said, to wrong foot Darkrai there. And to play away from Chronomia, it was towards that left-hand side. Verify will shoot. The next goal could secure it off the crossbar. Gorgeous, as you like.
Chronomia. Yeah, the pinch there. That one came back out to Haven, and he's gonna cash it in. And now things are very desperate for Ascend. 2 goals in 56 seconds. It's feasible, but it won't be easy. Darkrai trying to get things started, but the back check from Freddy off the opening kickoff just stronger. He gets the full boost now and will be the first man to try to clear it. Chronomia working against Verify, both of them 0 boost, so both of them kind of stay grounded, and that flip comes back out to Darkrai. Haven, good challenge. MD back for Chronomia.
Whoa.
Denied by Guy as he's going to go for it all on the transition. Darkrai gets back and just buys time for his team to rotate back, but time is not on their side, Pig.
20 seconds left. 2 goals required here from Ascend. They might just make it free off the post. And that's valuable seconds gone, already down. An extra 8 since that last call. Freddy keeps it close. That yellow text is on the screen. This feels like a victory lap once more here for DSQ. They might grab another one for the road. Ascend have left the pitch. Quanzek DSQ, the tournament hosts, survive to a lower final.
All according to the script, Pig. We can't have the tournament host leave sooner than they should, right?
Absolutely. Absolutely.
unfortunately, there is no script. I would love to come back, Yo-Yo. I'm sorry for speaking out of turn. I apologize. No, it's fantastic series by DSQ. They had really one slip up in game number 2 and rallied back in a big manner. And while Ascend did fight back, DSQ were just able to find their opportunities. And they hang in there. Their defense was solid more often than not, and I just keep thinking about their efficiency. Every time they saw an opportunity for a long goal from midfield or an open net, they took it and didn't miss. And that's what really booked them the ticket into the top 3. Congrats to DSQ. Ascend fought a hard fight, Pig. It was a fantastic series to watch, but couldn't pull it out in game number 5, so they will unfortunately have to wait for the next iteration.
Yeah, absolutely. And I must say, Team Ascend played amazing despite the loss there at the end. And that is extended to their other series as well. Not just this one that we managed to get the opportunity to present here on the main broadcast. But DSQ, this is really promising sights for them because there are players there that have been contributing to the RLCS ecosystem for quite some time now, and DSQ are looking to tussle their way into some of those spots, and with some of the results they have been able to pick up to date already, this is really positive signs, especially with this being one of their earliest presentations to the masses here on a live broadcast. But of course, they still got that extra fight, still have a losers final to play against, I believe it is Endpoint, and then Chippy Chips waiting in that grand final. But what is this all for, ladies and gentlemen? It is in support of Humanity First, serving mankind, that you can, of course, donate to with the link here in chat, and maybe pick up a jersey as well if you so please. But as for us here, speaking the desk, we're going to give you some time to load up that Just Giving page. See you after the break.
Hey, my name is Jara Davo, a student of the Snowball Masrood Senior Secondary School, built by Humanity First. So, Masrood is a school that empowers so many youths in this country to stand as independent citizens on their own. So, I stand here offering to become a biochemist in the future in the Oxford University, studying my PhDs and becoming one of the first biochemists in this country. So, I see Masrood as a school that offers diligence and responsible citizens. So I decided to come to this school in order to be motivated so that I can pursue my dreams in becoming a biochemist. So achieving those ambitions, as Masrood have excellent teachers that can be able to taught me in order for me to understand my field of areas and to become responsible. So teaching me is not only about educating me about the educational system, but also teaching me to become responsible and to be an impact into the world at large. So serving as a biochemist, future biochemist, is one of the dreams I have so dear to me. So it's very dear to me. So I see Masrood as a school that can offer this dream because they have qualified teachers, and they have qualified teachers that can be able to help us in achieving all this. So Masrood is known for excellence. I believe that every individual out there should sponsor Masrood to become one of the best in this country. So thank you.
Your lips are stained with fiction. You always have your reasons, and I smell you rotten. Your hands are sealed in pockets. You fill them with your secrets. To you, I am nothing. I am. Your kiss, sweet like poison. You know you make me reckless. I'll run, but you are friction. Your touch feels like heaven. You make me hate all my sins. You are my religion. My religion. I have a million reasons to leave you, but I have a billion reasons to keep you. I have a million reasons to leave you, but I have a billion reasons to keep you.
Won't you come over? Dying to know where you came from. We're breaking open. Feel like your future's just begun. And all I know is that we lost time. If we stay right here, we could free ourselves inside. We'll stay awake forever. We'll hide away where no one knows. Let's run away together. Just lead me into your world. We'll stay awake forever. We'll hide away where no one knows. Let's run away together. take these cities on our own. And all I know is that we lost time. If we stay right here, we could free ourselves inside. We'll stay awake forever. We'll hide away where no one knows. Let's run away together. Just lead me into your world. We'll stay awake forever. We'll hide away where no one knows. Let's run away together on our own. Just lead me into your world.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to the DSQ X Humanity First Rocket League Invitational. I'm Quanzek. I'm still joined in the booth by Pigasus, ladies and gentlemen, and we're all here for a good cause. I'm wearing contacts right now. Pigasus is wearing glasses. We have lots of eye issues, and did you know that £10 a month funds eye screenings and glasses through Humanity First? You can... people are seeing what you are currently seeing on the screen.
Yeah.
And with just that £10 a month, that can transition Pig into something lively and beautiful and bright. Look at us go, man. That's the difference that what we're wearing makes. That's all that £10 a month can do.
And that's why, of course, we promote !donate, ladies and gentlemen. £10 could very much change someone's life. If you felt that was jarring on the transition back to our caster screen, imagine living that every single second of your lives. However, what hasn't been jarring, Quanzek, has been the matches we have had today. It has been electric throughout. They've all gone to 5, essentially, that have been on screen here, bar, I believe it was the 3-1 game between Chippy Chips and Endpoint as well. But looking at our upcoming matchup, it's going to be Endpoint Live versus DSQ Esports, with Endpoint Live being a little bit of a dark horse. I didn't expect to see them in a top 3 position.
I've heard from everybody that has been on the back end of the tournament that they have made a run when nobody really expected them to, and now they're in a spot where they've secured the podium and they can also play for a chance in the grand finals. I mean, we just saw how good DSQ looked, so this should be a fantastic series. But can the dark horse Cinderella run of Endpoint continue with the English squad here?
Hoppy Ty, Leno, and Sellers, of course, making up that Endpoint roster. You see a bunch of returning faces there on the side of DSQ. A full English roster as well, Quan. And I feel like I rant about this to you quite a fair bit, but there are not too many English up-and-coming players here. But I must say Sellers is one that is rather exciting to me whenever I do see him play. He's part of that Endpoint Live team, which I must say is also a very wonderful project, as is Humanity First. Be sure to go over and donate. So, hoping that they get a bit of extra support by the end of this series as well. But a gameful loss versus Chippy Chips, if that's going to be the litmus test for these two sides, DSQ should be the favourite as they took them to 5.
100%. I mean, this is, they want their chance at revenge. We just saw DSQ play so well in our previous matchup on stream. And when we're already calling Endpoint a dark horse through the tournament, compared to how good DSQ looked, this should be them punching up. It'll be an uphill climb for the English squad, but they've proven us wrong time and time again. What's one more series, Pig?
It is time, ladies and gentlemen, for the lower final. Endpoints versus DSQ. The Dark Horses versus the organisers looking to earn their rematch. Best of 5 to reach that final spot, all for a good cause. Ladies and gentlemen, we have kickoff.
We will get the players on the pitch. We will be underway in our losers final. 3rd place on the line between these two teams. A chance in the grand finals also on the line. I mean, that's a night and day difference between 3rd and 2nd. A chance at Chippy Chips, a chance at revenge for one of these squads, and maybe a complete heroic arc. If Endpoint Live go on to conclude as the victors of the tournament, Pig, that's got to be one of the biggest statements I think they could make heading to this next RLCS season.
I mean, both of these teams have a statement for them to make. Endpoint Live representing such a star-studded organization, especially in Rocket League terms. They've had the absolute highest level of pedigree. If we're talking about RLCS, looking to go down that more content-oriented route now with the introduction of Endpoint Live, giving a bunch of opportunities for creators. Well, I tell you what, they've got a pretty good bunch of players as well in their arsenal. DSQ, new team coming forward, a grassroots organisation looking to make great strides here from the community levels.
Lindholm working there on the corner. We've seen the hallmarks of both of these organizations, what they stand for, what they represent. Now it's time for them to duke it out here on the pitch. Zeros to start. That's a great mid-air bump by Sellers. Couldn't cash it in, though, was endpoints. Now Lindholm has to retreat all the way back to his own half. Had a chance. Freddy did. Unfortunately, shot that one just wide. Good fake there by Haven. Verify can't catch to that ball before Lindholm can, as he will jam this one forward. Has Sellers lying the weight, so would just take over and look to find a bump on the back end. Freddy will carry it out over the top. Not over the top. Pop tie, and here we go. I mean, both these teams seem deadlocked to just exist. And the second I bring up the score, endpoints, go ahead.
Come on, you do it on purpose, right? You cannot be this consistent at calling it out. You cannot be this consistent. First goal there for Endpoint Live. I like the Juventus goal explosion as well, repping similar colours, of course, to their organisation. Haven there, beat on the 50, and Freddy will collect. And well, that deadlock you were spoken about certainly has been broken. Relocked here by Freddy. This game, however, feels like it's ready to start.
Are you ready, Freddy? Freddy says he's heady for some spaghetti. Ooh, okay. I pulled spaghetti out of nowhere, Pig. If you can tell, I do not, in fact, rap. There wasn't a successful bar anywhere in there, but you know what? Freddy has successfully found a goal as Apitai working on this ball in the corner here. Freddy carrying it in field. Drop down. Appetized in the right spot at the right time. Verify couldn't cash it in. And Endpoint says, I want this out of my half. We can do more damage on the other side. Lindo completely dunked there, though. And that means Freddy, air dribble bump, has all the time in the world. Great defense by Appetite.
And so far, the scoreline is steady. Donate if you haven't already. Oh, how was that?
Ooh.
How was that? Is that good? You liking that?
I like that quite a bit.
Oh. I'm not sure if that played to stream, but I just got soundboard in my ear, so thanks for that, producer.
Oh, man.
You had a bit of as well.
Oh, man. Okay, yeah. Hazza letting us know that my spaghetti line and the game is locked, and donate if you haven't already by Pigasus have both been duds. But you know what? We're trying to see if there are alternate careers outside of casting. Freddy, I think, has found his. With 2 goals down now, he just takes a well-timed flip into the dunk. I mean, Hoppytide doesn't have any options outside of hitting that ball the exact way he did. Very projected for Freddy to dunk, and DSQ up 2-1.
It's a good bit of patience there from Freddy as well, just slamming on his brakes to make sure that he could catch that ball on the bounce with a little bit of momentum behind him. And it was slightly miscalculated there by the defense, a bit too deep into the net. That's why it made it so easy for them to be dunked thereafter. Lino. Pop tie. Sellers will look to try and take it through. Hoppytide to collect, but this one's just going to drop away to an orange car. Haven looks it off that back ball. Lino gets there first. Verify. Wants to cut it in. Freddy had a net to attack. Instead looks for the backboard. Instead finds Sellers.
Freddy. Pop-up touch to the back wall. Hey, that's dangerous there for Lindho. Verify luckily there to bail out Freddy. As Haven controls this, and DSQ, they would love an insurance goal, but you can tell by the posturing right now that they're happy to just sit back defensively and let these shots come at them and just steer things away, play the clock to walk to their game 1 victory. Drop down. Haven controlling touch 1. He has nothing but room in Lindho. Had to avoid the bump on the other side by Freddy. Now the rotation's really slow on the way back. Freddy dropped down 0 boost. Does manage to get that by Lindho, and that essential time will be the difference between conceding and not. They're still not out of the woods yet, though, with this break-in happening from endpoint.
We've seen late goals. 15 seconds remain. This would be some of the latest, and DSQ especially have fallen victim to it. Lino gets that 50 off the ceiling. Endpoint can't get that on target. That's going to be too much to cut in. Haven's 50 though has landed for a second, I thought, disfavourably. But a player there was available to slam it down, and DSQ, for the second series in a row, are able to take that first game.
I mean, this is just, I feel like they found a recipe that works. Their counterattacks for DSQ are so strong. They're so heady. And when they are able to play those balls into the net, be efficient on their gameplay, the defense doesn't give up any room. They've been tried certain times, definitely. But when they are tasked to step to the plate, they can at least keep it to the corners and away from the net. Things got a little bit dangerous there with sub 50 seconds, but they hung on to the lead and decided they just wanted to burn the clock rather than reach a point where they're trying to send everything for an insurance goal and maybe giving up one on the back end. So well played by DSQ, showing that they're here to stay and showing that Endpoint, they're going to need to find that other glass slipper for the Cinderella run.
Well, what DSQ have is that first game in their favour. What we have, Quanzek, is some insider information. We had a little talk there with a man on the inside, a little birdie, I guess you could say, and allegedly the coach has been telling the players of DSQ, first man go ball, monkey see, monkey do. There wasn't much monkey seeing, monkey doing in that second half, but in the first, we definitely got to see how they were able to pick up a little bit of play as a result of it. I'm just curious, in your coaching mind, Quanzek, is there any compliments to the chef?
Look, I have played on teams where, like, I have a championship victory where the team concept was we just have to play balls to the wall and get as aggressive as we possibly can. Like, our rotations never exited the offensive third. They were that tight-knit, and it worked. Now, what we're looking at here is going to be, I mean, first of all, I have an issue with the syntax of the quote.
Okay.
First man go ball, monkey see, monkey go. Doesn't that mean the first man goes, and then the second and third man are the monkeys who see and then go? So isn't everybody just full forehead at the ball?
Maybe it was clearer in his intonation, which didn't quite come through when our insider source passed along that information. There was a little bit of noise there, some interference. This will interfere with any plans of DSQ. Very early goal coming through for Endpoint Live, and it comes from, I would say, an unfortunate 50 against Haven. But that's one of those where in that position, you kind of got to expect that that's going to go towards your own nets.
And there is the gripe. You asked me from a coaching perspective, what's my issue? Well, Haven saw the ball. He went for the ball, but just sprinting at the ball gave him a bad 50 that careened into his net. I don't think the monkey is too happy with that one. The monkey does not concern himself with kickoff goals, though. So we will see how DSQ can bounce back. It's an early concession, one that we've seen them come back from, but we haven't yet seen a super star-studded offense from this roster as we have other teams throughout the tournament.
Ready across. You can see a little bit of life here from DSQ. There. No touches there from Haven. Verify brings it forward. Freddy's got a full tank. Big boom forward. Lino's on that back foot, though. He will be taken off that back wall. Sellers off the bounce. Wants to get a shot on. It's just to force something here out of the keeper. Lots of boost now. Forced to be burnt, but later off there with someone with a lot more resources available. Lino gets the read off that backboard. And that touch will be just enough to prevent the equaliser for the time being. Haven wants to cut this ball in. Verify stays rather deep on this occasion. Knows that DSQ are just going to panic forward into it. They've got no other choice here with the way the ball's bouncing. Lino takes it to that corner. And Sellers has a drop down here to Sellers bailed away.
Verify throwing with that ball and actually just going to leave it over for Freddy. They're going to connect on a little bit of a give and go as Sellers just watches that ball sail at him. Has to get a second save here. Verify. Good pinch. Haven actually can turn around for this, but with no boost in the tank, he's just going to let Hoppy take over. There's nobody super clearly on either one of these rosters that wants to get dangerous. They're just trading possession back and forth and letting this ball skirt along the edges of the arena. Sellers pinch into the middle of the net. We just saw this play on the other side of the pitch as Verify gets demoed for that clearance, and this game has turned into something where it's just a little bit of boom ball. Both these teams are playing possession. Nobody really wants to do anything with it. And as it stands, it's going to favor Endpoint because they're the ones with the only goal on the board.
Back up here, Hoppy able to clear it off that backboard. Haven takes it off the ceiling. Freddy bangs this one to the left. Verify will stay close. Haven wants to come down. Sellers takes this one off the ceiling. Verify wants it once more. Yet again, that's a bit of a bunch up though on that backboard. Players have been forced wide out of position. That's why you see that immediate shot coming through, and Endpoint have to desperately jump. It's a rule 1 here from Haven and Hoppy. It was broken. I'm not sure if that was a result of a bump or just one of the players choosing to bail away, but Lino still is able to capitalize from the opportunity. Plenty of space available, 100 boost, and that bump too easy for him to recover from.
Yeah, and coinciding with that goal, we must have an Endpoint fan $5 donation from Anonymous officially coming through. I'm sorry, I'm getting correct. My Americanism is showing. £5 donation. Thank you, Hazza. I called it correctly on the glasses shout out, but that
was your limit.
And I associate with money. It is dollars. So that's my one grievous mistake for the stream. I will not make a second. I apologize. I'm just an uneducated American. That's my excuse every time I make some sort of educational mistake, which I don't. It's a stereotype that I could use as a scapegoat right now. Is Hoppy going to be able to slop that one in? And Endpoint just looks so good this game, Pig. 3-0 now, and they don't look to be slowing down anytime soon.
Well, this was the story of DSQ in the series prior versus Ascend. They had a really solid first game, then in the second, it started to somewhat fall apart, and for a majority of the game, they were dominated by Ascend. This time it's Endpoint live, I must say it's to a greater volition. Endpoint look a lot stronger. They are deserving thoroughly of this spot, and it wasn't a team that I expected to be so deserving heading into it, yet they have proven it and more. They might earn themselves a spot in the grand finals. 50 seconds to spare. DSQ will just be picking up consolation.
Oh, Haven towards the back wall. That one dangerous off the post. DSQ not walking away there with a goal might be a criminal offense, but it would have just been a drop in the bucket. They do need 3, and with only 30 seconds left to go, that is a mountain to climb. It's one was going to sail into a 4th had Verified not gone there off of his respawn. Haven can't find that touch. Sellers feigned the shot, and I think both these teams are just content to let this clock bleed out. We have somebody chasing around demos and intentional backflips, and I think we're just having fun at this point. It's a formality for Endpoint to even up the series, and I do agree with you, Pig. They looked like they belonged in this game. There was never a moment where I thought DSQ was going to get back in it.
Yeah, Endpoints were extremely strong, and it felt like, there are some games where we say they outplayed their opponents, or sometimes their opponents just drop the quality. It doesn't feel like that DSQ dropped their quality as much as Endpoint Live just looked like a much stronger team. Hoppy especially, 740 points really does speak for itself. But what I always find a really promising stat there is the 4 saves he was able to pick up. He was able to keep his cool in a lot of these high pressure situations, and when you're playing a team that is looking to pick up their experience in that regard, it's a perfect team to try and beat, and they are performing and more here, Endpoint, against that exact same position.
Okay, so one piece. Best of 3 from here on out, and I really don't know which way it's going to go. I mean, we've seen two completely different styles of games played. Game 1, DSQ just, again, efficient on their chances offensively, locking down things defensively, not enabling a ton of shots to come towards their net, threaten anything of a greater degree of impressions, and now 3-0 endpoint, where it was a dominating victory, one they didn't let DSQ back into. We've seen rebounds over the course of our series today. DSQ now, I think they're going to be the ones in charge. The ball's in their court to see if they can figure out a way to not get shut out on the scoreboard.
DSQ were able to do so in Game 3, like I said, in that series prior, which has had so many parallels between. Those stakes are different, the team is different, Endpoint Live don't look like a team that are going to be dropping that ball shot on here by Hoppertai. It's enough! And for a second there, I felt like the power was a bit too weak, though that defender still couldn't get a reach towards it, and they did their absolute best.
Yep, they did. Endpoint not missing a beat on the unchanged Forbidden Temple. It's apparently all of a hallucination, though, as the producer swears it's DFH Stadium. So surely we're in Game 3, right, guys? I mean, if Endpoint Live win 3-0 over the top of DSQ, I think we can just blame Hazza.
Hazza's saying allegedly that he changed the map, but I'm not seeing it, so how are we to believe him? Leno taking this ball forward. Sellers outside. That's a beautiful ball forward there off the corner. Hoppertai, though, is able to collect that ball forward. It would have been a nice way to get an assist. That would have been a horrific way to get an own goal. It doesn't happen. Tough angle here for Leno. It's high off, and Haven will catch. Demoed off that first play. Verify does get this ball through. Sellers takes it up. Doesn't get a flip preset. Doesn't really have any options. Haven's forced to boom it as well. And he sees those two players that he's got to hit it towards. That is dangerous here for DSQ.
And all off of that one missed touch from Haven that almost turned into an own goal. These last 30 seconds have all been Endpoint until... Oh, what a save by Sellers. I thought that would have been a fantastic drop-down rifling double. Verify in the corner, driving it towards the middle. Freddy gonna go for the full boost and have all the time in the world to do whatever he wants. Linho off the back wall, not a ton of boost, so Freddy goes high, follow up Haven, Hoppertai just there in the nick of time, getting a little bit of bounce following his namesake as Sellers loses that boost, and DSQ are doing a great job maintaining this pressure. Sidewall double, Freddy! Oh, it wasn't Haven. It was eventually a pass, but that still looked like it had legs as DSQ are not done yet. Freddy off the sidewall, double tap. Lindo got a piece. Verify, rebound. There's no boost anywhere. Haven gonna climb the ladder, play it back towards the net. Sellers is so awkward. Freddy can't beat out Hoppertai, and Endpoint, I believe, have survived. Big.
You know, double tap. It's on. Endpoint double. It's the double from the double. This is so tight here from Leno. Has to land this one perfectly. There was a goalkeeper as well to beat for a shot that even if it were open, it'd be impressive to find the back of the net.
Ready. And kickoff boosts heavily in favor of Endpoint. They were able to grab a few, and they've expended a lot to try to find this offensive. Haven. Outlet pass to Verify, had an open net if he took it, decided to go high and play for a extenuated offensive. So Sellers gets bumped and then somehow finds that ball and unintentionally passes it to the other team. That could have been dangerous, but DSQ still scoreless on both games of Forbidden Temple here. 5-0, and while they've had better looks this game, they still have not been able to break the seal.
Haven drops down, could be that opportunity you were calling for. Verify, though, doesn't get that touch. They'll call it a dummy. Drops down to Haven yet again. Verify got to slot. Postage stamp. And the game gets that bit closer. 90 seconds remaining. And the reward for this match win being a match point situation. This is a vital swing for either one of these sides.
Yeah, and that goal comes in with plenty of time on the clock. I mean, if you let that tick down closer to a minute, I feel like you would have felt the pressure. But when you look at the clock and see a minute 30 plus, it's just that weird placebo effect in your mind where you think, oh, there's plenty of time. But the second it hits a minute and lower, even though the seconds have not really changed, it feels much worse to try to mount this comeback. DSQ have scored with plenty of time left to do just that, but currently possession in favor of Endpoint. Collecting is Freddy, taken away by Sellers as Haven retops off on his already full boost. Freddy and Haven looking to connect that pass a little bit too inward, so Verify going to take a pop touch. Kills all the momentum though horizontally, so now Verify has to backtrack and I find the pinch. Freddy wanted his touch on that ball instead, and DSQ looked to be a little bit on different pages there, and that's not what you want to see when you're down one with this little time left on the clock.
Certainly not. Freddy wants to dribble this ball through. DSQ inside pass, too heavy forward. Sellers has that easy clearance, and they've got that luxury now, being able to just boom that ball forward, whittle down that clock. They've got no extra that they need to do. I'm not sure what their very own coach will be thinking of that strategy, but so far it's working. Verify's got a very awkward ball to try and get across. It was a good attempt to try and get it to Freddy, though two players pounce immediately there from Endpoint. 5 seconds with that ground heating up. DSQ on almost zero will get themselves the goal. Haven picks their pockets at the very final second.
Haven, I mean, that's just right place, right time. When things are so desperate, so dire, it has to happen. Haven presses up and finds a fortunate bounce. Is there anything that happens off this kickoff? No. Straight into OT we go. And this is a crucial one. Game 3 victory. It puts either team on match point on what should be DFH Stadium if Hazza knew how to do his job. Verify playing that pass over midfield. Hoppy Tie gonna get possession of the ball and try to spin with it. He's playing so much space with zero boost, almost playing through the entire defense, but now they gotta worry about their own net.
Ball on Verify, and this just came out of nowhere for me, Quan. I saw that ball forward there from Haven, but Hoppy Tie in a full tank of boost. Endpoint have been so consistent defensively, but one little lapse of judgments there and a really well-placed shot there by Verify in a game which I thought was guaranteed Endpoint lives is stolen away by DSQ.
And you look at the shots here afterwards. I mean, possession was in DSQ's favor. They have more touches. They're out shooting 6 to 11. And they just look better. I mean, the saves are so high. They finished with 8 on the side of Endpoint Live. So they were tasked defensively. While I thought they had control the entire game, it was actually DSQ. They just happened to score too early and hold on to those goals. So DSQ do get the job done. They rally for this comeback, and now trying to see if they can close out the series, book their ticket to the grand finals, as Endpoint Live are gonna have to win this game 4. Same way Azurus, or not Azurus did, excuse me, I got Darkrai on the mind. The same way that that Ascend did in our previous series here, Pig.
Yeah, certainly. Just any team that has Darkrai, of course, is going to give us those memories. And I must say, he played rather similarly. He was really impressive in that last game. But DSQ just seemed to have the second wind that they can pull out at any point. Between games, during the games, it does not matter. Verify especially just has another level that he can just bring to the roster to keep these series somehow in their favor. That felt like a miracle for DSQ, because Endpoint,
yeah,
I would say, honestly, for 3.5 minutes, maybe even more, were far away the better side. It was just those final 90 seconds where they started to drop back, play a little bit more defensive, give DSQ that bit of space where those cracks did start to show, and still it felt like those were not going to be enough until there was 1 second left on the clock.
Yeah, I really thought that Endpoint was going to walk away with it. DSQ, while they did have pressure, I didn't realize how much they had until the stats showed up, which shows that the game played visually very different than it appeared on paper. It felt like Endpoint controlled it, even though statistically DSQ was better. And until that goal went in that 1 second, I wasn't concerned that they'd be able to come back. But they got it done. They proved me wrong. And now we're in a game 4 where they can win and see themselves into the grand finals.
And it's going to be a struggle now for Endpoint Live to get themselves to that position. But there are, of course, greater struggles in the world, and that's what this entire stream is for. Humanity first, ladies and gentlemen. We've got that exclamation mark donate if you want to contribute, because ultimately that's what this entire event is for. So thank you to everyone that has gotten themselves involved. These two teams and their players, of course, included. And they will continue to contribute to the force with a very uncharacteristic miss there from Hazzaprod.
Yeah, I feel like he's been somebody who's just been a rock for this Endpoint roster the entire time. Whether you need him defensively or to create space offensively, he's done it every time his name's been called. Once again, he's here with a great possession touch, culminating in a shot onto Freddy. This one bouncing around is Linho ricocheting that ball off of Freddy. Drop touch by Hazzaprod as he's carrying it towards the net. Haven staunches that offensive, and now Seller's gonna watch Linho challenge. A little bit of back and forth action here early to start. Both these teams trying to see if they can get creative, don't want to fall into the same rhythm that they have previously, understanding that this is the first real culture change in this series.
Lino pinches it across, was forced there on that 50. Haven sends it long, wants a teammate, but Sellers as well as able to get that touch. Lino was looking there in that back wall, but now it's all Hazzaprod. Flip preset is an option. It's not the greatest of touches, however. Freddy, you'll just be able to boom this one forward. Opportunities here for a high press with high boost available. For a counter comes through. Double tap potential. Hazzaprod had it on target, and Sellers will just send it away. But my goodness, what a play from Hazzaprod. Can't get the open net. That one, though, easily on target.
And Endpoint doing exactly what they're asked for. They need to win this game. They're on their last life. Last possible breath. If they do lose this in the DSQ XHF Invitational Tournament. Haven has verified down the field. Couldn't find him, though. A little bit too lofted. Too much air underneath that ball. It reaches its zenith. Hazzaprod playing that one towards the net. Freddy has him trailing right behind him. Has to use the boost to stay out in front. Still has his flip, though, trying to play that across to Freddy. Verify will control that touch, though. And Hazzaprod, we've called his name a couple times. He's trying to be more of a star, more of the center focus in this game number 4. Well, it does have the credit for the assist, and already 4 shots on net. It shows you just how much Endpoint has been controlling this game in the DSQ half.
Still really close, though. With that 1 goal difference, it's the House of Cards that can fall at any time. That ball off the corner might just be the gust of wind. Shot off the bar. Sellers has an open net. This is how quickly a game of Rocket League can change.
Sellers, I mean, he's gotten credit for both goals. This one was just wide open, though. DSQ, you got to do better. You have to be back defensively. That rotation cannot falter, and even if somebody gets bumped, you got to be there to cover. Freddy trying to cut the lead in half off the kickoff. Linho had the boost from the corner challenge, so he got the better of that. Also got the demo. So now Hazzaprod has a lot of space towards the net, and Verify just cannot get there in time, and Endpoint looking like a game 5 is almost assured.
And I spoke about it a little bit earlier in this day, where I said, when someone makes a mistake, you don't want them to try and make up for their mistake too much. You don't want to see them out of position, lingering on the ball a little bit too long. Hazzaprod is showing how you make up for mistakes in the right way. Whenever it's his turn on the ball, he's not going to force it, but he will make sure that he's playing that best ball possible. So good at generating that power behind as well. The DSQ proving that they can make miracles happen, but this entire bracket has proven that Game 5s are certainly on the menu.
Haven against Hoppy Tie. He's been so good this game. This man is always exactly where he needs to be. Haven off the back wall, no boost, but does still find Verify for that full field clearance. They're combining, even when they don't have a ton in the tank to make these plays work, although that miss is going to be a bit dangerous had Verify not gone back. Hoppy Tie, good challenge. Freddy has possession of the ball. Sailor's going to cut rotation or a challenge. Verify over to Haven. Linho reads it though. And Endpoint just doing so well to make sure that DSQ have no room to operate. They've already had their insurance goals. They only need to worry about their own blue half right now.
Sellers backball. Lino could get the read there. Sneaks it towards that right hand side. Sellers again. Perfect position. Perfect time. This time though, the defense is there to match. Lino's shot is stopped there by Freddy on the bounce. Verify. Can't get this ball over. Freddy's not going to be able to get this one on target. And this is where it really starts to get dangerous for DSQ. They've not had a foot in this game whatsoever. This has been Endpoint. I said in the last game that was 3.5 minutes. This time, it's the full 5. Clean sheet looking to be maintained. Already heads are set towards Champions Field. It's usually a rare occasion. Not today. As much gameplay as possible, as much time on stream, as much opportunity for you guys at home to use exclamation mark donates. But Quanzek, we return to Champions Field.
We do, and I'm gonna say that I think my favorite going into Game 5, in terms of who I think is going to win, is Endpoint Live. Their wins have been so much more convincing. They have 2 wins now that are 3-0. I thought they were gonna win the game number 3, but the last second goal, it shocked everybody. But before that, they controlled 2-0 for the entire time. Their wins are convincing. DSQ has not had the same experience. They're struggling to find room to operate. The times where they have won, it has been in instances where it's at the last second, or they're hanging on by a single goal. And I think Endpoint looked like the team that is going to put their best foot forward, and DSQ has to respond to it on Champions Field, which is why I think Endpoint should be favored.
And if we're looking at DSQ, they are a really, really entertaining team, but I want to look at them critically and competitively as opposed to what entertainment they bring. At the moment, they're playing a bit too much like what we would call a moments team, right, Quanzek? They don't have that consistency. They're not keeping that ball close, but I tell you what, they create these moments that get you bouncing around the rooms. They get your heartbeat pumping, but I'm not sure that's going to be enough to get them into the grand finals. If you want to make a highlight, though, what better place than this coveted arena? Both players getting ourselves sorted in that central third, looking to try and take that extra space. It's Hoppy Tie off the ceiling. That's astounding. A save from Verify and a follow-up from Lino. Endpoint Live, open up in style.
I mean, that's so well played by them to open. It almost looks like it's a set piece. I mean, you see Hoppy Tie by so much. He delays for so long in the air, doesn't have any boost, waits for his team to push up after securing their own boost, and then flips it towards the net so that they can pounce onto any rebound. Endpoint coming out swinging, and once again, I mean, they are going to be in the position to control the game. And that's not something that DSQ has had this series, let alone any other series that we've seen them on stream today.
Oh, some space here for Freddy. Not much boost, however. Lino as well gets a very good read off the back of it. Team pinch doesn't quite come through. That's just a waste of boost for both players. And that mid is not available for them either. Lino, midfield pass to no one. That's just going to be DSQ's flip reset. A chance to make one of those highlight moments as a shot across net. A fantastic save followed up there by Lino. Endpoint being able to match there defensively. Now's the turn for their offense. The boost spawns favourably. But Verify, that player that I think is the one to look out for here on DSQ. Does well to get that clear, and now it's all theirs.
Hoppy Tie. Touch in the corner. Freddy just has to watch this get played over him. And Verify was too close. It's just going to go in. Verify! Where's your two-factor authentication? Why are you this far shoved?
That is not going to be a good one for the mental. Got no one to blame there other than yourselves. And it's been a game where every goal has been so valuable, especially for DSQ, which has been the team that has been struggling to rack those numbers up. Sneaks under though. Haven might be able to sneak one back. Follow up there from Verify, but there's always a second and third option for Endpoint. It's just these lack of double commits, the composure from these three players, which makes them look unbreakable. Sellers looks to try and get this one back on the counter, and their attack is looking to match the quality of their defense. Blocked off by the first DSQ player. Bum comes through. Lino beats two. Those are those double commits I was worried about, but Hobby Tie too early there with the flip. Took him out the play.
Oh, that shot once more straight towards an open net. How many times have we seen that this series? Sellers chasing down into the corner. Freddy finds the challenge, and this one goes across for Hobby Tie. Controlled by Freddy. He has so much space, so much time, but not enough boost. Trying to find that musty pass over. Verify tries to chip into Haven and DSQ. They're looking, they're trying to get creative, but the execution has not been there, Pig.
Haven clears off his backboard. A first touch, which looked like it could be enough to get a second. Sellers will get a second. And Hobbitai again times this run with pure perfection. Look at the mechanics of Sellers. That is unbelievable yet again. Endpoint Live, a team that simply have it all right now.
They look so good in DSQ. I mean, they frankly, they're outmatched in this series. They cannot get started. They cannot enter these games without the goals. By the time they actually start playing, the goals are 3-0, the goals are 4-0, and then Hoppy Tie can just pull stuff out like this, where Freddy tries to find a touch. Hoppy Tie just recognizes that he has an open look and is able to steer that ball towards the net using the momentum from Freddy's touch.
Couldn't have been any more bottom corner as well. That was aesthetic. That one had me moving my head around trying to see how close that was to bouncing its way out. DSQ again in that dire spot. And I feel like for many people watching the stream, it is going to feel like a bit of a victory lap for Endpoint Live, especially with them picking up this fifth. But for DSQ, they still have to have that sense of belief. You do not want to leave anything off the pitch.
I mean, this is, yeah. DSQ, it feels like the fate's been sealed. Your ticket has been booked, stamped, punched. Whichever adjective you want to use to describe how you are out of this series. I mean, 5-0. DSQ can still put all that they have out here. They're not going to get another chance to display it. We're already impressed by their top 3 podium run. But Endpoint just looked like they got the better of them this time around. They had their number, and for being outscored as badly as they will finish in a best-of-5 series, considering it went to 5, it's not the showing offensively that I think DSQ would like. But I will say, they've still impressed me, Pig. Them being here in the first place, they've looked good in plenty of other series, and for the first real, this is the grand entrance of this team onto the scene. And if this is I expect this to be the first of many waves that they will be making.
Verify is a player that I am familiar with. This is actually my introduction to Haven and Freddy. Verify is a completely different player than the last time I witnessed him on the pitch. And Haven and Freddy, they are fantastic in their own regards as well. These are going to be players to look out for when that next RLCS season rolls around in just a month now. But Endpoint Live, of course, another team to put on your watch list here. You will be able to see them face off once more in the grand finals for a rematch of the upper finals. It will be Chippy Chips versus Endpoint Live.
All right, this is definitely the grand finals we all expected, right?
Yeah, of course. I mean,
Yeah.
50%. 50%. Not bad
Yeah,
record.
I mean, true. I think everybody's prediction is 50% right. We all must be experts here, Big.
We must know what we're talking about. That's honestly, Endpoint Live have impressed me so much. You speak about dark horses. That I feel like that phrase is thrown around quite a fair bit, but this is a team that is very much deserving of that title. And this has been an absolutely insane round. Game 5 win versus Roehampton. Game 5 win versus Ascend. Game 4 loss versus Chippy Chips, which, if you watch the games, they were rather close. And then picking it up here with a Game 5 win versus DSQ. There is no question about it with that caliber of competition. They are far and away a top 2 team deserving of the grand finals.
Yeah, they have earned the right to be there. Now, they've been clutch. They've gotten it done throughout all of these series. Can they get it done against Chippy Chips? This is another question entirely. When Chippy Chips are far and away, I think, the favorite for everybody involved here. But Endpoint, like you said, they've looked good. They look like there's some legs to this roster. They've shown the clutch factor in this last series. They showed they can score too. They can put up goals, not in small sums, but large quantities. Everybody, we're going to take a short break. We're going to get the grand final set up and ready to go. Oh, okay. I guess not. I was going to say use exclamation donate, but also while that happens, I think Pig has something to say.
Absolutely. First of all, we just got a donation from a good friend of ours, Rhino Boy 11, as I like to call him, with a £30 donation to the cause here. You can also contribute like Rhino did for exclamation mark donate. But you might be wondering, listen, we've spoken a lot about Humanity First. We've given you some ideas of what your donations can do, but that's from our mouths, Quanzek, and you might not consider us all that reliable. I tell you who is reliable. How about a member of the board for Humanity First? I spent some time with him just last night, actually, and this is how that interview went. I'm known by everyone online as the Pigasus, but you can very much call me Aiden if you should prefer. And I want to give you the opportunity to introduce yourself to the people at home with, of course, your name and your role with Humanity First.
Okay, so thank you very much, Aiden. Thank you for having us and having me specifically. My name is Najim. I'm one of the directors of Humanity First UK. Humanity First itself is an NGO, a charity which is celebrating its 30th year this year, and Humanity First United Kingdom is a newer branch of that, if you like, which has been going since just hitting on about 5 years at the moment.
And would you be able to explain to the people at home what an NGO means?
So, non-governmental organization, like a not-for-profit organization, essentially a charity, right?
I did want to also, what is Humanity First? If you could encapsulate the charity in about 30 seconds, you have about one opportunity in front of someone. What do you say to them? It's
a charity which is providing relief, support and opportunities to people throughout the world, regardless of caste, creed and color. So within that's a very general kind of explanation, but within that there's so many different humanitarian projects, and as you can tell by the name, Humanity First, humanitarian work is the basis of exactly everything that we do. So we're not a dog charity or animal charity specifically, but for humanity at large.
And I've got to ask, how did you get yourself involved? Because you're sitting here now as the board of directors, but there must have been a bit of a journey to get there.
No, definitely. I've always had a affiliation with Humanity First because it's we've kind of grown up knowing this charity within our community as well. So there's always been a little bit of that something that we're generally always proud of, and because they do such amazing work. But going back quite a long time now, I think it must have been So I've probably been within the working structure of Humanity First for about 10 years or so now. And initially it was just like a little fundraiser. So, you set up a little fundraising stall, put some money out, and put some. We're doing some work in Africa. There was a war or something I have a vivid memory of a war in Sierra Leone in Africa, right? And I remember one of my friends was impacted by that. He had family and stuff over there. So I got a group of us together, and every once a week we would set up a stall at a place of worship, and people would come out, and they would just. And I remember the first time I did it, I was like, wow, look at all these people giving all this money for this cause, and they know this in the news, kind of thing, So that kind of sparked my interest even more, kind of thing. And I thought, well, I know this is going to go to a good place. We're going to do good things with this, and it feels good to do it at the same time as well, knowing that you're giving back. Paying something forward is always something that you always come back to at some stage of your life. Over time, I would do annual kind of fundraisers through work or whatever, or something like that. And Humanity First would most likely always be the charity that I would tend to support. So there's been a long affiliation from a long time ago, but in the last few years, it's definitely got a lot more serious, and I'm more involved in the actual organization itself.
That's amazing. And did you end up putting yourself in that spot where you could have a say because you really wanted to? Did you get recommended to that position, or was that always something that you wanted to strive for once you started to fall in love with the charity a bit more over the 10 years?
Yeah, and that's a good question. The charity is always looking for help. One thing that's unique about Humanity First is it's voluntary based. So, across the world, it's run by different, if you look at the structure, it's run by, it's in over 60, 70 countries. It's actually registered and working in more, actually. I was asked to join part of the fundraising team because I had this little bit of excitement about doing it. And then obviously they got more serious. Then we started looking at, I was involved in arranging events. We had an annual fundraiser. So that was something that was, that was quite considerable. And then formally, within our own times, because all of us, like I said, we're volunteers. We work 9 to 5s or whatever, got jobs and this, whatever. So our weekends would be taken up by this and other community related stuff. So it was like I said, because of that affiliation was always there, and then friends and colleagues and peers and stuff were involved, kind of thing. And then it got more serious. And then what I explained about Humanity First UK came into being. As one of the branches of the organization. Then that posed itself. We had a chairman who I knew, which is who was appointed. He put a team together, and he thought it worthy of me to having a go as well. Said, so because I had that bit of affiliation kind of thing with it already, so it kind of just built from there.
So everyone is voluntary, everyone is passionate, putting their own time into it, spending their weekends on the project outside of their 9 to 5s. But if it's voluntary, and the likes of yourself with all your hard work and not getting paid, I think the big question is, where will the people's donations be heading towards?
I'll maintain that we are unique in the sense that the money will go mostly towards the charities. Like any organization, you have infrastructure costs, you have costs to stay alive, to keep the light on, we like to say. Do you know what I mean? So there will always be a part of that as well. But we've got different various campaigns where the money goes specifically to the campaigns. We look after, in the UK, we're considered a donor country. So the way the organization is, so we will be responsible for the work and the finances and the projects and stuff in about 9 different countries around the world, mostly in sub-Saharan Africa and some other places, and parts of the Middle East and these kind of things as well. So we work all year round with the teams on the ground in those countries. They'll submit budgets to do stuff. They'll have a special project that they want to do, be it the hospital or something in terms of education, a new school and what have you, and whatever it's, or water pumps and these kind of things. In these villages where there isn't any kind of water. Yeah. So we're in that unique position that we can funnel majority of the funds that come through all towards the actual projects itself.
I do want to ask a little bit of insight of what some of these projects around the world are that Humanity First do contribute towards.
Water for Life is one of our biggest projects, and that is to provide water pumps and to rehabilitate existing water pumps in rural places, a majority in Africa, but you'll get some places in India and kind of things as well. Here in the UK, we look after, like I said, many African countries. So that is something that is a consistent, regular part of our work. Because without water, there is, life, hence water for life kind of thing. A lot of the bases, actually, if I take it back to some of the beginning of Humanity First, was in and around conflict and war. And disaster relief is one of our project names. And within that, we've been, not just man-made kind of disaster like wars, like I said, but also you've got natural disasters. Back in 2018, I went to Indonesia, where they just suffered a huge tsunami, and I got to see for myself the kind of impact on the ground that they'd had, and the impact that our team had at the same time as well. So, that's really been our forte and something that we managed to do. And since then, all these other projects that we're talking about, are like sustainable and developed well. So we've got 30 plus schools in parts of the world. We've just built a new hospital in the Ivory Coast, which is hopefully opening very, very soon. It's a huge project. And food security kind of thing as well. Here in the UK, we've got 2 food banks, one in the Midlands and one in Yorkshire, and that's one with volunteers as well. So it's like our umbrella is far too big, and we don't. Sometimes you think, oh, maybe I should just do the one thing and we can do that right, kind of thing. But the need and the desire is there to be able to do all of these things. And under health, we do medical projects. Gift of sight is a huge thing where we've got certain trucks, or we'll do medical camps in places where they haven't seen doctors for years and years and years. And in some of those countries, cataract is huge. So we'll have surgeons that will either go here or local ones there that we work with, that will, perform these small medical kind of, eye operations and stuff that we would take for granted perhaps over here. But, there would be, it's something that we can do over there, even giving glasses out and these kind of things. Also, many projects we can go on forever, kind of thing. Like I said, but there are some of the key ones there, and I'll try to illustrate what kind of happens in those.
I'm curious, what is the size of the workforce for Humanity First? Because especially when it comes to topics like disaster relief, you just have to be prepared for that, because it can be so spontaneous, whether it is an earthquake or whether it is a war. Of course, there is signs of both of those things, but you have to have people available, and you can stick it down to Humanity First UK as well if you'd like to, because I understand. It's very encapsulating.
The short answer is not enough. We always need help. We always need more, kind of thing. Right? That's a really, really short answer. However, the team here is. I think that it's probably good to explain that the sector has probably changed a little bit as well. So what we find is really important is to empower the local people on the ground. It's not about, hey, I'm from the UK, I'm going to go over there and save your life. You know what I mean? I'm going to be the one who's going to do that. Yes, we have doctors and medics and other disaster relief workers that do spare time, have gone over to more recently to Ukraine, or where the war was. So in Poland, where the medical border was, when the refugees were coming across, we set up camp. Our team here, our team from Germany, kind of teamed up, kind of thing. And we're providing people with just food and water and these kind of things when they were coming over, because they were exacerbated for one reason or the other. But if you put it all together, I suppose probably about 100 or 100 plus is where we are, but that includes the whole function. We're an organization, so we'll have an IT department, we'll have a finance department, we'll have then the service delivery roles, country managers who talk to the teams on the ground. But the power is in the people on the ground, and assisting them, supporting them, helping them to stand on their own 2 feet and to help them, because there's only so much you can do remotely and from here, and you can't give up and go. Everyone can't do that. They know the situation on the ground, and their best place to do it. We'll support them in whatever way we can, and we have to.
Well, there's relief, there's water, there's sight, there's all these projects that Humanity First is working on, but there's a strange puzzle piece that has somehow found its way into the jigsaw. And that is esports, and I have to ask, what was your first interaction with esports? How did that come to be?
This came about actually through COVID, and as you can imagine, we're outdoor organization, and I've been involved in a lot of the fundraising and marketing side for many years. That was kind of the basis of how I got involved. And all of a sudden, we all know the world kind of changed. All of a sudden, you know, we're all at home. We're all not being able to engage as much as we would do, have our outdoor events and whatever kind of thing. So we had to, like all other charities, had to think about to do something different. We did various things, really good fundraisers. We did a quiz night and a pizza delivery night, and that's a whole story I can tell you about that. It was I was organized, I can tell you that much. But esports, we have a couple of guys on the marketing team, 1 or 2 guys on our marketing team who are definitely into esports, and at the time Rocket League was probably their thing, so that kind of resonated. And so I looked at a lot what other charities were doing, and esports was another way kind of thing as well. And I thought, well, look, we haven't engaged with that community at the same time as we know there's a huge esports community. There's charitable giving in that. Some other charities might have tried their luck kind of thing as well. So we did our own small scale thing, targeted some of the kids in our community and said, look, if you'd like to get involved, try and get some sponsorship. It was a very humble, small little affair.
Yeah.
And someone we both know, Yusuf, was I think he won it actually. I think he won it hands down. I think that's what he did. Yeah. And then the conversation kind of started there, and he plugged a couple of things to me. And I thought, well, you know what? Yeah, why not? There's a community out there, and we, like I said, Humanity First tries to do as much as it can for everyone, with everyone as well. So the more support, the better.
And what do you think is the value of that esports demographic? I can imagine it's a little bit younger than quite a few other avenues that you would typically advertise to.
Yeah, I think you're probably right there. It's, for us, if I look at it in a certain way, it's an untapped marketplace, if you think about it that way, kind of thing. But I think, you know, for us really to engage with I'm going to say the youth is really important, because you're the next generation. You know, we're going to hand over everything to whatever it is, you know. So it's important to be engaged with all sectors of society, but I think with the youth specifically, if we can make ourselves relevant to, you know, people in that space, who know what we do, support what we do, like what we do, I think the youth definitely are more conscious and aware of stuff that's going on in the world, you know, and we work to that kind of thing, you know, like I said, wars and whatever. There's wars going on right now, and we're involved in that kind of relief, you know, and we've seen changing attitudes in terms of, and the youth being really plugged into these kind of things, you know. So we think that it's important, definitely. While you guys are all having fun at the same time as well, you know, to remember to think about those who possibly aren't, and, you know, what can you do to help them as well.
And I feel like anyone watching this at home, I feel like that last question is just the perfect note to wrap up on. I feel like that's really well encapsulating. It tells you what you guys should be doing. That is, of course, tuning in to the DSQ, it's Humanity First, 30 Years of Serving Humanity Invitational Tournament. But most importantly, make sure you have fun. Be sure to share out any socials included, and perhaps even get yourself involved. Humanity socials, I'm sure, will be linked, but it has been an absolute pleasure to be alongside you. Are there any final closing words of where people should be looking for the charity?
Yeah, we're across all social platforms, X, Instagram, LinkedIn, if that's your kind of thing, on Facebook. We're normally at Humanity First UK. Instagram's a bit different. It's at UK Humanity First. So you always get a funny one there, don't you? So yeah, follow us on there. The website's hfuk.org, and by all means, you know, thank you for having me.
Thank you very much. 18th of October, ladies and gentlemen. May the best team win, but of course, remember why we are all here. It's been myself, Aidan J. Pigasus, alongside the wonderful member of the board of directors for Humanity First, and shout out Harry Hazzaprod as well in the back. See you all for the event.
I just wonder why I'm buried in a suit I'd never buy, a suit I'd 17, I've been looking for a place to make me be complete. I've been looking all alone out there for anything to make me feel alive. Bring me back to life.
Well, I hope you guys enjoyed that interview with a member of the board of directors, of course, for Humanity First, which this entire event is with the aim of raising money for. We actually did have a donation during the break, and it was actually my esteemed co-caster, $35, which goes down to £27.32 with £6.83 extra on gift aid. Do not tell the UK government where Quanzek resides, because I'm not sure he was allowed to click that box. But either way,
it was auto-checked for me. I didn't click it. It was auto-checked.
Moving forward, we do, of course, have the grand finals. It has been just an incredible day of action, Quanzek. It's been a pleasure to share with you.
Yeah, agreed. And we have probably the potentially world record for just how many games have been played in a 6-team quarterfinal, starting from that quarter and dropping down to losers round 1. I mean, it's been nothing but full-length series almost every single step of the way. Nearly every stream game is all the way to 5. We have multiple 5s in the games that are not streamed. And this rematch between Chippy Chips and Endpoint is going to be one of the ones that did not hit 5. The winners final between Chippy Chips and Endpoint Live finished 3-1 in favor of Chippy Chips. So Endpoint looking for a little bit of revenge here.
And this is going to be a weighted best of 7 with Chippy Chips getting that first game in their favor. But these two teams are stacking up rather dangerously. There's going to be no real introductions on the side of Chippy Chips. I feel like the player names do speak for themselves. Chippy, Lassa, and Najol. Top 16 and further caliber talent in European RLC. Yes, the best region of course in the world. Argue with the wall, Mr. Quanzek, and I'm sure we're all very familiar now with Hoppy Tie, Lino, and Sellers, who are the 3 names that are looking to get themselves established and knock people like the likes of their opponents off their post.
Yeah, I mean, this is a little bit of a grudge match of the Englishmen. They have a chance to supersede Chippy and Nash, as you know what, we are the better up and coming talent here. I will say I'm not usually one who puts a lot of weight into fatigue in Rocket League.
Yeah.
But Endpoint Live have played so many games at this point, Pig, that I feel like it's worth bringing up. Heading into this series, I'm going to just do some quick math. 10, that's going to be 14. This will be their 20th game played today. Our first game on stream for this grand final. 20 games! And that's before you get into the rest of this best of 7. These guys have to be way more mentally drained than what Chippy Chips are going to be coming into the series.
Really not easy games either, though they were still able to get themselves to that final spot here in the grand finals, which I'm sure, ladies and gentlemen, we are all raring and ready to go. So the two teams are in the lobby. It's going to be Europe's Finest versus Europe's Flyers, a rematch of the upper finals here for a good cause. Humanity First, ex-DSQ. It's time for the grand finals.
It is officially good to go. Our players will take the pitch. 5 Englishmen. And we can throw a Spaniard in the mix just for that little bit of flair that I haven't necessarily seen from Pigasus all that often. Chippy Chips, as we stated, coming in through the winner's side of the bracket, will have that game advantage. So we're officially in game number 2 for this best of 7. We will be excited to get underway here as Endpoint looking for revenge, looking to complete this Dark Horse run. Chippy Chips, though, they want to prove that they're the favorites for a reason, in the namesake, showing exactly why.
The Prodigy, beautiful first touch there, and that second one is even cleaner. Look at that musty flick at the back of it, bumping Leno off the back as well, showing that he can be a master of every playlist. That's not something you want to be on the end of in 1v1.
No. Not at all, and that's exactly the situation they found themselves in. An early 1v1 here as Chippy drops it down. Seller's going to find a 50 onto Lassa as Hoppy Tide will look to take over 1v1 to Nate, but he has no boost, so won't get the same treatment that Chippy had on the opposite end of the pitch. This ball nobody makes contact with for a full 5 seconds before Chippy finally grabs it, finds a flip reset past 2, and Endpoint look like they're ready to challenge early and often here. There's been almost 2 people on every single ball since this game has started, so they're not super concerned about the double commits as long as they can walk away with possession. That's what matters to them.
Possession was on the side of Endpoint, turned over now to Lasser. Great control for the first touch. The second one will tip it over that next man. They're getting those aerial physical plays involved. And this is going to be a concern for Endpoint, because typically when it comes to that bit of physicality, it leaves you concerned when you're left alone on the ground on your own lines. Now you can't even go up for an aerial and escape the danger. Demo coming through. Chippy is the one to land. And this might be a characteristic consistent throughout this grand final. Shot on Lasser blocked by Sellers.
Chippy has a full take a boost on that. Demo's gonna help. He pitches out the other way from the net. Could have been disaster if the ball goes straight on over to Naish. I mean, he had an open net to look at, just couldn't execute, and was smart enough to back up rather than drive forward and potentially save his teammates. Shot 2-0 for Chippy Chips, and showing exactly why they're the favorite here.
And I like that he slammed on that reverse as well to make sure he wasn't going to save his own teammate's shot. It's that position which I'm sure we found ourselves on in many occasions. I've certainly done so in ranked many a times where the stakes are higher here, but these players are locked in. Obitai won't get that second touch. Lino was available, didn't commit his flip though. Knew Chippy was going to beat him, so he gets that follow-up instead. Chippy wants to throw it right behind. Lasser looks to complete the triad. Naish on target, but Hopitai looking to try and take some more control in this opener.
Lasser control here in the corner, doing exactly what Endpoint Live are looking to accomplish. This Hopitai, really good possession off the sidewall. He actually bumps Chippy, gets him faster to his own half. That was definitely not the result he wanted, as Chippy now trying to work his way through the defense. Naish, control in the corner. Lasser will help him out there to find a lot of possessions. Chippy's already in the air. Pre-jump down. That pass, 1-2. The follow-up a little bit too heavy, though.
All of that right wall. Naish, I believe, has a reset, though has no avenue to use it. Chippy, it was deceivingly open. He knew that, kept it close. Hopitai has once more been forcing his goal line. Been the defensive rock so far for Endpoint Live, but they need a little bit more than defense. Already 2 goals down. Chippy wants to make it 3. He will off the backboard. Another chip on Endpoint's shoulder. And with a first game already awarded for free, Chippy looks to earn his first.
Yeah, 3-0. And this train doesn't look like it's slowing down much at all. Endpoint Live have just watched these balls go into the back of their net, and they don't have a ton of agency over this game. They haven't registered a shot yet, Pig. They've just been focused on... They've been tasked with figuring out what the defense it looks like for them, as I do agree here. Just for prod, after this game, we're gonna reset the server. Everybody involved is chopping around, which may have something to do with the gameplay going on. I can see it in game. There's people constantly rubber banding. So it's happening to everybody, so Chippy Chips have been able to deal with it more, but 4-0 is the runway train up to at this point for Chippy Chips.
I mean, it is going to be equally affecting both sides, however, despite that being negatively. And Endpoint Live will still feel like they have that bit of respite, though, heading into that next game, where hopefully we are back to normal. Just want to point out, £50 has been spent on the amazing jerseys that are, of course, branded around Humanity First. £291 as well have been donated on the Just Giving. £10, that could give someone glasses, that could give someone food for a month. Endpoint looking for their first goal. Multiple chances fly, but Chippy Chips made rather light work of it.
Yep, they're not looking to give any semblance of hope over at Endpoint Live. They may have done just so with this, but Chippy actually able to get back in time. He's rebounded, regained his footing, and that demo is going to make things very difficult for Hopitai on the opposite end. Chippy Chips don't score a 5th for now, but they have just looked like far and away the better team pick, and there hasn't been a
Yeah.
lot of answers for Endpoint. Since I did say they had 0 shots, they put up 5, so there's something there. They just need to figure out the defensive side before they can really be tasked offensively. Because if you're asking yourself to score more than 4 goals against Chippy Chips, you are doomed from the start.
In these high-level 3v3 lobbies, you typically find that they get relatively low scoring. The perfect game of Rocket League, I don't believe you'd see a goal reach the back of the net. I feel like this is a defensively favouring game at the highest level. 2 goals should be enough to take victory. 3 would certainly assure it. And like you said, Chippy getting 4, that's way too much for Endpoint Live. However, as was the pick. So hopefully after a bit of a lobby reset here, both teams are going to be on prouder ground, let's just say, and not feel like they have to play on some of your awful Californian servers.
The US West servers are quite bad. I mean, US West Rocket League has always been rough. It's always been an East sport. But we're not here to talk about NA Rocket League. We're here to talk about EU and almost exclusively English Rocket League this time around, as Endpoint Live and Chippy Chips, 5 of 6 players are going to be from that nationality. How's it feel seeing your representation out of the pitch here?
In modern Rocket League, it really doesn't happen all that often. It's usually a big sweep of the French. However, today it's not quite been the case over here in this European tournament. So, very proud to see all these players come together, play so well, and to do so again for what is such a fantastic cause here for Humanity First. But, oh, hold on a minute here. There might be something unfolding. I won't reveal it until it is guaranteed from Yo-Yo, but there might be a little bit extra to come out of this final series. Unconfirmed yet, but Quanzek looking to get ourselves into that next game. Despite only 5 minutes of Rocket League, it is 2-0 the favour of Chippy Chips, a team which you already do not want to have to be chasing when you're on an even playing field.
Agreed. And now, with that game advantage and the game win under their belt, it's 2-0 in the series. Like, this game here is a must-win for Endpoint, and they only had 5 minutes to really look at what Chippy Chips bring to the table. Yes, they played earlier, but the strategies, the mindsets, the initiatives may have changed, and you lose this, you're looking at a reverse sweep in a best-of-7 against Chippy Chips. Like, I would say throw in the towel, but maybe it's that's just such a hard climb to have happen. That is, it's gonna be, we'll see how this game 3 pans out, but I do think we have official news here, Pig.
We do. First of all, the £50 I mentioned earlier, I thought that was raised from the jerseys. It was actually a donation from Spartanware themselves, and their generosity does not end there, because originally this was a day all for pride, just for playing your series out and running some money up for charity as well. However, there is going to actually be a reward for the winning team, and that is going to be a free bronze store courtesy of Spartanware, so that these teams can advertise their own apparel on their website.
Yep, it's gonna be $10 monthly value. A custom domain name for the store, advertisement on the main page of Spartanware. Thank you, Hazza, correcting me once more. I said I wouldn't do it, and I did. I apologize. £10 a month, not $10. And then one surprise goodie box sent every 6 months is the official wording for the bronze page on Spartanware. So, a little bit to play for. I don't know if these players even know it's on the line, but some representation potentially for their own teams and organizations alike, as Sellers gets a goal on the board for Endpoint, their first one of the series.
Beautiful ball off that back wall. Sellers does well to read that quick, and that first lead going in the favour of Endpoint Live. This could be a turning point for their gameplay. Of course, Chippy Chips can turn it on at any point. Look to try and make something happen here with the kickoff, but Lino ultimately is the one that managed to hold on to possession. This one drags its way out. Sellers will take it off the left, played across. Hoppy Tai won't find the target. Naish has space to control. Not sure if he knew it. With that boom upwards, that made it too easy there for Lino to collect. Chippy has been required once more to get it out the area. Lasser, that's a gorgeous first touch. Had to burn a lot of boost to do it, however. So Lino will take that one straight from his hands. Rather back and forth, quick out of gates here. This is definitely a slowdown in the gameplay, but both teams at least can see what's ahead of them.
Yeah, and this is a much better showing thus far from Endpoint Live. Getting the 1-0 lead, not allowing Chippy Chips to start racking up goals, as Chippy is actually isolated in net with no boost, has to take a pop touch. He beats 2 with that, so all 3. Chippy doing so much with so little. Another dunk, and Naish gonna score. Are you kidding me?
Unbelievable. Awkward there in the corner for Hoppy. Chippy gets that perfect read, but Naish always finds that position. Gets himself up high. No one's there to reach. Untouchable. And this is the peak that Endpoint Live are looking to try and top these players off of.
This is, I mean, that's Chippy doing so much. Tasked with finding the save defensively. He beats 2 with the pop touch. Finds a challenge in the corner against somebody with full boost. And then dunks another to set up an open net for Naish. And that is the most improbable way to tie up the game, and that's exactly what you have to be concerned about with this Chippy Chips roster. Even with far from ideal resources, they still find a way to get the job done. That's a massive pinch from Sellers. That's going to travel the length of the field and have enough pace to outbeat Naish on the back wall. But once again, 2 players beat in one fail swoop from Endpoint Live, and they're turning into an opportunity on the other end. Chippy tried to flip it behind all 3. Didn't amount to anything, but pressure still growing for Chippy Chips. In fact, Naish tried to go for the net. Good save, Hoppy Tai.
Back pass, Lasser, open net. And that's going to be a lead for Chippy Chips. Regained once more. Hoppy Tai's going to boom it off that corner. Sellers a little bit desperate on that follow-up touch, but can you blame him? You know there's going to be a player lurking. There has been with every single loose ball that's found its way in the danger area. And that's unfortunate for Endpoint, but still very much a game in reach. Hoppy Tai high.
Clutch and touch by Naish. Flip reset Linho. Good dunk. Doesn't have any boost to get back to it, though. Lassa just going to buy time. He ends up giving possession over to Hoppy Tai, but he gets bumped from behind. So Sellers has to take over, but he misses the boost and the ball. I think he was trying to get both. He gets neither. And now things are really dire for Endpoint Live. Naish controlling touch in the corner. Great dunk. That's something Chippy Chips have thrived off. The flip reset. Can't get into the corner, but Chippy does enough for Lassa to find the open net.
That is such a gorgeous catch. The flip reset as well. The use of the flip, in fact, is timed perfectly to stop yourself from getting recoiled off the ball. And I feel like he makes that look way easier than that actually is. There was a nice 50 down as well to Lasser. Lasser is a player that very much have my experiences with. Did have the opportunity to run his team stream early in the season, and this is something he does so well. Progressing the ball from his own defensive third, has an eye for his teammates, knows when to pick his position. And when you've got a teammate like Naish on the team, you can guarantee that those passes will be received.
I mean, it's... Endpoint started off this game 1-0 when we were complimenting them with how good they looked. And if you walked away for a minute and came back, this game looks like it would never even started that way. Chippy Chips have just found a way to make it work no matter what. And the goals they have are so fabulous. Each and every single one has its own magic attached to it, as Endpoint trying to find a second, but not getting the ball to bounce their way. Hoppy Tai might be able to find it, but he gets bumped off. In fact, goes flying over the sidewall where he can now collect this ball. The time is ticking, and Endpoint haven't been able to find a second. They're outscored 8-1 so far in the series, and I don't have a ton of hope considering if they lose this, which I think is almost a sure thing at this point now, Pig. It's reverse sweep territory.
Yeah, dangerous, and reverse sweeps are already tough in their own regards, especially when you extend that to a best of 7, especially when you extend that to doing it against Chippy Chips. And with the form they have been in, this is a truly tough team to beat, and you can see that 456 points to Lasser, they've been credited there with the man of that match, but this is such a tough title to give any one of them because all 3 of them are just pure quality.
Yep, they're all, and that's the danger, right? Like, yeah, Chippy Chips, it's his namesake. You highlight Lassa and your own experiences with him. We saw fabulous goals from Nation this series. Every single one of them can be lethal. You're not keying into one player. There's no real glue guy in this team. They all fill the same role. They can all be lethal from any area of the pitch, and maybe you put more weight into certain buckets for what these players can do, but when they can all be this efficient and contribute to a 4-1 lead, an 8-1 scoring deficit through the 2 games that have been played, not counting the game advantage, it becomes very difficult. And now we're looking at an Endpoint Live team that's looked really good through this tournament, but might have met their match or might be outclassed here when they're outscored 8-1. They're down 3 games in the series. They need to find reverse sweep in the most improbable of ways. We've seen them show heart, Pig, but this is another level.
But Endpoints have already proven that they can take this team down. It was a 3-1 result in that upper finals. You've just got to hold on to that one. You've been able to do it. You've seen the 0 seconds at the top of your screen, and that scoreline has been in your favor. Who's to say that cannot be repeated? That is an ingenious pass from Chippy. Jaws to the floor, but ultimately pick them back up, hands back on the controller. Game will play on.
And the fact that they haven't scored off of that shows that Endpoint is a quality team. They're able to read the most heads-up infield pass from Chippy when it felt like the only option was to take a shot, and yet Endpoint don't let that goal in. So this team has heart, they have gusto, they just need to get here. Sellers, challenge in the corner, lasso off the ceiling, has so much momentum to work with this ball, but Hoppy Tie's just going to go ahead and challenge him. Lino trying to race up to that ball, but now 0 boost. 2 members on Endpoint have to race back. There's no semblance of any pennies, any full boost anywhere, and it just amounts to Lassa tapping in the goal.
This was utter pandemonium. Hoppy Tie had to bail away. I'm not sure why he did. Way too far away from the play. With 1 player on an island, and that is essentially a free goal to Chippy Chips. I'm very interested to see how this roster moves forward, because I've seen a few iterations of Chippy Chips over the course of the last season. If this is the one they decide on for the opener next month, I'd be very intrigued to see how far they go, because look at them, Con. They seem dialed to make a main event.
I mean, I haven't seen many mistakes from this team. They've been very few and far between, and I would be shocked if this roster didn't make a main event head into next season for.
Oh, they will.
Yeah. For RLCS, I mean, they look so locked in, so clocked. As that one is maybe the first miss, but they're just out there having fun. We have 0 boost team pinches being attempted on Chippy Chips from their own half. They're feeling so incredibly confident right now for good reason, justifiable reason. They have not been threatened by Endpoint so far in the series. And I don't know. I can't even dream of like a third that would fit better into this team currently, Pig.
Yeah, neither. I mean, Naish did pick up some of those top 16s of the last season. Lasser was hunting. Chippy, of course, got there on multiple occasions. But this is so well-rounded. Chippy and Naish being such mechanical talents that a player like Lasser can really get the best out of. Oh my goodness, but when you leave Chippy alone, he can also pull off some miracles like that. So, like we mentioned, really would like to see this team stick together for a few extra tournaments, including the biggest one to exist in Rocket League. Chippy's looking for that Psycho, but Lasser is able to do the dirty work here, bring that ball towards the corner, and Endpoint Live still have hope in this game. It is 2 minutes, a goal a minute to be scored. That is very doable, especially with the a bit of carelessness, I must say, that Chippy Chips are starting to play with. In their heads, this is over, but Endpoint still got more to give.
Yep, you bring up a really good point. I think we're getting complacent on the side of Chippy Chips. They're playing with fun and just with no care in the world, but Endpoint are still throwing their hearts out there, and if they can hold Chippy Chips out of the orange net, there is room here for Endpoint to rally back. 30 seconds have bled since you said they needed 2 goals, 1 a minute. As Lassa takes that one high, Sellers air dribble clearance, finds a flip reset on the end of it too, carries it past Chippy. This could be a goal. It will be. Linho gets credit, but really it's Sellers who deserves all the honor.
Flip reset is a gorgeous pass there off that back wall, and I feel like we've seen that quite a lot today, Quanzek, where a lot of the play has actually been provided by the assists where they put these shots across to these corners, but every team has been so defensively strong they've been able to read it, and it's all up to that second man to capture that heavy touch, that loose ball to get that job done. So you need players that are in tune with each other. They have that sense of communication. They can really get a feel for what their opponents are going to respond to. And Chippy Chips so far seem completely telekinetic.
Puppy tie. Can't find that challenge. Chippy, ooh, he tried. He used all of his boost to try to get above that boost and steal it away. Has that just gone in? What?
Huh? Wow, this
was
is
this intentional, or is this just luck from Chippy Chips?
I feel like that was... Ooh, I don't know. He wanted it off the ceiling. He definitely wanted it in the danger area. And I mean, you miss every shot you don't take, I guess. Calculated or not, he knew that if he hit the ball underneath, it was going to find itself in a point where there was the potential for a goal, playing complete percentages. And this time, he struck the 3 lucky 7s.
Yeah, shout out Wayno. I mean, that quote is with one of the greatest of all time in arguably all of athletics history. Chippy Chips making good use of it here, just throwing something at the net, seeing what happens, just bounds in. And any momentum Endpoint had immediately gets dashed. They may score, but they still need 2. 5 seconds left on the clock. It's gonna be congratulations over to Chippy Chips for winning the inaugural Humanity First Invitational. They looked great, Pig.
They looked close to invincible in that grand finals, rarely conceding, rarely giving us any worries. And when you compare that to earlier in the day, Game 5 versus DSQ, Game 4 versus Endpoint, they did sweep Brave in the upper bracket quarterfinals. That's, if anything, has been repeated here in Grands. This has been the team to beat. It was the one on everyone's radars. It was the ones where you saw the players listed on the roster and you went, okay, surely this is the team that wins the entire tournament in easy stride. However, I've been impressed with how other teams have been able to respond, but Chippy Chips just have endless gears to shift up to. And if they can continue this run amongst the 3 of them heading into the new RLCS season, I feel like there's a lot that can be done there for them.
Yes, I mean, we just, unless they found some elite third to throw in there, that team looks phenomenal. They'd have to sign some sort of frequent top 8 player, which for a team that currently doesn't have an org, that is a little bit out of the question. But I think top 8 at least once for that roster should not be surprising. Honors still need to be given, though, to Endpoint for looking as
yeah.
good as they did through the tournament. Yes, the Grand Finals ends in a sweep. It's a little bit underwhelming, but they played through so many Game 5s, had that clutch factor, looked so good when everybody didn't really give them a whole lot of agency over the course of this tournament. And then DSQ as well for that 3rd place finish. I mean, it just doing wonders, getting stuff done, and looking good doing it.
There's still no question about it, though. Endpoint were the deserved team to be in that grand finals, no matter how it went. It's just simple that Chippy Chips are just that darn good when they're playing their absolute best. They fairly beat their way through DSQ. They beat Team Ascend as well a little bit earlier in the bracket, so they took out the other 2 top 4 teams. It's just that top spot was only ever going to be reserved for one team. And I do want to look over as well at the current donations list. I believe it is sitting on £291 with, I believe, an extra 50 still due to come through. However, that is also without counting gift aid, which is, as it stands, currently adding another £70 to the total we have. And there is still going to be that Just Giving page open for anyone post-event that still would like to contribute to the cause. And what an amazing cause it is, Quanzek. And again, just what an amazing tournament has been as well.
Agreed. I've had a wonderful time here. I appreciate everybody behind the scenes, our casters before us, Hazza getting all the graphics and the production ran. It's been a wonderful product, and I've just been happy to be a part of it here, Pig.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, this was the DSQ X Humanity First Rocket League Invitational. 8 teams entered, 1 team came out on top, and it was the legendary Chippy Chips. Endpoint Live, our dark horses, were able to get themselves to this spot, making everyone at home proud. DSQ and Team Ascend as well, with early born rosters, show that there is some more life in the European region. But most importantly, approaching £400 donated to charity, with the Just Giving page still open for more. This has been a fantastic success. Thank you to DSQ, thank you to Humanity First, and thank you to all of you those that are at home. Share this with everyone you know, ladies and gentlemen. The journey is not finished yet. See you all next time.
They say time should heal, but it's been too long. Couple months where I can't seem to move on. I can't seem to move on. I can't seem to.
In many parts of the world, girls and women face significant barriers to education surrounding women's health. Lack of access to basic healthcare and sanitation facilities, as well as cultural taboos surrounding menstruation, prevents many girls from attending school and reaching their full potential. But there is hope. The Humanity First Sisters Around the Globe project is changing lives and transforming communities by empowering girls and women through education and health initiatives. Through partnerships with international Humanity First volunteers and medical professionals, the project provides resources and support for girls' education, as well as sanitary and hygiene products. The impact of this work is truly remarkable, as we see girls and women gaining access to education, developing new skills, and becoming leaders in their communities. Join us in supporting the Humanity First Sisters Around the Globe project and help us empower girls and women around the world to reach their full potential.
dream just to be where you are, in a world I can see where you are, though you are meant to be. Wish you're here next to me, where you dream just to be where you are, in a world I can see where you are, though you are meant to be. Wish you're here next to me, where you